ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to competition day. It is the top 32 for round number 5 of ESDA Esports Drift Association presented by Traxion here in New Zealand from Teretonga Park. My name is Keenan Kuz, and joined as always in the booth by Joe Piro, Strix, Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. Joe, it was an eventful, to say the least, qualifying day yesterday. Thanawat Wangfuishin taking your number 1 spot. Moving into top 32, this track is fast, this track is technical, and anything can happen.
Oh, I am smiling ear to ear, Keenan, as I'm just watching the drivers warm up right now as they're going to go and put on a show for our 3 judges today. Harold McKinney, the judge formerly known as Brady, and Nathan Rudder. And I got to say, after qualifying yesterday, it's just shocking how close I think today is going to be. And again, we just keep pushing the limit to how close the battles can be. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of OMTs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see not that many mistakes, actually, because overall we did see some zeros, and all that we saw it on is really in this wall. So what wall are we talking about? Let's go on our travel journey back from where we were in Italy, all the way down, all the way east to New Zealand, Keenan.
Yeah, we are at the historic Wow, that was a sentence. We're at the historic Teretonga Park. This is one of the most southerly racetracks in the world, one of the oldest facilities in New Zealand. Super, super historic venue for fans of New Zealand motorsports and motorsports down there, down under in general. But this track, super, if you see Sector 2 right there is where we will be competing today. That is the track map for Mugello. That is where we were. We'll just hang on to the... no, we're still... What's happening? I don't want to go back on the plane. I'm going to get sick.
They put us in a box and it smells bad.
Why do they keep flying us here? We're already here. I'm so confused. It's dark in here. But if you take a quick look at that Sector 2, that's where we'll be today. This track is a bit different. There is a no-go zone. There we go. There's a no-go zone going in out of outer zone number 1 into inner clip number 2. Unfortunately, we do not have any visual course demo for you today. Our video editor having some issues, and our course demo driver, Stephen Loxing, having some personal issues. I hope everything's going over well for you, Steve. But we do have a special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Thanawat Wangfuishin, Thunny the Honey, as he's taken to the nickname. His number 1 qualifying run from yesterday, Joe, here at Teretonga Park.
Oh, I'm super excited to see it. Watching it live was very shocking with how aggressive this run was in that gorgeous Liberty Walk S15. So Thanawat here running the course, throwing it into that initiation line, into a slight decel, coming in through the outside zone 1, inside zone 1. Stay out of this red zone. Chase drivers can drop a tire into that, transition into an outside zone, again transition to this outside zone 3 with the long wall. All the drivers are really struggling to stay out of that wall while going deep enough and across the line again. So that last corner, that last inside clip seemed to be a big issue, that wall seemed to be a big issue, and everything else. And in the drivers meeting earlier, it was confirmed with the judges that inside no-go red zone, the Chase is allowed to drop a tire there. If the lead is really close to that, they're allowed to drop a tire. So overall, high speed, high commitment. Drivers are allowed to tap their left foot brake as long as they do not lose speed doing so. So this will be a very highly technical, high speed, high risk, high reward type of track today. And I think that will result in some really, really close battles today, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit tougher than the last 2 rounds we've done. I did a little bit of practice here for our media day the Monday before competition week, and it is a super, super tricky track. I haven't even tried it in Tandem. But if you've never watched Tandem or competitive esports drifting or competitive drifting in general before, let us be your guides here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a head-to-head competition. These drivers are going to be battling one-on-one, and each battle will consist of 2 runs. The higher-seeded driver leads the first run, the lower-seeded driver chases on the first run, and then they switch up for run number 2. 3 judges are going to determine a winner if it's one more time, if it's too close to call, or they'll be voting for either driver. Those 3 judges, once again, are Brady, Harold, and Nathan, the same 3 we had yesterday.
And you might be wondering, well, how are the judges? What is their criteria? So if you're leading, the judges are hoping that you follow the closest to perfect line possible. So effectively, you're running a qualifying run. Big angle, smooth transitions. Make sure that your lead is as chaseable as possible. You want to open up that door so that the chase driver can really shine. And also make sure that you're not on the brakes where the chase driver is not expecting it, to allow them to get as close as possible. Then the turntables are turned as we move into the chase driver's goals. The chase driver is hoping to do things like treat the lead driver like a moving clipping point, trying to get as close as they can to the lead driver while also getting out of the way in the transition as they swing. Match the lead driver's angle, match the lead driver's line, basically be a shadow to that lead driver, Keenan. So I think overall, we're going to see some really close battles. I don't think we're going to see a lot of contact between drivers, but I bet we're going to see a lot of contact with that wall.
I was going to say that wall played a role with 2 runs yesterday, 2 drivers unfortunately being knocked out early from qualifying. Joe, I would almost have to disagree with you. There's a lot of areas of this track that are you can only really take in one speed. They're almost hot spots. I mean, we'll see at the end of the competition whether we do have some contact issues or not, but it is definitely going to be a extremely fun round to watch. I do believe the host of New Zealand of Teretonga Park will be we're going to be looking back on this track as one of the best of the year so far, even though we've said that probably every time we've went somewhere. However, our first group, our next level racing group number 1 is ready to go right now, just getting the warm-up runs in that group. We have, again, our number 1 qualifier, Thunny the Honey, Thanawat Wong Fuishin, going up against alternate Olivier Eppinger. Unfortunately, we had 4 drivers from yesterday's qualifying who were not maybe able to make it into competition. Those 4 drivers being... Those four drivers being.
We're scrolling.
Yeah, I'm scrolling up.
Nico Salia, Zach O'Sullivan, Connor Christensen, and Abdulrahman Al-Shatwi. And there was some discussion. I was talking with Harold a little bit earlier. Some of these might actually be teammate strategic missing runs to allow their teammates who are in maybe that cutoff zone to get in and score points as they are higher up in the overall season, while allowing their other teammates to just get points on qualifying to get their pro license for next season. So it might be strategic. Who knows?
So, ladies and gentlemen, just not even for pride or for wow. You can tell I've not had my coffee today. You could not just for bragging rights, not just for the glory of being an ESDA winner or ESDA champion. There's so much on the line this season for what these guys are playing for, thanks to our wonderful sponsors. We're going to have one of our good friends, Devin, let you guys know what these drivers are racing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more, thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
And again, thank you to all of our wonderful supporters, sponsors, and people like you out there watching. If it wasn't for the entire ESDA team, we would not be able to be taking place in this event today. And thank you, everyone, for showing up. Thanks to everybody for coming out for ESDA round number 5. We do have our first bracket almost ready to go, Joe. Some big names in here, like we said. Our number 1 qualifier, Thanawat Wong Fuishin, going to go up against Olivier Eppinger. Mikhail Mordvanov going to go up against ESDA former winner Darren Baker. Hasn't had the greatest run this season, but looking to make better on that, qualifying 17th. Veda Sapala, Queen Ebanks going on after them. And then to round out the next level racing group number 1, we have Daniel Andredev and Rayon Aldina.
I am super excited to see this battle coming up. It's looking to me, at least, that all of the drivers are practicing with their battle partner. So I think all the drivers here are just excited to drive. It looks like everyone's excited to be going into these battles. I know that there are a lot of very high-level competitors here, but I don't know. It just makes me smile to see everyone getting along and having fun. I'm just going to sound like my grandma for a little bit.
I just hope the kids are having fun with their pretend little race cars.
They're just having so much fun.
Look at their little Hot Wheels go. But
Actually, it's very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. I never really thought about what you would do in these pre-lobby sessions if we're just getting ready to get started here. Do you want to drive with the guy you'll be driving with, or do you want him to kind of be, I shouldn't say that, but do you want them to be thrown off by how you're driving or not have time to adapt? Do you like, what strategy do you go in with? So, seeing some drivers partner up pretty early here. Seeing some other drivers just kind of pair up with whoever they run into.
For sure. Overall, I know at least when I was competing, I would always want to drive with the person. Personally, I just want to have a good battle with someone. I want to have fun with that. I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to drive as hard as I know how to. And I'm also seeing in the server, there's a long straightaway after the finish line. It seems like the drivers might be trying to organize drag races after their runs are done. Who can say, guys?
That's for ESDA 2. Yeah, it's on our second Twitch channel. I'm joking. That's not a real thing. It should be, but it's not.
ESDA 8.
The Ocho.
We're ready to go, guys.
Oh my god!
But ESDA 8 is the outro because I don't know. It hurts my head to watch it sometimes. As we have drivers lined up. Thwanawat Wongfubasin, Hothead Racer by Race Zone, Thani the Honey up against Olivier Eppinger from Team Ascent in an A80 Supra. Super excited to see his two pretty cars, two very good drivers, super fast track, and you know what, Keenan? I don't know what else to say besides let's get him going.
Yeah, Olivier not opting to, but one of your alternates taking place for one of the no-shows that we had, Thunny the Honey, getting a late game #1 qualifier, snatching it out of the hands of Alexander Element. Can he continue in the tournament? We're going to have to find out. First run of the day, ladies and gentlemen, ESDA round number 5. We already have the proximity from Olivier Eppinger. He knows he's going to have to bring it, take out your #1 qualifier, but Thunny the Honey doing such a good job in the lead right now. Nice and smooth, showing why he was your #1 qualifier, almost mirroring his #1 run if you've seen from the pre-show. A little bit of contact from Olivier, but they're going to stay in it. He's trying to push him over the line.
Oh, that seems like that unfortunate thing where once you tap, maybe your wheel gets out of your hands and you're just trying to do what you can. But good on Olivier keeping it in it, even though, and even better on Thwanawat not throwing it, just ready to go. I'm ready for any kind of contact. I'm going to get to the end of the run. I don't care. And I love to see that here in ESDA. A lot of other competitions, sometimes you'll see a little bit of dramatics after contact, but not here, it seems, and super excited to see it. As we watch this replay, I think Thunny the Honey's on a heater today. I think we might see him on the podium, and I would love to see him on his first podium here in ESDA.
Yeah, I mean, he's so successful in Thailand, so successful in with the IIDS crew, so it would be nice to see him be able to have a little bit of success here in ESDA. He's had some good runs before, but definitely nothing to the level of #1 qualifier and being able to have your pick of the litter when it comes to coming through the bracket. He's going to have to chase here now, though. He's going to be sitting on a little bit of an advantage. Olivier with the contact, but the sustained contact was trying to just push him over the line. That's something that we do because we're dorks. But we'll see if he can capitalize on the contact with run #2.
So here we go. Olivier knowing that he has to put down a really fast lead run here as Thwanawat is sitting on a slight advantage due to that contact, but it does seem like Thwanawat does not care, getting right up on Olivier's door, even though Olivier is dropping the tire through that first outside zone. Can they keep it out of the wall? Yes, they do. Thwanawat now looking very, very confident, staying out of Olivier's car, but right up on his door and across the line. And I gotta say, Keenan, I think the writing might be on the wall here, so let's see what's happening.
Oh, look at these two cuties. Look at these two cuties pulling up to the line like they know we're watching. Let's go.
Oh, but know that we love watching them just park on up. Look good. If you look good for the camera, the judges might score you higher. That might be myth. Who knows?
But unfortunately not getting the replay of that second run. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Thunawat, again, just if you watch this run back real quick, great lead run. He had a great chase run as well. Olivier went from not driving today to being in the competition. That's such a hard thing. Mental reset. You kind of accepted that you're not making the competition. You're already getting your mind ready for round 6. I'm actually interested to see if they view that contact on Thunawat, because he did go a little bit wide. So I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me that there might be an argument to say that, Thunawat went wide, so he led Olivier out there, or Oliver. Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Olivier. Led Oliver out there. But watch that again. So Oliver dives in and then kind of it's
hard to say. I could see it go either way.
Don't think so. I still think that's on Oliver, but I'm not a judge. That's why we're not in the special booth, the one with all the snacks and the refreshments and
all of that.
We got the picnic table and
they don't give us lunch.
Budweiser that's been sitting out for 3 days.
Keenan's chair's had a hole in it since the second round, and it's just not.
I put it there.
Oh, I see.
They won't let me take bathroom breaks.
The more I'm watching this replay, yes, I have to say, I think that Thwanwat was on a very solid lead run, and the slowdown was to get to that inside clip, as you kind of got to do. But I'm sure the judges are watching their own personal replay for run number 2 to see what happened at the start as well. Watch a little bit of slow motion, all of that jazz to really get a good idea of where they're at. And don't worry, I think that we're going to have a good call here that will set precedent for the rest of the competition, and the rest of the drivers will see how hard can I brake into this final inside clip, how much braking is too much that can open me up to being at fault if there is contact here. And then all the chase drivers are going to wonder, it might be worth it to push really, really hard if the lead driver brakes too hard. So we'll see.
Yeah, one of our drivers. Sorry, I was responding to our head judge, Mr. Harold McKinney, asking for a run 2 replay, and I had to give him the unfortunate news that there is none. But one of our drivers actually in chat, Olivier Bleb, bringing up a great point. Not a big slowdown, just bad timing. He was also reducing angle, and it's a little bit reducing angle, a little bit hard to tell. It looked like Thunawat was going a little bit wide and then went and then killed a little bit of speed. And Olivier, doing his job as a chase driver, was surging in that last corner and then went and tried to pull up last minute. So the judges obviously I think seeing what we're seeing, yes. I think one of them is probably going to dip out and take a look at this replay because unfortunately it's had a technical issue on our side for that run number 2.
But shout out to Assetto Corsa for having the automatic replay saving, because that does make it that at least we have something to watch for the judges. So they will watch, and we will get an answer as we take a close-up look at the gorgeous work that has gone into these cars here. And I gotta say, and I say it every time I see it, the Thwanawat's Silhouette S15, I just love it. It's just
definitely
so cool.
A crowd favorite. Yeah, people that love or hate that car, but I don't think anyone's gotten anything bad to say about Thunny the Honey.
Nope.
You guys can't see it, but we've been calling him that since round 5 because I think he knows his name's a little bit different. Actually, you know what? It's not that bad compared to
it's not that bad, actually.
But he's got a lot of vowels, a lot going on in his name. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to call him Thunny the Honey. He actually joined the server today with his name as Thunny the Honey, and it's hilarious. It's very, very funny for me. He seemed pretty stoked on his number 1 qualifying yesterday. So if you're not pulling for Thunny and everything that he's doing in terms of his esports drifting career, absolutely you should jump on board, be a fan of Thunawat Wangfuishin and everything he's got going. Not to take anything away from Oliver as well. Team Ascent, they've been doing excellent this year. Huge improvement. Probably the most improved group.
They're all doing great this season, honestly.
And his teammates, Team Ascent 2, Edgar Rojas, Deshaun Hack, and Jaden Cathcart, pretty much they were running away with the team's championship, but JX team is doing the absolute best to catch them up right now. So Team Ascent in number 1 with the team standings, because we do have Devin let us know. We have 3 different championships this season for ESDA, and the teams is one of them. JX team has 384, with Team Ascent 2 having 416. That gap was a lot bigger before the start of round 5. So JX team slowly closing the gap. JX team 1 being Ahmed Al-Harbi, Abdulrahman El-Shetwi, and Mustafa Amin. So unfortunately, Mustafa's going to be the only one carrying the torch here. I think we might have a call. Someone just dipped the server.
We do have a call here, and as Brady said, we have to make sure he seems more classy. So he walked over to us in a tuxedo and handed me some parchment with the call on it this time. As we do have a call. Let's see what it is here. We're going to slide him left for Thwanwat. We're going to slide him right for Oliver Eppinger. And let's see. Is Thwanwat going to have a perfect weekend? Is Oliver Eppinger going to have a huge upset? Let's see here. As Dai goes for Thwanwat, Brady goes for Thwanwat, and not Doug, but Nathan Rudder is going for Thwanwat Wangfuasin. A unanimous decision moving on. I think Thwanwat's on a run today. I'm just saying. I know it's early. I know it's the first battle, but I'm saying it now.
I mean, that's not a unfair assumption, Joe. A lot of times, especially when you're not used to qualifying that high and you're coming in. I know he came in chat basically immediately just said, "How the F did I do that?" So now he's got the first battle jitters out of the way. It was a tough one against Oliver. Oliver, considering 2 hours ago wasn't driving today in ESDA, had to come back and mentally reset and get ready for that. So great job from Oliver. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but Thwanwat Wangfuasin, I think, is going to use that momentum now to carry through the bracket, but he's got to beat the winner of this battle, and boy, it's going to be a doozy regardless who gets the W. Mikhail Mordvinov, we know a person that can make very, very deep runs, very momentum-based driver, going to be going up against Darren Baker. Darren Baker, a guy we haven't seen in competition in 2 runs. He's a former ESDA winner. He's looking to get back on the top step of the podium today.
Super excited to see this. Both drivers really in it to win it again. Both drivers, I think, have... And not just these two, everyone here in this bracket has the potential to go to that final battle, because everyone, just watching qualifying yesterday, the low score wasn't that high, but again, no one zeroed out, and here we go.
Darren Baker in the lead, Mikhail Mordvinov in the chase here. The second run of your Next Level Racing Group number 1 here, ESDA round number 5, a little bit shallow from Mikhail Mordvinov. It gets to that outer zone. Darren kind of adjusting in chase. Oh, we got one tire off onto the red zone where you are allowed to do in the chase position. A little bit shallow on the angle from Darren, but he's going to put on the proximity here, going through the wall into the last left-hander. Mordvinov using all the racetrack. Darren have to go in just a little bit shallow, but he's using that line to put all the pressure on the door of the Ukrainian Mikhail Mordvinov.
And I think I saw Darren Baker there slip up to Mordvinov so smoothly that Mordvinov got bumped into a different angle, and they just continued on like nothing happened. I think overall Mordvinov came out of the gate swinging, but Darren Baker finally zeroed in how he needed to run. As soon as they got to outside zone 3, it looked to me like they were on. Both of those spoilers were hanging over that wall. Yes, you see he drops a tire and then sucks right on up, and after that he was on Mikhail's door like glue. I'm impressed by this. Into this last inside zone, watch this. Really pushing him across the line. That was really impressive in the chase, but Mikhail Mordvinov, I don't want to say it was an unremarkable lead, but in the way that I didn't see any major mistakes at all. So I think overall both drivers are a little bit even going into this second battle.
A lot of times, Joe, no news is good news. Yep. If anyone can pull this out of the bag, it's Darren Baker. Driven with him before, XE Rousey, former champion. No stranger to being able to adjust, but he's got to get through the powerhouse. It is Mikhail Mordvinov, run number 2.
And that is for sure as Darren Baker leads Mikhail Mordvinov into that first outside zone. It's crazy how much bigger that R35 looks as they go in here. Darren Baker not dropping a tire, neither is Mordvinov, does not need that extra proximity coming into the wall. And I think Darren Baker's opening up a slight gap, and we'll see what happens as they come into this last corner. Mikhail Mordvinov taking a little bit of angle off, trying to catch up. Overall, I think Darren Baker might have actually had a faster car over those 2 runs.
Yeah, my man had the boots on. He had those Sonic speed boots. He had no problem putting the right foot down and just getting into another area code as Darren Baker. He was fast in his GTR last season. He switched to the E46 this year. Hasn't super paid off for him yet. But I think this track might suit him because you can see the angle there, still nice angle, still pulling good angle. We've talked about it before where drivers open up a gap because they're killing a little bit of angle out of their run. The judges are watching out for that. But Joe, I know I don't have my good eyes today, but it looked like he was able to keep that angle and able to pull away.
Yes, as we do have a very quick call-in, and I would like to expand on that later after we do the call, as not to spoil said call here. But both drivers really, again, coming out of the gate swinging. That was a great battle. So we're going to slide them left for Mikhail Mordvinov. We're going to slide them right for Darren Baker. We're going to keep them in the middle for an OMT. And let's see what happens here. As Dye votes for Darren Baker, Brady goes for Darren Baker, and Nathan posing as Doug goes for Darren Baker as well. Unanimous decision. Darren Baker, I think, again, as soon as he zoned in that outside zone 3, his lead was amazing afterwards. He just really figured out the track. It seems like Darren Baker versus Thwanwat battle in the next round, top 16 is going to be amazing, Keenan.
Yeah, going to be super strong. I know Thunawat's been strong, qualified number 1. Obviously, Darren only gets better when he goes farther in the tournament, so going to be a super, super good battle. But to get there, we still have plenty more left in our group number 1, presented by Next Level Racing. Vidas Sapala in the IRTA Esports Mercedes.
Gorgeous
really stoked
car.
to see this car go. Kawain Ebank's going to be chasing in the R34, the Team Ascent R34. Heck of a grid we have right now. 2 beautiful cars, all yellow on the grid. Team Banana, as we get ready to send them down of our 3rd of 4 top 32 battles in our group number 1.
2 unicorns of a car up against each other. Personally, I'm always cheering for the person who's showing up in the only, with the only of that car there. So I'm cheering for both these guys now.
Oh man, 4 doors for more friends. I'm a little bit more biased to Vidas, but let's see what he can do here. Vidas Zapata in the lead for IRTA Esports. Getting a little aggressive in the chase was Kawain. Going to have to back off a little bit and give him some room, and almost a tire off into the dirt from Vidas Zapala. Rocky start for both these guys. A little bit angle kill from that Mercedes in the lead position, but gets right back on the power. Nice and smooth, that long wheelbase machine in the lead, but right to the door is Kawain Ebanks. Not afraid to put pressure on that big German boat that is that Mercedes C-Class.
I may be making an assumption, but seeing in chat they call Kawain taps, and I think we might have seen it in that chase as he was tapping that door the whole run. Even though it is only a 2-door, Keenan, remember, it's a Mercedes. It's huge.
Oh,
It's a coupe.
I looked 3 times to see if I saw a second door and went, just go for 4 doors and you'll be wrong later.
4-door. It's okay, but Vidas Sapala, this is the first time I think I've seen them in top 32, and that was a very, very calm, cool, collected lead run for a first tournament appearance in a tournament like this. But it seems like Kawain Ebanks looking confident. I've seen him drive in comps before, and I think this one, I've never seen him drive that confident out of the gate in the chase.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a little nervous yesterday. I remember hearing he was kind of biting his nails. He wasn't sure if he was going to make the 32, but now that he's in here, I got to imagine he's mentally reset. He's nice and calm now. He's got to be able to grab a breath and move into the second run. Vidas Sapala now going to be chasing. It looked like that Mercedes might be a bit quicker, so I'm not sure.
I think that Mercedes is a very fast car, but that R34 is no slouch, especially as he piles on the angle. It just seems like at least that car doesn't slow down as much at angle, but it might not be as fast in a straight line. And let's find out if my assumptions are correct. As Kawain Ebanks throws it in, and Vidas Sapala putting it in the chase, really fighting to put that Mercedes right up on the door of that R34, but it seems like Kawain's opening up a slight gap and putting a little bit more angle on the car over the course of the run as well, as Vidas Sapala is finally sucking up to that R34's door through this last corner, washing out maybe just the littlest bit and pushing him across the line. There we go. Battle of the 2 yellow unicorns. What do we think, Keenan?
I mean, that second one really kind of put my thinking cap on as we take a quick replay. We look at run number 2. Big angle from Kawain in the lead position, but Vidas having to really sacrifice to be able to keep up with him. He did grab a little bit of that red no-go zone, the shadow realm. He's allowed to do that, but not feeling that that second to last outer zone, but he ended up getting there. I said that Mercedes looked fast, but honestly, all the speed looked to be in the palm of Kawain's hand. Just watch him just kind of. They start off nice and close. This Vidas has to back off a little bit because he entered a little bit more shallow, but as soon as it gets to the faster part of the course, he just says, "Thank you, sir. I will see you later." And that gap just opens up. Vidas keeps it as close as he can, but he had to sacrifice a ton to be able to stay there.
And we'll see if the judges view that as more egregious than the little tiny bit of space that Kawain Ebanks also left on his chase run. I think lead for lead, the drivers were pretty even. Again, lots of unremarkably perfect lead runs. Like there's no major mistakes to really point out to ding either of them there. So I'd call them pretty even on that. But I think overall, maybe Kawain was a little bit closer over the course of that chase.
Yeah, I mean, consistent chases are normally rewarded in ESD. Unfortunately, we do not have a replay for run number 1, but the consistent chase is normally what you're looking for. You don't want to be able to have to gain and catch, drop back, gain and drop back, gain and drop back. So really interesting to see how this is going to play out. I do think it's leaning more one way for me personally, Joe, than the other, just due to consistency. But we'll see if the judges also reward that as well.
I'm sure the judges are watching with a close eye as they... I'm pretty sure. Sometimes you gotta wear your friends' names on your car.
Listen, if anybody from Falcon Tire is watching, this has nothing to do with you. I want to save... for legal reasons, this is a joke. just in case. I don't want to get us in trouble, but
Don't worry about it. But you can tell someone's your real good friend when you have that kind of support for them.
Literally all of Ascent's cars just have in-jokes about how much they hate each other on them, and I love that for them.
I gotta support that on some level. That's good team camaraderie right there. As we get a good look at this Mercedes, as well as the judges are popping out to watch a replay of run 1 to make sure that they are all on the same page and confident in their call completely.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, technical issues on run number 1. Usually, we sometimes get a little bit of a rocky start here, so just stay tuned, stay with us. But another thing about this car is, if it looks familiar, you may have seen a similar car in the Drift Masters European Championship. IRTA Esports represented over, or Team IRTA represented over there, and love to see a lot of real life drift teams get involved in the esports scene, whether that's with ESDA and or beyond. It's super, especially out of Europe. Really cool to see those guys coming out here and supporting the world of sim drifting. We're here. We're not going anywhere. So step up or step aside, I guess. That's what I'm getting at. But I saw that we had a thing in media chat. Went, oh, cool, there's a winner. And then Brady just said hold in all caps. So,
yeah, that's about right. He's looking so fancy today. I haven't seen him count on his fingers once.
No, he's wearing a bow tie too.
I know. He said I can't bully him for acting like an idiot the whole stream, so I'm trying my best.
He didn't say I couldn't do that.
Oh my gosh. Again, pro esports commentation right here.
Commentation? Yeah,
commentation. That's a word. I word's good. As we're still waiting for this call. But just looking at, we only have 2 drivers in our top 16 so far, but it really seems like they are heaters. I can't even imagine what the next 3 groups are going to be like. If this is a top 32 battle for this close already, it's going to be amazing.
Very stoked for that, as this is our EU server. A lot of the Europeans in this first group. Vitus Apollo driving out of Lithuania. Coane Ebanks driving, I believe, out of the United States, representing Jamaica. Not sure if that's just his heritage or if he's just being funny because haha Jamaica, but he's been doing it for forever, so I'm not going to question him on it, even though I just did. Another team that needs some good points is IRTA Esports in the team championship. IRTA Esports, Team 1, Ernesto Jacobellas, Ostreka, and Martinez Ostreka. IRTA Esports 2, 16th, but only with the 2 members of Vitus and Vicaris. So a good day for Vitus Apollo here. We'll rocket him up in that team's championship. It is pretty close, near the bottom or near the middle of the board. Checking points as well. If you're not in the top 32 this year, you're not going to retain your championship, and Vitus Apollo is currently not in the top 32, so a win for him here would help him secure his ESDA 2023 pro license. When a Coane Ebanks, I'm pretty sure he's having a decent season, or I could be stupid. He's 13th in points. He's doing great. He's not confirmed for next year, but he's pretty. Yeah, no. He's already locked in for next year, retaining his pro license. So still, they're safe. But the winner, Vitus, is going for more than just the bracket run here right now, I think.
And we do have a call here. So we're going to slide him left for Vitus Apollo, slide him right for Coane Ebanks. Keep him in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what our judges are saying here. As we have 1 for an OMT, 2, and a unanimous OMT, which is great. So we will get to see an amazing second battle out of these 2 yellow cars here, Keenan.
And Nico Bellic from Grand Theft Auto 4 is so stoked to see these 2 yellow cars go back at it again. That's a joke for me. But Vitus Apollo going to be leading once again in the IRTA Esports machine. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen it one more time before, forget what you know, forget what you saw. We're going to reset it and do it all over again. Vitus Apollo, Coane Ebanks going one more time in this top 32 battle in our next level racing group number 1. Vitus in the lead in the Mercedes C-Class, Coane in the chase in the Nissan R34. He's kind of that wacky entry once again, but big straightening moment from Vitus. Can he keep it straight? He keeps it from straightening up completely. I was thinking it was ghost contact there, Joe. We'll have to take a look at the replay. We can get it. But right onto the door now is Coane Ebanks trying to salvage what he can of this run. I think both these drivers at this point, Joe, are probably assuming they're sitting on some sort of deficit, but the pressure from Coane Ebanks going over the Traxion finish line.
Oh, man, my heart skipped a beat there. I could not tell you what really happened from the camera angle I was watching from, at least, just because I like to watch pretty cameras. But look here. So far, no contact. There was definitely a bump there. There was definitely a bump there. But then the question is, it is a slight decel zone, and the question is, how slight is slight? And I think that maybe that Mercedes was going too slow. We'll see.
It's going to come down to the judge's call. I'm probably going to have to look at this replay more than once.
Yes.
When we get into the second run, but like you said, Joe, it is a slight decel zone there. The initial, like when you're driving this track, the initial thought process is I'm doing an entry. I need to get on power. If you're full throttle with no sort of left foot brake out of the entry, you're going off course. It's so easy to overshoot there, and that's what I thought we were going to see from Vitus.
Yes.
It was drop a tire off, but as soon as he looked like he was dropping a tire off, is when he got hit. So we'll call it a theory that he may have slowed down a little bit much, might hold some weight, but we'll have to see what happens here in run number 2. Might not even matter because there's still half a battle left here to go.
Yeah, we'll see, but just that amount of angle generally will mean your car is slowing down pretty fast. But let's see if Quain Ebanks lets the nerves get to him now in the lead. I think if he holds together a run here, he'll be good to go, as Vitus Sapala is playing it very safe through that first corner as they transition again, leaving some daylight between the two cars, as Vitus is now sucking right up through outside zone number 3, transition into this final corner. Both cars, good angle, great proximity across the line. I think that it's all going to come down to that first quarter, Keenan. I think everything else is so close. It's completely how the judges are going to view that first corner thing. And let's take a look at the replay here. That first corner, it's really a question. In drifting, at least when I'm judging, and I'll let you guys in on a little judge in secret here, I like to watch contact like that from a static camera above. It lets you see how fast the cars are moving. It also lets you see how fast they're moving in relation to each other. So you can really see, did one driver slow down, the other driver not? Did both drivers slow down and one did it more? It really lets you in on that, and that's what the judges are going to be looking at here, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we've said this multiple times this season, but this might be one of the toughest contact calls I think I've seen in recent memory. It's tough, man, because there is a slight slowdown, a decel zone there, but nothing super major. And I'm curious as to whether it has anything to do with the fact that it looked like Vitus may have been going wide there a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell from the track cameras, but watching it from the bumper camera, it obviously we'll never know because the contact had happened. But great job for Vitus to keeping that car sideways. It's very hard when you get hit in the front end.
Big angle.
I think he was good. I think he was on course there. I think he was just using all of it. But
I don't know. I would need to see that one more time. I kind of think he had too much angle, and that slowed him down a little bit, because Quain looks like he was on the same run he did in his lead as well. And Vitus looks like he threw it in, and look, he was even taking angle out as he was going through that outside zone.
That is big angle. That is right. So
that's what I'm looking at least.
Judge is going to take a look at this. Again, we're not judges here. We have I think we have a little bit of judging experience and driving experience between the two of us, so we kind of know what we're talking about, but not really.
We're dangerously informed. I think that's the right way. We know just enough to make weird assumptions that are like 90% wrong.
Listen, pal, I've read a Facebook article. I know what I'm talking about, okay?
Crazy. And as Chad does point out, big shout out to our judges today again. Harold McKinney, a judge formerly known as Brady, and Nathan Rudder, having to make really big and very hard calls like this. And this is an OMT call as well, which is really frustrating because as a judge, you're already watching the second battle.
Yep.
And even though you're not supposed to think about that, you always know it's in the back of your head. So I feel for the judges today trying to put all that aside and really objectively call things like an accident like that or 2 runs. But at least the drivers gave them something to judge as opposed to 2 perfect runs where then we just go straight to an OMT.
They had a hard day at Mugello last round, Joe. It looks like they're going to have another tough one again. Again, that it's all going to come down to that contact, and it's going to come down to, I think, difference of opinion. It's really, really, you can make the argument that you think that Mercedes was over angling. You can make the argument that Quain was a little bit shallow and charging in a bit too hard. I think there's definitely an argument for some shared fault there as well. So it's really going to come down to what the judges view. Unfortunately, that second run I don't think was big enough to sway the needle in either direction either. So it really is going to come down to run one, turn one. And those are the hardest. As you see Dai backing out of the server, going to go check the telemetry.
Yes. I was about to say another really nice part of judging the sim drifting is you can watch driver inputs as well, and that would really give you a great idea. Did Kawain throw it in with no brake, and then as soon as he saw the car was coming at him, slam on the brakes? Did Vitus throw it in and was fighting it the whole way and about to take angle out when Kawain hit him? All of these things are possibilities. You know what, Ken? We live in a world where there are all types of possibilities.
I was checking the weather. I was wondering why it was so hot in my room. It is almost 30 degrees Celsius here, and it's September. What is going on?
You're just...
The global is warming, man. I don't like it here.
I don't like it.
But again, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out. We are just getting started here with our ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park, New Zealand. Top 32 main action. This is only your group number 1. There's still so much more drifting left to go. If you like competitive drifting, this is TraxionGG is your home for competitive esports drifting for the Esports Drift Association. So drop a follow. We'll see you back here in about 2 to 3 weeks time.
Yes.
For September 30th, October 1st will be round number 6. I know it's on the same weekend as the Drift Masters finale, but make some time for both. Get some Red Bulls. Get yourself awake. Get your eyeballs on fire, and watch some the best drifting that you can see. Not just in the real life, but brought to you by our sponsors as well. Next Level Racing, Mazda, Big Duck Club, 3D Wrap, Traxion, VDC, and all of our partners as well. You can see them on that podium board. A lot of series partnering up with ESDA. We are not the only game in town, ladies and gentlemen. We all eat at the same table. So awesome to see a lot of those series, especially out in Japan,
for sure.
and in Indonesia and that region as well. All the Asian series are doing really well right now as well. So super cool to work with them.
It overall is just what's the word? A growing tide rises all the boats, not just the lowest. So shout out to everybody for this, and it's amazing. As I am hearing word, we're getting a call here.
We do have a call, ladies and gentlemen.
And I have to say that they definitely made a decision based on that contact, for sure.
They did their homework for sure. Joe, take it away.
I will take it away. So we're going to slide them left for Vitus Sapala, slide them right for Quain Ebiggs. And again, keep them in the middle for a second OMT. 1, 2, and a unanimous decision for Quain Ebanks. Really just, again, it seems that Vitus Sapala was throwing a little bit too much angle into that first outside zone, and Quain Ebanks had nowhere to go. But we're going to move quickly on to our next battle here. We got Daniel Andrejev up against Ryan Aldina. Super happy to see this battle. Gotta say, both drivers are really, really just slaying lately. So driver on driver action, S15 on S15 action. Super excited.
Yeah, Ryan Aldina representing JX Team, some of the best looking cars on the grid. Them and Ascent on a constant battle of who's got the prettier cars. But Daniel Andrejev representing Joe Team Zen.
Actually, I think that is a typo. I think he's on IRT, or it's a different one. I don't know.
I just knew he was a Car X guy, so I saw Zen and I was like, oh, hey, you know that guy. That's you.
He came to Car X, we thought, from Assetto.
Oh, okay. So, well, I don't know what the heck I'm talking
I claim
about
no ownership here, but no, Daniel Andrejev, super great guy. Worked with him in a couple different series across a couple different games, and I gotta say nothing but positive things about both him and his driving. Same thing with Ryan Aldina. Super excited to see him, and let's go.
Andrejev in the lead in the IRT Ollie Bet S15 JX Machine in chase of Ryan Aldina. Rayon kind of falling apart here in the chase in the early parts of the run. Andrejev, no stranger to good lead runs, qualified very well the past couple of rounds. Needed a bit more angle there, pulled at the end of the zone, but Rayon Aldina just kind of nowhere right now in the chase. It's got that proximity there at the end, Joe, but I don't know if it's just me being harsh, but the first half of that run was not very good at all.
But I think we've been seeing that overall every single battle. It takes them getting to that outside zone 3, and then both drivers are just locked in. And that's a big part of competition drifting. These guys have been sitting there now for almost an hour waiting for their run. So you know that first corner's got to feel weird on some level. You're in your head about it. You're visualizing that corner over and over again. And then you're also trying to do it as close to another car as possible who is also playing that same mental game. So yeah, takes them 2 transitions, and then by zone 3, they're ripping. So I don't think that it's going to be a big negative for either driver at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long wait too. You mentioned that a little bit. 2 rough calls there to start. You know, Thunawat's battle going OMT with Oliver, and then obviously the last battle with Kawain and Vitus Sapala going OMT as well with that big tough judging call. So these guys been sitting, waiting. They're antsy. They're anxious.
They're ready to go.
One of the hardest parts of competitive drifting compared to any other motorsport is how much pressure these drivers feel and put on themselves. You don't get 5 laps. You don't get 10 laps. You get 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start that second one. Andrejev in the chase.
We go. Daniel Andrejev in the chase. Ryan Aldina in the lead. Big angle. There we go. And Daniel Andrejev really pushing up to Ryan Aldina, who has a lot of angle into that first inside clip. A little bit slow in the transition, Daniel Andrejev is, as they go into outside zone 3, putting their bumpers right on the wall. Spoilers over the wall.
Whoa!
All right, here we go. Let's see. Uh-oh. Daniel Andrejev watching out into that inside clip. I think maybe Ryan Aldina might have put on the afterburners, and that might have thrown Daniel Andrejev off a little bit.
All right, bottom right of your screen, take a look at the replay there. For the second run, super good job from the start. Nice proximity from Andrejev. Almost dropped a tire onto the dirt there, Joe, but did his best job to not do that. Kind of messed up his line just a little bit, but great recovery. Maybe didn't match the angle of Aldina. Aldina, just a rocket ship, like you said. Transition right across the bumper of Andrejev. Super cool to watch. Going a little bit wide there on that last inner clip. So I think a little bit to talk about from both drivers, both of those S15s. Again, the blue one being Daniel Andrejev, and the one with the pink, the blue and yellow one, sorry, being Daniel Andrejev, and the more pink and white one being Ryan Aldina from JX Team. 2 gorgeous cars. I'm gotta say, Ryan's probably my favorite livery on the grid.
That's a fair opinion. I think you can keep that opinion as much as you want, as our judges are definitely.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'll allow your opinion today, Keenan. Okay? Let's just get that straight.
What a kind gentleman. What a guy.
But anyway, I think that, yeah, both drivers gave the judges a couple of small mistakes, but they were different mistakes in different spots of the track. So now it's up to the judges to really think what's worth what's even, as both drivers are hard parking now. Gorgeous. Love a good hard park.
Stanced up, squatted, suited and booted.
Always good to see. And I gotta say, I love liveries in Assetto. You just don't get that level in a lot of other racing games, and it's just lovely.
Yeah, again, shout out to all of our livery designers. I always give a plug to the livery plug, but there's so many more super talented people that keep these cars looking gorgeous and giving food for your eyeballs at home. But Ryan Aldina, again, that JX team, all those cars looking fantastic. Daniel Andrejev driving out of Lithuania. It's Lithuania versus Jordan right now to see who moves on in the competition. It's a super tough first group. If you want to follow Andrejev on any of their socials, there it is. But I thought we had a winner. I think they're just he just went, I want to be on this side.
No, I'm on this side now.
Yeah, I think I see where this is going already. But
yeah, we're gonna have the fun time.
Another tough call for the judges. Again, our judges just making sure they want to make the right call, taking a little bit of extra deliberation. That is the mood as we just heard from Nico Stalia, or the Wonder Kid, qualified super well, unfortunately missed the driver's meeting due to a clerical error. I don't know how else to put it. Just thought it was an hour later than it actually was. So unfortunately, Nico Stalia not making competition due to not knowing how a clock works. That's
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, it happens to me every morning.
We do have a call now, so we can see who will move on to battle Queen E-Biggs. Again, this is our last top 32 battle in group number 1. So we're gonna slide him left for Daniel Andrejev, slide him right for Ryan Aldina. Keep them in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what our judges say. 1 OMT, 1 for Daniel Andrejev, Let's see what happens here. 2 for Daniel Andrejev, taking a split decision, moving on to battle Kawain Ebags in the top 16 here. But first, we're going to have 2 drivers who really were on a heater earlier. We got Thwanawat Wongfuwisen, our number 1 seed, up against Darren Baker.
Yeah, so this is going to be a heater. I've been looking forward to this since this battle kind of played itself out. Darren Baker, XE Rousey as he's known, absolute veteran when it comes to ESDA, has probably some of the most ESDA track time than any driver out here, if not more. Thwanawat Wongfuwisen, no stranger to competition over in the Asian region, but finally driving over here in more North American competition. Awesome to see him out here. And going in with your number 1 qualifier, Joe, that's got to be, he said we're putting pressure on him, but I think now the pressure's off, the gloves are off. Rock Lee has taken the training weights off. He's got that win under his belt. The only way he can go is forward. Unfortunately, he's got an absolute monster in a driver of Darren Baker.
I think both of these drivers are in it to win it today. I'm super excited to see this battle, especially after watching both of their battles individually. Both drivers today are driving super aggressively in both the lead and the chase. They're not afraid of a little bit of rubbing, which I know, at least for me in drifting, I think is pretty cool and definitely makes for an amazing battle. As here we go, I think Darren Baker is finally all reset, ready to go, rolling up to the line. Thwanawat rolling back a little bit. They're playing a game of who can roll back a little bit more.
Man, this is, you know what? Makes it, I'm scared I'm like, Funny is very, very cool right now. He came in with the funny name. He rolled back for Darren just to be funny, haha. If a driver this calm, this comfortable, I'd be a little nervous if I was Darren. But, you know, Darren's super strong. Like I said, probably some of the most track time of any other driver out here, one of the most experienced of any other driver out here in terms of ESDA competition. So we'll be able to see whether a momentum or experience pays off here in our first top 16 battle of the Next Level Racing Group number 1. Thwanawat Wongfuwisen driving out of Thailand in the lead. Darren Baker driving out of Ireland in the chase. Big angle from Thwanawat to start off the battle. He is throwing all of it at the wall. Darren faced a little bit in the chase. He's straightened out. A little bit of a correction there from Darren Baker. Thwanawat with the contact being made on transition. What is going on here in your top 16 battle? Thwanawat Wongfuwisen with the lead run of the century right now. Darren Baker tire drop on the inside of the course. Darren Baker Thwanawat saying, hey, this is what I've got for you, and Darren Baker getting a little bit phased in the chase there.
That was, let's see, I need to watch the replay again, just how aggressive that was. It looked like Thwanawat might have taken a little bit of angle out after his first initiation that might have thrown Darren Baker out a lot more. Maybe a small mistake out of Thwanawat causing a big mistake out of Darren Baker, but we'll have to see. Jeez, what a battle. Both drivers, again, they are driving 10 out of 10 for the entire run, even from the initiation. And now I think that Darren Baker has his number. I think we're about to see as close to a backward entry as Darren Baker can pull off and not zero in competition right now. Call me crazy, but I think that's the only thing that he can really do to really throw off Thwanawat at this point in time. Because, man, yeah, as you're saying, Larry, Thunny the Honey, he's coming in. He dripped on in here like honey out of that little bear bottle, you know? He's ready to go.
Yeah, my man, I got nothing for that, Joe. You got me.
I'm in it to win it today, Keenan.
I tried to make a Winnie the Pooh joke, but I couldn't figure it out in time. We'll get there anyway. Darren Baker in the lead. Thwanawat Wongfuwisen in the chase. Run number 2. Who's going to move on? We'll find out right now.
A little bit slow to angle for Darren Baker, but big angle once he gets there, as Thwanawat is slowly working his way up to that E46's door. Okay, and here is the wall where all the drivers tend to really settle in. Will Thwanawat get through this last corner without any contact? It seems like he did, and across the line.
God damn.
But I gotta say, his chase wasn't as impressive as his lead.
No, definitely not.
The turnaround was very nice, though, from both drivers, I gotta say.
Definitely
That's
not.
a pro.
When we get a look at the replay run number 2 here, take a look at the replay number 2. Thwanawat is driving really smart right now. If he ends up moving on from this battle, again, I would be very scared if you're going up against Thwanawat. I don't know what he's figured out this weekend, but not as exciting as his lead run, Joe, for sure. But he's very. Look how smart he is in choosing his zones and choosing when to go a little bit shallow. He's still getting all of those zones, but just taking out a little bit of zone, a little bit of deepness in those outer zones. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have a judging call.
We do have a call, and I think they worked out again. It's always that run one, corner one shenanigans for all of these battles. So we're going to slide him left for Thanawat Wangfuasin. We're going to slide him right for Darren Baker in the middle for an OMT. And let's see who moves on to our top 8 here in group number 1. 1 for Thanawat, 2 for Thanawat, and a unanimous decision for Thanawat Wangfuasin going up to the top 8. And who will he go against? It's either going to be Kawain Ebanks or Ryan Aldina.
So Thanawat Wangfuasin taking his number 1 qualifier all the way to the final of your next level racing group number 1.
I'm incorrect. It was Daniel Andrejev who won that last battle and is going to go up against Kawain Ebanks, if I am not mistaken.
Yes. So that'll be Kawain chasing first. You'd be in your number 25 qualifier with Daniel Andrejev, your number 8 qualifier, going to be leading first. Excellent job from Thanawat Wangfuasin. I almost want to say upset, but this man's been a champion all over the world, so we can't take that away from him. But taking down the powerhouse that is Darren Baker. Hopefully we get to see Darren back in 2 or so weeks at the end of the month, September 30th and October 1st, ESDA round number 6. From where? You'll have to stay tuned and find out. Do you guys like the track you're watching right now? You can download it after the event has concluded at vosen.co. Again, Vosen supporting our track guides, our what do you call it? Our course preview. There we go. And hosting all of our tracks for the whole season. You can download any ESJ track once the round has completed from vosen.co. Thank you, Vosen, for supporting ESDA. Always nice to see them in chat as well.
As we are waiting for drivers to line up, and just a correction to make sure we're on the same page again. Daniel Andrejev leads. Kawain Ebanks' Daniel is 9 seed. I'm just making sure we're all on the same page. Shooting off a message on my beeper. I got one of the Motorola beepers this year, Keenan. I gotta tell you what, it's amazing.
I want you to come a little closer so I can put your number in my Motorola.
Yeah.
That's a reference for me.
I'm spelling words wrong. Brady's caps lock is stuck on. We're ready for run number 1 here.
I'm flying to insert where Brady lives here and super gluing his caps lock down. This joke is great. I hope he rides it out for the rest of the day. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lead driver okay. Really smart from Kawain. So I'm not sure if they hit a cone there or something, ladies and gentlemen, but there's something unique, I believe unique, to ESJ. There's a restart marker. So if you feel, especially as a chase car, if you feel you didn't get the best run, you didn't get the best jump out of the gate, you can, as long as you show intent of stopping for the first blue line, you are able to get that reset. So Kawain opting, saying, hey, I didn't get a jump, I'm not happy with that jump, or maybe, made contact with a cone or whatever, but saying, hey, I've got that in my pocket, I'm going to use it. Actually, you know what, Joe? You think he's a little bit farther back than he was before, so maybe
he definitely is.
Maybe it was down to the jump. Let's see what he can do here. Again, the chase car can leave whenever he wants. Kawain jumping a little bit early there. Looks like it's going to pay off for him, though, so try that again. Daniel Andrejev in the lead, Kawain Ebanks in the chase. Lithuania versus the USA/Jamaica. Really good job on the outside line from Daniel Andrejev, but no angle there from that Ollie bet machine. It's going to open the gap a little bit. Kawain going to have to close just a little bit. I think he's just kind of opting to say, this is my angle, but big angle going into there. I thought they were going to make contact. Maybe they still will make contact. The last part of the course, Joe, I think is your biggest slowdown zone. Even though it's not really a slowdown zone, but we're seeing drivers get super aggressive near the end of the course.
Yeah, that last corner is really where the drivers can settle in. And again, at the first corner, first battle, they're just kind of vibing each other out, seeing how aggressive are you going to drive, how aggressive are you going to slow down, how aggressive do you need to slow down to get to that inside clip. But then once they get to that third outside zone, they settle in and go ham for the judges into this last corner. And Kawain Ebanks, again, always been a smart driver. I think I've seen him call a restart more often than any other driver, and it's always benefited him. So I can't fault the man at all for the strategies he's employing today.
Yeah, it's a bit different. I'm used to just starting on the line personally, but it's making a lot more sense the more you watch it. You get to jump a little bit, and if you're starting right next to the person, you're gonna have to look out of your window, and it just kind of gives you more of a visual reference. Some drivers opting to enter. Some drivers opting to enter behind the lead car, some of them opting to enter on the door. I think this is a track where you could probably get away with either. So Andrejev, it looks like going for the same sort of start as we go into run number 2 here. Again, you're the winner of this battle. You're going to battle Thanawat Wangfuasin in the final of group number 1 by Next Level Racing.
Here we go, and it seems like we do not have a restart as that R34 squats and goes into that first outside zone. And Daniel Andrejev keeping very good proximity actually through the first outside zone. A little bit slow in the transition, but keeping a very good. Oh! That might be the mistake that Quain Ebanks really needed to secure a win here as Daniel Andrejev almost straight and going into outside zone number 3, but making up for it with amazing proximity over the line. I gotta say, I think that might be the deciding factor here. I think we might have Quain Ebanks moving on to top 8, which dare I say it, is the highest he's ever gone so far in ESDA.
For this season, for sure, at least, you know, that the Uros kit, the Uros GT R34, big R34 guy, for those who know a little bit about my history, but awesome to see them still being represented in competition today. I remember when they used to be overpowered and people said that they should be banned. Good times. That was Forza 4 days.
Well, we do have a quick call. It seems like the judges, now that they figured out, once we figured out, like, what does this mean? What does that mean? The judges are really dialed in on their calls now. So we're going to slide him left for Quain Ebanks, slide him right for Daniel Andrejev. Nawanawat just driving so hard. He's ready to rip already in this judgment. But here we go. We're going to slide him left for Quain Ebanks, slide him right for Daniel Andrejev. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. Judges coming in quick with their call here. We got 1, 2, and 3 for Quain Ebanks. Unanimous decision going on the top 8. Ooh, this is going to be a good battle. Keenan Thewanawat Wongfusen leading Quain Ebanks. 2 very cool cars. Let's see what happens.
Only one can survive. It's going to be the Silhouette S15, the Liberty Walk S15, and Thunawat Wongfusen, Thunny the Honey, or will Quain Ebanks Taps Team Ascent R34 be moving on into your final, the first member of your final 4, and your winner of the Next Level Racing Group number 1. This is going to be a doozy. I think both their driving styles are going to mesh pretty well here. This is going to be super exciting battle. Again, I think that last one just came to the mistake from Daniel Andrejev in the chase, which is why that judging call came in so quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, the final battle of your group number 1. We got off to a slow start, but we're ready for a fast finish, just like me with at nighttime, we'll say, for the adults at home.
Reading your comic books before bed.
Yeah, reading my comic books under the covers with my nightlight.
Yeah. As dare I say, this battle is going to be ignorant, as both drivers have been driving today. IG''NT. They are going for it today, and let's see what happens. Here's the lights go out.
The lights go out, and away we go, but there's both these guys shining bright enough to keep this track lit. And it paid down. There it happens. Finally, Quain Ebanks getting so aggressive on his chase runs, Joe, in turn number 1, finally making contact with Thunawat Wongfusen, but both drivers stay in it. This run is not over. There is no 0 on the board. Thunawat Wongfusen said, if you're going to have to beat me, Quain, you're going to do it on the racetrack. But Quain Ebanks doing everything he can to try to force another mistake out of Thunawat Wongfusen. It is not going to happen. What a first corner.
What a first corner indeed. Thewanawat is a force to be reckoned with today, and I can't say I think he did anything wrong. I think Quain Ebanks let his nerves get a hold of him and just throw it in a little bit too hard. But other than that, it was a great run from Quain Ebanks, and Thewanawat just, again, another meteoric lead run, just amazing. But Quain Ebanks doing everything he can to try and force an error. I think all Thewanawat Wongfusen has to do now to get to the final 4 is just keep it on the track, keep it at angle, and don't hit that R34.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, right, going into the second run with an advantage would make it easy. However, we talked about pressure, we talked about mental game, we talked about anxieties on the line. When you know you have a huge advantage is exactly when you decide your brain decides, let's just do something really stupid.
Yep.
So it is not over yet. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again. Thunawat Wongfusen in the chase, all to play for, all or nothing. Is he going to be making his first ESDA Final 4, or will Quain Ebanks be playing spoiler?
And let's see here as Quain Ebanks takes the lead. Thewanawat Wongfusen in the chase, leaving a little bit of space, playing it as safe as he knows how to, and slowly working his way up through the corner to Quain's door. There we go. Nice transition from both drivers. Quain Ebanks putting down an amazing lead run, but unfortunately it may not be enough unless he can force Thewanawat to make an error, as nope. Thewanawat leaving again just a little bit of space and just maybe tapping that left rear corner pedal just across the line. Clean run, exactly what he needed to do to secure a win here, unfortunately for Quain Ebanks. But maybe the judges are seeing that maybe Thwanawat slowed down too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's never over until it's over, especially in the judges' eyes, Joe. But Kawain Ebanks doing everything he could in the lead position there to try and force an OMT. Watch just how we swang in it here. We talked about Ignant in a little bit, but especially the transition from Kawain into the last corner, just huge, right there, bang, right to angle. You know, that's what actually scored Thunawat, I think, his high qualifying score yesterday with stuff like that. So Kawain's learning a little bit, but unfortunately might be a little too late.
Yes, as we do have a call in, and we will see what happens here. What did the judges see? Who's at fault for that contact to move into the final slot here of our Group 1, Next Level Racing Group 1 here at ESDA. Let's see. So we'll slide him left for Wang Fu, and slide him right for Kawain Ebanks. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. I just want them both to go on, man. As 1 for Thwanawat, 2 for Thwanawat, securing it, and a unanimous decision for Thwanawat Wangfuasin, going on to that top 4. Love to see it. I'm super stoked to see him go this far. I gotta say, Group 1 was amazing. I cannot wait for the rest of this competition.
Yeah, hot start from group number 1, but Thunawat Wangfuasin, your number 1 qualifier, is still in contention to try and make it a perfect weekend, but he still has to battle the other members of the final 4. Who are those members? Well, we're about to find out. Group number 2, presented by Mazda Racing, coming up next with Martina Sustrenka, Jaden Cathcart, Deshaun Hack, Ilya Storzev, Masashi Yoshida, Olivier Bled, Dylan Fink, and Daniel Miganov. Ladies and gentlemen, you think you've seen it all? You've seen nothing yet. ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park in New Zealand. We'll be back in just a moment. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it. Oh no! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, have you found your seats? Well, you're going to have to stand up once again. ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park in New Zealand. Group number 2, presented by Mazda Racing, is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, your number 1 qualifier, Thunderwat Wangfushin, winning group number 1 for Next Level Racing. And we're moving on into the final 4. My name is Keenan Kuz, and as always, joined in the booth by Joe Piero, Strix, Pulsar Tricks, and Hayden Rigsby. Joe, it started off slow, but it ended with fireworks. I think we're going to see exactly the same with the names we have in group number 2.
Oh, for sure. We have the likes of Martinez Ostreka, Jaden Cathcart, Deshaun Hack, Ilya Storajev, Masashi Yoshida, Olivier Blade, Dylan Fink, and Daniel Miganoff. They're all going to get judged by our 3 amazing celebrity judges, Harold McKinney, the judge formerly known as Brady, and Nathan Rudder. I gotta say, Keenan, just watching the guys warm up again, we were saying in the break, I'm buzzing after group 1, and watching them warm up for group 2, I can say nothing else as we are finally here. They shoved us in a box, Keenan. It was miserable, but in Italy, flew us all the way down here to New Zealand, and we find ourselves here at, I can't say, Teretonga? I don't have it in front of me.
Teretonga, T-E-R-E Tonga.
There it is, Teretonga, a very quick, a very committed track. This might be one of my favorite competitive drifting tracks I've seen in a very long time. I've never seen this one before, and I gotta say, Keenan, I'm super here for it.
Yeah, I mean, first time we've seen this in ESDA competition. It's proving to be a staple. I'm hoping you're coming back here next year. But Martinez Ostreka, Jaden Cathcart are going to be your first battle here in Mazda Racing Group number 2. Deshaun Hack, your second place in points, needs himself a good day. Is going to be going up against Ilya Storja. Masashi Yoshida out of Japan going to be going up against the Canadian Olivier Blais. And then Dylan Fink, XE Baggins, going up against Daniel Miganov. This is your Mazda Racing Group number 2.
Oh, I'm so excited, Keenan. Again, watching all of these drivers, Masashi Yoshida, is this the first time that we've seen him in competition? I think so.
Masashi, he does this cool thing of where he'll do really well in qualifying and then do the best to shoot himself in the foot within like the first 2 battles. I think he's won 1 or 2 battles. I don't think he's made it out of the 16, but this is your updated point situation. You see Thanawat Wangfuishin with the green box because he's still active in competition, but everybody else from that group number 1 has been moved around. Again, we talk about Deshaun Hack. We haven't seen his championship competition of Alexander Element. I believe he'll be in group number 3 if my estimate is correct. But Deshaun is really the only person within direct fighting distance. Mustafa Amin is right behind him as well, but Andrejev being knocked out early is not going to pay dividends for him in a late game championship hunt. Joe, we only have 2 rounds after we're done here today. So the top 5, top 8, top 10 making a shot run that championship are really going to have to get situated here if they want to make a run at Element and Hack.
And I gotta say, it doesn't feel like this is round 5 already. I really gotta say, we've been ripping through it. Super excited to see the drivers. And it's round 5, as we were talking again during the break. I know we say, oh, we talked during the break. We're feeling like Mother Hen over here, just all of these drivers doing so well. And if you would like to get to know the drivers a little bit better, we're having a pro bro down on Monday, Keenan. Did you know?
I will be there. I'm going to be your host. Hopefully we see some of your TraxionGG staff members there as well, or your ESDA staff members there as well. Come drive some street cars with the homies. You can go vote on the track in the Traxion Discord. You can also find more details there to be tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Would love to see you guys there and come out and drive with some of the pros. It's going to be a good time. But before we get there, we have to get here. Our first battle on deck here is going to be, I believe, Jaden Cathcart going against Martinez Ostreka, the IRTA Esports machine, going up against the Team Ascent driver of Jaden Cathcart.
I think that this will be an amazing battle. The 2 Ostreka brothers qualified right next to each other this round, actually 3rd and 4th, and both of them were very, very good runs, and they were like within a half a point of each other. So we got Martinez Ostreka and the IRTA Esports S14.5 up against Jaden Cathcart in that R35. Super excited to see this battle. 2 very aggressive drivers, and let's see if they can make it through the first corner.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden Cathcart in the chase, and leading is Martinez Ostreka. And Jaden, I guess, not getting the start he was looking for, so he's going to go with a restart here. Again, this is something you can do. Not a bad idea. Both drivers going to reset, get fresh tires. Just unfortunately not getting the jump he was looking for. Jaden going to do, I think, what his teammate did and kind of pull back a little bit. Oh yeah, Martinez was like, "Where's my chase car? Where?
Yeah,
oh, there
what's going on?
where he at? Go. Okay. Yeah. So here we go. Martinez and Jaden on fresh boots. Nothing has happened yet. That restart was allowed within the rules. And here we go. Jaden Cathcart in the lead, or the chase position. Sorry, Martinez Ostreka in the lead position. That IRTA S15, all Nissan battle. Aggressive to start from Jaden Cathcart, not giving Martinez any room to breathe on that initiation. Not giving him any room to breathe right now. Way too early from Jaden. You are allowed to drop tires in that zone as a chase, but that is a little bit. Great job for Jaden not to hit that wall. It was super close, just kind of offline right now. Unfortunately for him, Martinez Ostreka put down a solid and commanding lead run.
And we see that again and again out of the IRTA Esports guys. Their cars are so gripped up, and as soon as they can get to battles, they're going to be made in the shade, if you will. And Jaden Cathcart trying to keep up. And let's watch in this replay here a little bit early on the transition, popping out of that smoke wall and finding himself 2 tires in the red zone. And again, during the drivers meeting, the drivers were asking a lot of questions about chase and that no-go zone. And Dai was saying it's okay to drop 1 tire in there, but if you're going really deep in the chase, that means you probably transition too early, like we just saw what happened with Jaden. So Jaden now having to really put down an aggressive lead run, trying to force an error out of Martinez Ostreka, but it will really kind of almost be an unforced error because, let's be real, Martinez can just sit back now.
Yeah, I mean, he can kind of just chill, but, you know, anything's still possible. I don't think he can be that. We don't want to see an active chase. Martinez has also had issues with lag and had issues with stuff before where he's had battles that looked like were really going to go his way, and unfortunately they didn't. So it's not over yet. He still had one more battle, at least one more battle left to go, one more run left to go, sorry, between these two drivers, Martinez Ostreka, Jaden Cathcart. Teretonga Park looking like is the unknown third member of every battle today, Joe.
And I'm super excited to see it as these two take on the track one more time. Jaden Cathcart in the lead, big angle. Martinez Ostreka slowly making his way up to that door, dropping a tire into the red zone, which he's allowed to do, but not as much as Jaden did in the chase. Again, slow on the transitions. This is a super conservative chase run out of Martinez Ostreka, but I think it's going to play off as it was exactly what he needed to do. I suspect we'll be hearing very quickly from the judges because, unfortunately, despite such a great lead run, Jaden Cathcart is going to be stuck with his error from run one.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he got lost in the smoke. A lot of these guys aren't running. Oh yeah, he's already out of the server. He knows. I use smoke because I think it looks cool.
Yes.
But a lot of times, especially in practice, when I try to chase, I would just go, no, I'm going to transition here, and then you transition. You're like, oh crap, this is way too early. So it almost looks like he gets lost in the smoke there. But I know a lot of drivers just turn it off, so that doesn't happen.
I'm sure that the judges are just taking a look, double checking that Martinez didn't do anything funky to cause a weird transition out of Jaden.
Yeah. Jaden.
And call.
Yeah, Jaden already left the server. It's pretty obvious at this point then. Martinez Ostreka is going to be moving on into the top 16 of your Moza Racing Group number 2. Good job for that Urta Esports machine laying on the horn. We got to get him a cooler, make a funny horn. We need to get him the Godfather horn or something.
Yeah. Something along those lines. But up next, we got Deshaun Hack hoping to score again today up against Ilya Storjev in the chase in a gorgeous A80 Supra.
So this battle, big championship implications. The farther Deshaun goes and the less far Element goes in your group number 3, the closer this battle gets. So not to put pressure on Deshaun, he just walked in the front door and was able to qualify fairly well yesterday, qualifying, I believe, 13th overall. Yep. So great job for him, but he's got Storjev as a mountain to climb here. The farther he can go today, the better his championship hopes look for the last 2 rounds. It is not over yet. There's still so much that could happen, Joe, but this battle, very important for the championship fight.
Super excited to see it. I did not catch Ilya's qualifying runs yesterday, so I can't say for sure, but Deshaun Hack has been getting more and more on form as the season goes on. And his qualifying runs yesterday were very, very good, especially for just walking in with no warm-up. So I think we are ready to go.
Deshaun Hack in the lead, Team Ascent.
Might be having a technical difficulty.
Yeah, I'm seeing some, both their rear tires are moving and neither car is moving, so...
No, that's fine. Our start light might not be able to see one of our drivers. Who knows?
Oh, man, that hasn't happened in a long time. That used to be all last season. That was constant issues of nobody being able to see, not everybody being able to see everybody. But looking like we're good now. Deshaun Hack in the lead in the Ascent GTR. Ilya Storjev in that all black A90 Supra. Somebody gets some of their logos on the side of this man's car. Big angle from Deshaun Hack showing why he is number 2 in points. It's almost the same mistake from Ilya Storjev as Jaden Cathcart, just transitioning a little bit too early. Storjev not looking super set in the chase right now. Unfortunately for him, Deshaun Hack looking like he took all of last night and said, man, I'm going to put the work in. I'm going to do the work. I'm going to get some practice done. And super good job from Deshaun. Ilya, not a bad chase run in general, just didn't look super set in his ways, if that made sense. Didn't look comfortable.
No. I do find it very interesting how slow these two drivers are taking it back to line. Unlike everyone else, it seems like they're actually trying to cool down their tires. Or maybe they heard me and are speeding up now. I'll shame you on it. I don't care.
We're doing roll racing in this front straight.
I support roll racing during drag events. That should be like a second competition, is that you have to also roll race on the way back to the line.
If we could set this up easy for tomorrow, if we had more time for tomorrow or Monday on the Pro Showdown, I'd love to do call out roll racing and everyone's drift cars. That'd be hilarious.
That would be pretty good.
So funny.
Or you could do like a limbo competition That'd be pretty fun too.
Yeah, we're gonna keep you guys updated in the off season for ESDA. Lots of off season content coming for you guys on the Traxion channel. So make sure you drop a follow, join our Traxion Discord. Just because we're not running events doesn't mean we won't be here. Deshaun Hack will be in the chase now. Ilya starts having the lead, and that's super.
Okay, Ilya into that very beautiful and understand. Oh, we got a restart. No issues.
All right. 3 ascent drivers, 3 restarts. Yeah, okay. All right.
I can tell you as. Oh, Ilya took tires. I see now. One of them took tires, the other one didn't, so now they're both going to take tires just so it is fair. And that's fine.
Yeah, it's so hard to reprogram the don't press the reset button finger.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world. But going back to it, you get a lot of drivers on one team, they're definitely telling each other, remember to take the reset over and over because it keeps helping their team in a great way. And here we go as Ilya throws it in. Deshaun Hack in the chase, big angle, putting a little bit of a gap in, but that just seems like a confident amount of space, making sure that the lead can make any mistake and you're not in an accident and you can finish your run. And here we go as Deshaun Hack is going to turn up the heat. Now Ilya Storjev with a great lead run. Deshaun Hack maybe washing out a little bit and getting gapped and across the line. Maybe Deshaun Hack took it a little bit too mellow that entire run. Ilya pulled something out of his hat in that last corner.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the replay before I say anything. It's going to depend on their line going in and their line coming out. I don't know if Deshaun just straight up got Gapplebeast or if it came down to the line as we take a look at other replays here. Run number 1 on the left of your screen, run number right on the bottom, run number 2 on the bottom right of your screen. Looked like Ilya was just kind of lacking a little bit of angle. I mean, Deshaun was too in his lead, but looked like Ilya killed the angle a bit earlier. Ilya did go a little wide, so I don't know if that threw Deshaun off and time to adjust his line, but if you're walking that run number 1, watch that car in the chase position. Good start, but right here, just transitions super early. He's allowed to do that, but then straightens out a little bit here. Doesn't have the quite best transition there, so it might come down to lead for lead, and unfortunately for Ilya, I think Deshaun's lead was, if not better than his qualifying run yesterday.
No. I don't know. I could see this coming down to an OMT personally. I was seeing a lot of mistakes from both drivers that were, to me, about equal. Both drivers did well, but they didn't do great. We'll see. So we'll see what the judges think, and we'll see just how blind we are today as these two are getting ready to go on.
I'm allowed to not see. I have vision problems. I'm impaired.
You're allowed to. I'm not. As I'm sitting here with my nose scrunched and my face on the screen right now watching this replay because I make it so tiny for myself for no reason. Let's see here. As the judges are twittering, I'm hearing a rumbling, at least from the judges. OMT or no OMT? That is the question. Thank you, Race Control. Let's see. I'm just looking for any major differences that one driver did that the other one kind of didn't.
I think the leads are gonna play a big role here. We'll take another look when we have the replay going. Unfortunately, we don't have the magic of being able to run them exactly at the same time, but look at Ilya. Good job on the start there. Deshaun had good angle on his start of the run too.
You do have a call.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I was right or wrong here. Ooh, I was completely off, but that's not a bad thing.
And let's see here as we're going to slide him left for our 13 seed. Deshaun Hack slide him right for a 20 seed. Ilya Storjev in the middle. In the middle for an OMT. Let's see what happens. Dai saying OMT. Brady saying Ilya. And Nathan breaking the tie between the judges for a second OMT, and the drivers are ready to rip. They want to get this ready. They're already at the line. This is going to be fun. I'm sure both drivers now know that they made mistakes and are going to drive as hard as they can. Where'd they go?
Spooky.
Where'd they go? There they are. Excellent. And so I don't know, Keenan. I think both drivers, if they have a cool head on them, they're going to win.
I think both drivers need to clean up their chases, Joe. I think that's where the biggest points were left on the table. Deshaun's got to get a little bit more aggressive. Ilya got to get a little bit more consistent. See what happens here. If you've never seen an OMT battle before, that last battle you saw between these guys means absolutely not a thing at all. They're running it all over again. Deshaun in the lead. Number 2 in the points championship. Ilya again just kind of not getting the line. Oh man, rough start for Ilya, but we've seen them clean it up in the second half before. Deshaun, good job in the lead. Like to see maybe a little bit more angle out of that GTR through the wall. Good transition into the last zone. Almost a tire on the grass for Storyshev. Just, man, he's lucky he's got his right rear set up soft, because I think that left front was just gliding over the first part of the grass there. But great job from Deshaun. I'm not sure if it was an equally rough start or maybe a little bit worse, Joe. I don't know if you saw something I didn't there.
I think that Ilya, might have had a really rough start. Deshaun was just looking on point this run. I think he's figured that car out. I think he got all the nerves out of himself, and he's ready to really have some clarity here as he competes. But Ilya knows what he needs to do, and I think
I got it.
you send that car in as fast as you can and hope for the best, and I think that's what we're going to see here. So I think we're going to see a do or die moment in corner number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ilya's got to bring out all the stops here. Deshaun just has to get in the pocket and be nice, smooth, and sensual with his chase. Put his hands around Ilya's hips and just kind of, like the scene out of The Fifth Element, or not The Fifth Element. What was the one where they're doing pottery? Was it Bruce Willis?
We're gonna say they're doing pottery in The Fifth Element.
What's the movie? No, someone will tell me.
As Ilya leads Deshaun Hack by the
pass.
hand, gonna make him a man. Let's go. Big angle. Deshaun Hack, a little bit of a tap. Big angle. The driver's definitely disagreeing on what's going on, as Deshaun Hack trying to settle on down and get to the point. Ilya just trying to stay in it to win it, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Both drivers, again, keeping it very clean, tapping, touching. I don't know.
This could go OMT again. Judging by how Deshaun finished his run, I think he thinks he messed up. We're gonna have to check the replay here. Oh, definite contact with Ilya Storyshev. He knew he had to bring it in his chase position. That's where he left points on the board before. I think lucky for him, Ilya also leaving points on the board in his chase, but you see right there, bang, right in the front end. We saw his teammate, actually, of Kawain Ebanks, make the exact same mistake. Great job from Ilya to keep all 4 tires on the tarmac and keep that car sideways. Being able to get a run in. He almost looks like he tags him again in the left and the right rear, and that actually helps.
Yeah, I'm watching it over and over, and not even thinking of like who's at fault, because to me, it's pretty obvious Deshaun made contact first and just wasn't initiated. Just judging at where the initiation line is, that's the issue. But I was just trying to think more. If as a judge, would I see it that you could resolve that doing better everywhere else? And we'll see what the judges have to say here, as we do have a call, and we're going to slide it left for Deshaun Hack, slide it right for Ilya Storyshev. Keep it in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what happens here. Is Deshaun Hack going to get lucky, as Dye votes for Ilya, Brady votes for Ilya, and Nathan, all 3 go for Ilya Storyshev, moving on to battle Martinez Ostrake in the top 16. But next, Masashi Yoshida up against Olivier Blais.
So huge upset, huge championship implications. Deshaun Hack getting knocked out in top 32. Unfortunately, just showing up a little bit too soon for Deshaun and bowing out super early in competition. He promised this doesn't happen often. It won't happen next time, but we'll have to judge in round numbers. They always
promise that.
Yeah, they always say it's never. No, it's just my first time. This never happens. I promise. But unfortunately, he will be bowing out early competition. We'll have to see him again in September 30th, October 1st, round number 6 of ESDA competition. It is not over. We still have to see how Element Bud does, but to get Alexander Element, but to get there, we have Olivier Blais and Masashi Yoshida, the Canadian and the Japanese driver, going 1-on-1. Only one can move on in this Mazda Racing Group number 2.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this battle again. Masashi Yoshida, a very notable driver from Japan. Olivier Blais, coming from Canada. Very aggressive driver. I find him to be very do or die. Super excited to see both of these guys go for it, because I know both of these drivers to push as far as they can.
Yeah, both in V8 machines. Masashi Yoshida in, you would assume, the Silvia, but in the BMW E36 Touring. Love that car. Such a positive driver. Always looks back in all of his battles super fondly and says, I'm trying to get better and get stronger. Olivier Blais as well, trying to get that advanced sim racing Thrustmaster machine farther into competition than it ever has gone before. Holy moly, Blais on Instagram, bulging out of the hood. You'd think Deshaun was still here with the big bulge we're seeing, but nope. That is Olivier Blais.
That one hurt me, Keenan.
Yeah, well, you know, I thought we were going to have more than one chance to make that joke, and unfortunately we only had one battle, so I'm getting it all out of my system now.
Okay, I'll allow it this time as, don't really know what we were waiting for.
The chat just paused.
We're waiting for something real quick as both drivers are just hanging out. Maybe it's driver nap time, because these are our tame professional racing drivers.
Well, I see Deshaun. Deshaun was still in the waiting room, so I'm not sure if he was fighting his case or what. But I can't say I blame him. I think that's what he was doing. It was a tough call, especially with that contact. But looking like again he did the same thing Kawain did and just got aggressive.
There we go, as our drivers are starting to line up. Olivier Blais, what was it? He was saying he did not have much practice, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, he came into qualifying yesterday saying he hadn't had practice since Media Day, because I know he was there for Media Day.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can catch Media Day here Mondays, the week before the event on TraxionGG, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by yours truly.
An amazing event, I must say. Gets me through my Monday afternoon at work.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Masashi Yoshida out of Japan in the lead in the all-black everything E36 Touring. Olivier Blais in the Advanced Sim Racing S14 in chase, driving out of Canada. Big angle from Masashi Yoshida, a champion in Japan, trying to be a champion here in ESDA, round number 5. Olivier with nothing to respond with right now. He is edging in a little bit closer. Not a transition Olivier was looking for. Kind of a hiccup there on transition. Not the best chase for Olivier right now, and such a strong lead for Masashi. Are we finally seeing Yoshida in championship form?
I don't know. I did see some dirt kick up in that first corner, though, as I think Yoshida went a little too deep in that first corner, but Olivier Blais did make some mistakes. So I think we're going into run number 2 here on fairly even footing, actually. Even though it may not look it, that first corner, that BMW was in the grass pretty deep. There.
Yeah, you see, I didn't see it on my screen, but you can see it on the replay, Joe. Kind of the front end of the car lifting up just a little bit.
Yes.
Saw that in qualifying yesterday as well. It's coming like a pseudo Nico drop almost. A little bit wide on the last inner clip as well. So, you know, maybe more on the board, or more points on the board for Olivier to try and tackle with his lead.
I think if Olivier can put down a clean lead run, don't drop anything, and just let Masashi not get within a half a car length, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I think his best bet right now is just to put down the most solid lead run. I think if you want to overdrive, you're going to end the conversation. So just put down something strong, almost like a first run qualifying run, I think would be great here. See what happens, Joe. Run number 2.
And here we go, as Olivier Blais leads Masashi Yoshida. Both drivers throwing it in as fast as they can. Olivier Blais keeping it on the track, but Masashi putting it right on his door. And now this is a battle. Both drivers trying to get a mistake out of the other. I don't know. Oh,
Olivier in the wall!
Olivier in the wall, straightening out, zeroing out his run. Masashi Yoshida keeping it together, avoiding that S14.
Man!
Woo!
That's such a pain in the butt for Olivier, because I think he was giving himself a good shot there. Masashi didn't have the best chase up to that point, Joe. He was kind of making mistakes in the chase. You can see a little bit shallow here, a little bit shallow there, and Olivier just running solid. Unfortunately, that wall has no bias. That wall is ready to claim a victim whenever it wants, and unfortunately, Olivier Blais was the next one to go in the water, and he's not coming back out.
Oh my gosh. But yes, I think that I had my heart in my throat during that. I was watching it. I was thinking Olivier might pull something out of him. Masashi's also right on his door. It's going to come down to anything, but we'll see what the judges are saying. But we all know what's going to happen here, as Olivier Blais did zero out his lead run. So Masashi Yoshida taking the win, and who are they going to battle next round? Let's see. Dylan Fink up against Daniel Miganov.
This one's going to be huge. Dylan Fink, XE Baggins. Haven't seen him in competition for the last few rounds, and that absolutely gorgeous 180 SX. Love this car. Love super aggressive canards, and it just looks so. It reminds you of the Toyo 180.
Yes.
He drives a GTR now. It's early in the morning for me. My brain's dumb.
In
Kawabata. There we go. I think Kawabata. So somebody who knows a lot more about cars than me and knows a lot less about women than me is going to correct me in chat, I'm sure. Not sure how you pull that one off, but Daniel Miganov in the Forsberg-esque Amoil 400Z, depending on where you live.
Z. Gonna get angry.
Yeah, Nathan Rudder, actually one of our judges, pointing out that you should have saw that coming from a mile away. We'll talk about that maybe in a little bit, but to get there, Dylan Fink now in the lead position in that 180SX, chasing Daniel Miganov in the 400Z. Good angle from Dylan Fink, showing why he was able to qualify into your top 32. Maybe straightening out there just a little bit, but Miganov reading the play right there on the door of Dylan Fink. We're going to get into this last transition. We see so many battles won and lost here, but not today. Miganov reading the play nice and well. Both drivers very smooth, very fluid. I'm gonna say it was almost relaxing to watch. Just the styles are meshing really well between these two.
I do have to say that 180 with those giant transparent wingtips, which is very.
He's got braces for the wingtips, man. That's hot boy.
Cool. But just that transition into outside zone 3 in the wall was just nuts. And these guys are ripping down. Another joy of sim racing. You can just do this kind of stuff and have fun. And let's look at a replay again. That 180 of Dylan Fink transitioned so snappy. Every time it transitioned, there's one camera angle that I think he's gonna spin. You can hear me gasp right here. For some reason, I was just terrified, but man, Daniel Miganov right on that door for the entire run. Both drivers going into run number 2 without any major disadvantages. I'm super excited to see this because now we're gonna definitely see a run number 2 where both drivers are pushing each other to the limit as much as they know how to.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, run number 2, Dylan Fink, Rule 34, going up against Amal Racing's Daniel Miganov. Still anyone's battle here.
And here we go, Daniel Miganov, big initiation. Dylan Fink trying to keep up to that 400Z, but that car that Daniel has underneath him is really fast. And let's see, this is generally where they tighten up as Dylan Fink still a lot of gap the entire run. There we go, finally getting right up on his door and across the line. I gotta say, I think Daniel Miganov just has a real good car underneath him and is driving confident enough to take advantage of it today.
Yeah, that car's always been fast from Daniel. Watch your replay here. Dylan just had gap on the start and really may have been time to use a reset there. And then did his best to try to close it without sacrificing too much. He's still filling all the zones. I like how he's doing it here, Joe. He's pulling angle, but later on in the zone. Like he's shallow for the first quarter of the zone and then pulls the angle. I've never seen I've never noticed, I should say, a chase car use that to be able to catch in proximity. But that's a really smart driving from Dylan Fink. But
you gotta do.
Yeah, like usually you see guys go just a little bit shallow, like they're maybe a foot farther inside or 2 feet farther inside than they normally are. But watch right there, especially going into the wall zone. He just doesn't pull the angle immediately, closes about quarter of a car length, and then pulls the angle. Super smart driving from Dylan Fink.
Yeah, that really shows the control of the car in chase and knowing and expecting exactly where that car is going to go, especially when you might not have as much grip or your car just isn't set up as well. All of those things, sometimes you have to do those things to catch on up as well, which is one of the strange parts of competitive drifting, that sometimes the car doesn't make a tiny difference, but I am not saying that is the case here. I think Daniel Miganov just had such a committed run from top to bottom that he didn't have to brake as much.
Yeah, and I mean, that car's been fast all season. That's not the first time we've seen some speed out of that Amal Racing Z35, 400Z, Fair Lady, whatever you want to call it, the new Z.
Yes.
I'm unfortunately very Southern Canadian, so I say Z and Z depending on what word I'm saying. It's going to continuously change. I'm not doing it just to mess with you. We're just warped.
Oh, I know you're making fun of me. As we're waiting for a call here in our final top 32 battle of Group 2. Judges definitely have a few small things to look at, but that's what makes a difference here in ESDA. I was about to say, well, it's either a small issue or a big issue or no issue at all, and then I'm realizing what that means. Just bothers me.
I just saw that whoever's doing clips for the Traxion Twitter account, you should also follow if you don't want to miss anything on ESDA comp weekends. Got a clip of Olivier hitting the wall, and I just responded with the GIF going, "Osti Christabarnak!"
Sure.
That's it. That's French for "oh bother," if you were curious.
Oh bother.
Look at Dylan's interior firewall. Trust me, so says Darren Baker.
I don't know if I trust it.
The 180.
Look, let us view upon a firewall.
I'm nervous that you're just going in there without checking it first, but we're doing this together.
We're gonna send it.
We're doing this together.
No, what? Oh.
There's a Deshaun joke here somewhere. Interior firewall. It could be the back of the car too.
Or it could just be that they're playing a prank on us and seeing
we
if they
could
can
be
convince
getting
us to go wherever.
Epic pranked. That is also very possible.
All of these things are true. Okay, so we get confirmation that I'm not putting that on stream.
Oh, you tried, Rousey. You tried so hard. I was like, oh, it'll be funny, and then I realized what's on Darren Baker's roof of the two anime girls very close together having a good little snuggle. I was like, oh, this could be toting the line of inappropriate. I mean, maybe we should check this first.
Maybe not.
Yeah, good call, team.
Good luck. Good looking out, everybody. He's got nice number pads, though.
Can't believe Dylan Fink really said ooh.
That makes me hurt.
You'll get used to it.
Existence is pain. As we are getting a call from our judges, who look painfully attractive today, in fact.
Yeah, speaking of other good-looking liveries, Dylan Finks, I'm a big purple guy, but with the red and the chrome there, it looks so nice.
As we do have a call here today.
Ooh, interesting.
It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. So we're going to slide him left for Dylan Fink, slide him right for Daniel Miganov, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Let's see what our judges have to say about that kind of battle.
Oh, yeah, that wall is inappropriate.
1 OMT, 2 OMTs, and a split decision for Daniel Miganov. So maybe Daniel's feeling a little bit better going into this battle. Perhaps. We'll see.
Yeah, the only one getting a vote from Nathan Rudder there, one of our judges. But this is going to go one more time, ladies and gentlemen. It does not have to be unanimous. The majority rules. So OMT for Dylan. I'm going to see if maybe Nathan wants to. I'm going to add him here in our chat, see just to explain why he thought Nathan or Daniel won.
We can find out. Okay. We do got them lined up, ready to rip. The drivers definitely want to get this over with, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, the longer you sit on the line, the higher that anxiety gets, the more nerves. And again, the hardest battle of the day you'd think would be the final. It's always the first one. It's always that first battle. So having to get over these hurdles, both these drivers, but, you know, they got one under their belt now. Dylan Fink in the lead with the 180SX, much closer initiation this time from Daniel Miganov. Big angle from Dylan actually in the lead. Daniel not opting to make that mistake in chase, but actually Dylan straightening out just a little bit on that outer zone. Good job. Oh, Dylan in the wall this time too. What is happening? Keeping the angle, stays in it. Dylan Fink, that's not going to be good for the judges, but I'm standing up at home. Big angle, and that 180 bounced off the wall to keep it on track.
That was a good run. Good on Dylan Fink for keeping on it and not just zeroing his run after hitting that wall. That was a big hit, I do have to say. But I think Daniel Miganov now is just going to go out. Let's look at this. And both drivers just, again, going super hard all the way to the end.
Take another look at the replay here. Big angle. I think that's where Dylan's car shines the most. Just nice fluid transition. So fun to watch. But you see right here, straightens out just a little bit, misses all that outer zone. Has to grab handbrake, I think, going into that long right-hander, outer zone number 3. And then bounces off the wall. I think that is going to be a deduction against him. But boy, howdy, it looked cool.
Oh, definitely looked cool. And now we are back at the line. So now we got Daniel Miganov in the lead in that 400Z. We got Dylan Fink in the chase in that 180. And let's see what happens here. How will the chips fall at the end of this run? And here we go. Big initiation from both drivers. Daniel Miganov putting a little bit of daylight between the two cars over the initiation line, but Dylan Fink reeling him in around the forbidden zone into outside zone 2, coming around the wall for outside zone 3, staying out of the wall more importantly.
He's got to push.
Yep, Dylan Fink pushing hard, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make it up. Touching across the line. It was a great look, but I don't think it was enough.
You know, I don't think either. I think Dylan did everything he could. It was good parking. My man knows where he wants to be at the end of the day. Yep. But Dylan, again, like we said, I don't think that's enough to top. Wow! If we were playing drift games today, my man,
he winning today. As
very
we do
close.
Have a quick call in now.
Yeah, it looked cool, but unfortunately, I don't think the judges liked it. That's the way it goes in competitive drifting sometimes.
That is just sometimes the way it goes. So we're going to slide him left for Dylan Fink, slide him right for Daniel Miganov. Keep him in the middle for a second OMT. Guy's going to go for Daniel Miganov, Brady, and Nathan, all three. Daniel Miganov taking the win unanimously, going to go up against Masashi Yoshida. But first, we're going to have Martinez Ostreka up against Ilya Storozhev. This will be a great battle. I can see Martinez going all the way again today, too. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so talk to Nathan really quickly just about his OMT call, or his choice to not call OMT and go with Daniel in the first battle, saying it was more proximity and Dylan just didn't seem committed. So obviously didn't matter in that second one, unfortunately, for Dylan. It was cool to watch, but he will be opting out. I gotta give props to a man who's got a firewall that looks exactly the same as my socks.
Really, that's important.
Yeah. We have an emotional connection, as you would say. But that is going to be it for the top 32 in this Moser Racing Group number 2. We are moving on to Ilya Storozhev against Martinez Ostreka.
Excited. I'm just saying I'm stoked to watch this battle because Martinez threw it down in the first battle. So let's see what happens.
Martinez representing IRTA Esports. Ilya Storozhev, that car is all black, everything, but representing, I believe, Simware Pro. If my cheat sheet is correct. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First battle of the top 16 of this second group. Martinez in the lead, needs a good day today, wants a good day today, but Storozhev trying to ride that momentum off that top 32 win, a hard-fought top 32 win. A little bit of a straightening there on the first part of the course. Looks like there's a ton of grip in this Supra, but Martinez Ostreka, a little bit of contact with the wall. I'm not sure if Storozhev checked up because he saw that contact, but both drivers continue. That is going to be a point of contention, unfortunately.
Definitely Storozhev getting out of it and saved him, whether intentional or not. I think overall that was a positive for his run-up. Martinez hitting the wall, really going deep too, so I think the judges are going to take off fairly seriously for that tap, or at least as serious as a tire drop. And let's see again in this replay as Ilya Storozhev up on Martinez Ostreka's door through the first corner and then through the transition, leaving a little bit of space into the wall here, and then Martinez Ostreka tapping the wall, I think, before Ilya gets anywhere close to him. And then coming in overall, I'm guessing Ilya Storozhev does have an advantage going into this second run here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. It's going to come down to whether it depends on if Ilya's move was reactionary or was an independent mistake. Watching it live, Joe, it looked like he saw Martinez going deep. We saw Masashi Yoshida do the same thing. Just lift a little bit early. Okay. Ooh. Nighttime. Daytime. All right, free tires for everybody. Awesome. That's a new one. I guess the server just being timed out there. I wasn't even paying attention, so we'll see if we can get these guys back to the line. They're going to be on fresh boots. I'm sure they've got some questions. Oh, we got to get our dude here to the line.
Soup action.
That one was different. Haven't seen that one in a while.
Here we go. There we go. We're back at the line. Our lights in the line. Our drivers are at the line. Run number 2, super stoked. That's a run up that Martinez was doing.
Martinez taking a Fast and Furious airstrip run up right now. He's starting in Australia. We're in New Zealand.
You know. Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say, you're starting really far back when
he's in the corner, bro.
The car is pointed a different direction. Here we go. Lights out. And we are sending it. Ilya Storjev in that Supra. Martinez Ostrejka in the S15 coming through that first corner, cutting in. Martinez Ostrejka leaving a little bit of space, but now he is on that door, coming through outside zone 2 and into outside zone 3 next to the wall, putting it not in the wall, which is very good for both drivers. A little bit of space, a lot of bit of space, in fact, out of Martinez right up until the line. I think Martinez Ostrejka might have struggled that entire chase run.
I was definitely waiting for him to turn on the jets, and I think he may have been edging in an OZ3 with the big concrete wall. But if you watch the replay, hopefully we have a replay here. Cool beans, we have a replay. If you watch the replay, watch the lead vehicle. Good start. He's got a little bit of a gap. It's crazy we call this a gap, by the way. That's boggles my mind. But watch right here. He just goes for the flick and doesn't quite get it, and then pours on a little bit more angle there. I think Martinez was ready to nudge in. We've seen so many other drivers use that as their diving point because it's the longest corner, longest continued radius corner on the course. But again, watch it right here. There's still all run one to talk about. This is something I picked up on. He just doesn't quite get the transition. Just kind of a little lazy. Martinez goes to dive in and goes, maybe better not. It almost looked like if you don't pull angle like that, Joe, that's how you eat the wall. So I don't know if he just went, and checked up for a mistake that didn't happen, but.
Well, we do have a call, in fact. Here we go. So we're going to slide him left for Martinez Ostrejka. We're going to slide him right for Ilya Storjev. We're going to keep him in the middle for an OMT. As we have one judge for Ilya Storjev, 2, and a unanimous decision for Ilya Storjev, moving on to the top 8 here, going from 20th seed, upsetting our number 4 in Martinez Ostrejka, who is a powerhouse driver. Super excited for Ilya Storjev, but who will they battle in their next battle? Who knows? Maybe Masashi Yoshida, maybe Daniel Miganov. What do you think, Keenan?
I mean, it could be either. Miganov's got so much speed in that car, but it looked like when Yoshida was following Olivier, that anytime he got on the power, he was just able to close at will. So potentially 2 of the fastest cars on the grid. I know Yoshida said he wanted to go back to the drawing board with his car, maybe add a little bit more power, give it a little bit more speed. So that may be paying in dividends today here at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. But he still has Miganov as a mountain to climb on such an upset as well. Stores have taken Ostrejka. Ostrejka, such a powerhouse, such a staple in competitive esports drifting, and unfortunately losing to Storjev, but Storjev going to try to keep that momentum up, but we'll be able to see who he'll be battling at the end of this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, lead vehicle, Masashi Yoshida in the BMW E36 Touring, chasing Daniel Miganov in the brand new Nissan Z. Who will be moving on to face Ilya Storjev? We're going to find out in about 2 runs.
Super excited to see this battle as well. Daniel Miganov kind of seems just dialed in, more robotic. Masashi Yoshida, again, very repetitive in a good way, can always repeat the same run, but has a little bit more flair that I think is a little bit more of an X factor. So let's see what happens if Masashi Yoshida throws down a heater of a run like we have seen from them. I think that Daniel Miganov might find themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle, to say the least about it.
2 drivers that have been getting better and better and better all season as well. Who will be moving on? Who will be on the trailer? We are about to find out. We were wondering why the lights ran out. It's because we've been sitting here waiting
for someone. I don't know who we were waiting for, though. Anyway, I think we're ready to go, though. Now I'm hearing some lovely revving.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Miganov, Masashi Yoshida in the lead position. Miganov in the chase. What's going to happen here? Turn 1 down the pipe. Here we go. Big angle from Masashi Yoshida, and Daniel Miganov does not have a response. Who is driving for Masashi Yoshida right now? Big angle to start that runoff. And oh no, contact, and then he's in the wall.
Oh gosh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just before we get into this, we are in EU servers. One of our drivers, Miganov, I believe, is driving out of Russia, and then Yoshida is driving out of Japan. So it looked like Miganov was nowhere near him, but if you watch the replay, just look at how that lead vehicle reacts.
Look at the transition to Daniel Miganov grips up straight, so he zeroes his run at that point, and then any contact like that from Daniel Miganov, you can't fault Yoshida. So I think what happened, I think this is all on Miganov today. Look, corner 1 straightens, grips up, reinitiates, so he's zeroed at this point. Yoshida doesn't know that, is still driving, and then I'm going to be generous and say that it was lag contact on the transition.
You see it really clearly in the replay here.
I can't say for sure, because I do see, it's they transition and then it bumps.
Yeah, it looks like he gives him the punt, and the server's like, oh, what am I a bundle of leaves?
Yeah, they transition and they clip through each other, which happens a lot. That's normal.
Yeah, watch
and then
right
the server
here.
freaks out. Yeah, look, transition, bump.
Yeah. Yeah, he hit him on the quarter panel, and the server kind of like had a ping moment.
Yep.
And then the contact registered on Masashi's side.
There we go.
He got thrown there. That's heavy contact with the wall.
So if you're Masashi Yoshida, if I'm him, I'm sitting there, I'm leaving a car length width, and I'm just finishing my run.
Yeah.
Not doing anything else. Because Miganov was already zeroed at that point. He had no business being in
That was a great catch, Joe. I didn't even see that.
As we are, I can catch it because I do that every time I drift. As the lights go on, and here we go. Daniel Miganov in the lead at a large deficit. Masashi Yoshida in the chase. Very casual.
Oh, big charge.
Okay, here we go. Masashi Yoshida saying, I don't care about safe anymore.
Oh, no.
Keeping it in drift. If he does not zero this run, he will take the win. But he's doing everything he can to zero this run at this point. It seems like in that E36 Touring and across the line, Heenan, that was pretty sloppy, I do have to say.
Yoshi, my little heart.
Miganov throwing 360, still having a good time and enjoying it, so I can't really fault. That's what drifting's about.
I'm getting too old for this, Joe. Oh, watch this transition right here.
Ugh.
Man.
Squint at it from across the room.
I think, you know what? I'll give both drivers the benefit of the doubt on those zeros, because I was watching the chase of Yoshida, and he didn't straighten out, but boy, howdy, did he try his best to.
Yeah.
But it looks pretty similar to what Miganov did in his chase, so...
it seems our judges do have a call here.
Oh, man, Yoshi.
It's just, ugh. As we have slide him left for Masashi Yoshida, slide him right for Daniel Miganov, keep him in the middle for an OMT, but I think we all know what's about to happen here. And yeah, Masashi Yoshida, the judges are saying, didn't zero out his chase run, and putting all the fault on Daniel Miganov for the contact and that weird transition in run number 1. So Masashi Yoshida moving on, going up against Ilya Storozhev. So number 5 seed Masashi Yoshida up against number 20 Ilya Storozhev, both drivers never having been this far in battles yet. Super excited to see it, but Masashi Yoshida lucking out, starting out with a lead run here. Super excited to see it.
Yeah, both these guys, the farthest they've been, at least in recent memory, in the ESDA competition. I know Yoshida is a champion in his home region of Japan. This man is no stranger to success in the esports drifting world. Ilya Storozhev, part of that Simware Pro team, no slouch at all. It seems like he's only been getting better with every run. Started off a little bit rocky in this 32 battle, but now we're in the top 8. One of these guys is going to be your Mazda Racing Group number 2 winner, and the other one will be on the trailer. Masashi Yoshida is going to be leading as your number 5 qualifier, going up against the guy who's been upsetting everybody today. 2 huge wins, Deshaun Hack and Martinez Ostreka under his belt. Ilya Storozhev in the lead in both these cars, all black everything. It's Darth Vader on the track right now. Big angle once again for Masashi Yoshida. That's what it's got him so far. Ilya Storosev trying to match it, but doing his best just to stay behind this BMW. Whatever Yoshida did in the off time between round 4 and 5, seems like he's got that car figured out. Storosev able to close the gap, but can't stay there. He gets to the door, matches the angle, and drops back. A clinic of a lead run from Masashi Yoshida and a decent chase from Storosev. I think, Joe, we might have it. I'm biased. I'm super biased.
I gotta say, watching that run, that lead run specifically, that would have been I think he would have qualified higher if that was his qualifying run. Dare I say it. But again, Ilya Storosev, no slouch, but just compared to how shining of a lead run that is, and with how, I don't want to say little proximity, but not as much proximity as we've seen earlier in the day, I think Ilya Storosev is going into their lead on the back foot and is really going to have to work to get anything out of Masashi Yoshida to take the win here.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I don't know what he's done to that car in the last, like, 2-3 weeks, but it just looks like a different guy driving this car right now. So confident, so fluid, no silly little mistakes. Masashi Yoshida is the best he's ever been in ESDA competition. Storosev as well, trying to play spoiler to that. Could a little bit of a rocky chase, but Storosev has been doing capitalizing on the mistakes of other people all day. He sees blood on the water and he knows how to fight. So it's not over yet, Joe. Run number 2 starting now.
And here we go. Masashi Yoshida in the chase. Ilya Storosev in the lead. Big angle out of Storosev. Yoshida slowly making his way up. You can tell how confident he was in that chase. And that's the line he took last run as well, leaving some gap and lets him pushing that Supra, it looks like, almost from my camera angle. Again, not as tight in on the inside clip.
Oh, man.
Leaving some space. Honestly, I'm seeing that as an OMT, Keenan.
I was about to say the same thing. If he could have kept that gap consistent, I think that was Yoshida all day. But unfortunately, just was waiting, and then he finally got to the door. He made a big impact when he got there, even brushing up against the side. If you look on that run number 2 right now, just a little right to the rear quarter panel, but he had more angle than that Supra. But the Supra of Storosev hitting every clipping point perfectly. Take a look at this again.
Yeah, I gotta say.
Yoshida a little bit deeper in that first outer zone.
It's definitely, I'm seeing every mistake reflected in both, or they might give it to Masashi because both chases were really scruffy, but Masashi Yoshida really had a killer lead run.
What's got me leading, I'm very biased towards Yoshida. Let's just put it that way. If you're watching this, Storosev, it's nothing personal. I just think the dude's cool. But what's got me sold is the chase driver's pulling a little bit more angle, especially in outer zone number 3. And in the first part of the course, it looks like he fills the zones a bit deeper. He doesn't get that last inner clip, but that it might sway the judges in that direction. I definitely see a world where this goes OMT 100%, but I also see a world where this might be going to the Japanese driver as well.
And who can say the judges definitely deliberating? I'm sure they're counting up mistakes, literally counting up mistakes at this point and trying to see who made more, because the lead runs, I would give a slight advantage to Masashi Yoshida, but with the 2 chases, they're very close to on same. But we are getting a call in from our judges here, and I am very intrigued to see which way this goes, Keenan.
Ladies and gentlemen, slide him left for Ilya Storosev, on right for Masashi Yoshida, who will be moving on into the final 4.
Let's see here. 1 for Masashi. 2 for Masashi Yoshida, securing the win, and 3 for Masashi Yoshida. Unanimous decision, sending him into the top 4 up against the Wanawat Wong Fu Wison.
The Asian invasion continues, ladies and gentlemen. Both these guys showed up late game in qualifying and put down heaters of runs. They're going to get to go one-on-one when we get to our final 4. However, so much drifting left for you. We still have 2 more groups, 16 more drivers to whittle down into 2. So we're moving into our Big Duck Club group number 3. In that group, huge champion implications with Alexander Element in that group. Artem Mashashenko, Mustafa Amin, Steven Jarbo, Ernesto Shekavelis, Makaris Lucas, Alexander Yagert, and Dijon Reeves. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an action-packed round here at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. Do not go anywhere because ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park, presented by Traxion, will be back just after these messages. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 5 here from Teretonga Park, New Zealand for ESDA presented by Traxion. We are halfway through our top 32 bracket and moving on into the Big Duck Club group number 3. My name is Keenan Kuz and joined by Joe Pierre, Strix Pulsipix, and Hayden Rigsby, who's currently on fire, apparently. Very not cool, not nice. And as well, we're joined by our current set of judges, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Nathan Rudder are your 3 in the booth today, and they've had a hell of a job. Very, very exciting. One of my favorite rounds so far. Yes. Big trip from Italy over here to New Zealand, Joe. It was a long time being locked in the suitcases of people more important than us.
Oh yeah, I hate when that happens. But we came out of the suitcase and found ourselves at Teretonga. And you know what? I gotta say, this might, as you said earlier, this might be one of my favorite competitive drift tracks I found myself at, and one of the best rounds I have found myself watching. Super high commitment track, not a lot of decel, and lots of inside clips, a giant wall that has claimed multiple victims today, and drivers who are driving like they got something to prove.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a lot of guys trying to fight their way through this tournament. Alexander Element one being one of those, trying to make a bid for the championship. Deshaun Hatt being knocked out early. If Alex has a good day and gets to the top 4 like he normally does, all but one round, this could be GG for the title, or at least make it a lot harder for anyone else to compete. Dijon Reeves trying to try to play spoiler, though, but Artem Mashashenko, Mustafa Amin. If Alex and Mustafa win their battles, that's another big championship implication battle right there in the top 16. Steven Jarbo, haven't seen him in competition for a long time, showing up number 7 on the qualifying board, going up against Unessus, Jakubas, and Vikaris Lucas, going up against Alexander Jaeger to round out your group number 3 by Big Duck Club.
A lot of big names with lots of points implications. So let's take a look at our updated points as it stands after group number 2. But we'll notice that most of this, besides where we saw Thwanawat Wongfu and Ryan Aldina, not a lot of major changes here, but we might see number 1 up against number 3 here in the top 8, Keenan.
Yeah, big important group here for the ESDA overall championship. Rookie of the Year standings as well as they sit. I think Daniel Andrejev is going to be taking the Rookie of the Year lead, with Joachim Hogue and Samuel Kuti not qualifying. Kawane Ebanks going to be moving his way up that late thing as well. And Team Ascent still currently, Team Ascent 2 consisting of, who's on? There's too many Team Ascents. Edgar Rojas, Deshaun Hack, and Jaden Cathcart is still in the lead, but JX team closing the gap and trying to claw as many points as they can in that team's championship as well. But first battle on deck is one of the most important of the day. Dijon Reeves in the Daigo Saito inspired C6 Corvette going up against the controversial, to say the least, Ferrari 599XX of Alexander Element.
I do I do like that Ferrari, but a lot of people are saying maybe it's an overpowered car this season. Who can say? Ferraris don't belong drifting. I don't know, but Alexander Element turns his thumb on his nose to them and continues slaying.
That's what happens when you put a strong driver in a strong car, is consistency and dominance. And I think that's the only way you can really describe his run this season. He's only finished outside of the top 4 once, and that would be at last round in Mugello, taking up the championship points. But he is in his element here, as TraxionGG themselves putting in the Twitch chat. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, hello. If you're watching on Twitch, hello. You're in for a banger here. Dijon Reeves in the chase. Alexander Element in the lead. Big championship implications. Dijon trying to keep this points fight close. Almost getting into the rear quarter of Element. Slightly offline there. Dijon, where are we going? Oh, that's going to be a 0. You know, we talked about a little bit, Joe. Oh, and then you get to the door. He's got nothing to lose now.
Doesn't care.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Alex? And that is going to be it for that run. So we saw a little bit earlier of drivers looking like they straightened out. That was probably the most egregious that I've seen so far today.
I'm going to need to watch the replay a little bit closer, but Alexander Element doing what he's been doing all season, and you can see why he's currently number 1 in points, even though he hasn't done any battles yet today. Yeah, but that definitely, Dijon.
Oh, you see the smoke just dip and everything. You can't.
You see like how his car like gripped up, and he even did a little left-right to reinitiate. So I do think Alexander Element, do you think he's going to take it easy on his chase? What I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen him take it easy on a run in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, if you go a little bit too soft too early, you kind of put yourself in a bad rhythm. So I think the best thing he can do is to respect Dijon and push on him really hard. Dijon trying to keep that battle close, getting right into the door and shoving that Ferrari. Again, a little bit of a controversial choice. A lot of people saying it's just the best car of the season. It's very, very strong. But Alexander Element trying to come into ESDA and take the whole darn thing. But Dijon Reeves going to see what he can do from the lead position and try to spoil that party.
And here we go. Now Dijon Reeves in the lead. Alexander Element sitting back a little bit. I don't think he needs to at all. That car does have a lot of speed under it, and then he's just a fast driver on top of it. So let's see what happens as we put the lights out. And here we go. Dijon Reeves in the lead. Alexander Element in the chase. No restarts here. Throwing it in. Great entry from Dijon Reeves. Huge angle. Alexander Element fighting to stay on the same line through the second transition. And now Alexander Element settling in. Dijon Reeves with a great right into the wall, perfectly into the wall. As Alexander Element is struggling to stay on the same line, but it doesn't matter how great of a lead run Dijon Reeves had. And that was a really, really good lead run. I think Alexander Element is going to walk away with this due to that 0 on run number 1, but man, is that a great run from Dijon Reeves. And if you'd like to see him, go vote for him as driver of the day over in the TraxionGG Discord.
! Discord in our Twitch chat, or I believe it's discord.gg/traction. If someone would like to correct me on that. The final 4 drivers will be up for the vote for driver of the day, and we already have 2 major contenders with Masashi Yoshida and Thunawat Wangfuishin. But who will be joining him? Man, that lead run from Dijon is the best I've seen him drive all season. The angle, the commitment, he just threw it all on the wall and it stuck. And unfortunately, you can't really overcome a 0 just by being a hot boy, but I really appreciate the attempt.
And a hot boy he was, as their judges are back, and not to spoil it, but it's exactly what we are expecting in this call. Dijon Reeves did 0 his chase run, so if we're going to slide him left or right here, Alexander Element or Dijon Reeves, we are going to slide him left towards Alexander Element due to that 0-0 run, despite that amazing lead run from Dijon Reeves. And if I was him, I would not be disappointed at all in that run whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go out, you go out with a smile on your face. And like I said, it's an unfortunate mistake, but he let it all hang out there on his lead run. Next battle on deck, though, big championship implications depending on how this one plays itself out. Artem Matushenko, your number 15 qualifier, going up against your number, I believe that's number says 18. I genuinely can't read.
It does.
Mustafa Amin, who seems to have this habit of either he doesn't qualify and has a really bad round or has an incredibly good round. So your winner in Nürburgring, and I believe getting on the podium in... Wait, no, I'm getting it mixed up. He's won a round, and he's been on the podium a round, and then he missed one in between.
Yes.
So, you know, he seems like he either does incredibly well or does not get very far. Artem Matyashenko seems like to someone we see the name of over and over and over again, who is going to be moving on to face your current championship leader. We're about to find out. Mustafa Amin in the chase. Artem Matyashenko in the all-black everything, S14 in the lead. Big angle from Artem, maybe not feeling it for all that outer zone. Going to open the door for Mustafa to put all the pressure on in chase. We know he likes to do those close transitions in these faster part of the course. He's getting choked out a little bit, though. Should have used a little bit of that red zone, but he's allowed to do that in the chase. But right on the door, oh my God, contact! Right across the bumper. The transitions from Mustafa Amin have been on another goddamn level all season, and right there again, it doesn't look super cool because of how chunky it was at the end, but right across the bumper from Mustafa Amin, he has been setting the transition game on fire from the chase position.
Well, we do unfortunately have a technical issue, and we don't have a replay for that first run, but what a run it was. And Mustafa Amin trying to keep the dream alive here in that gorgeous... I hope he saves the GoPro replays from those so we can at least have that to look at later. Taking a more creative way back to the line. We'll see if that pays off or not. Either way, I think that we have a fairly even standing into this second run here, Keenan.
Would you say it's even? Even Steven?
Even Stevens. This is pretty Shia LaBeouf over here.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know if that was an American show or not, but it had...
it was very American.
It had Shanny the Beef in it, so...
It did, as here we go. We're back up at the line. Mustafa Amin in the lead now. Artem Matyashenko in the chase. Will we see our number 1 and number 3 in the points competitors in this top 16? Let's find out after this battle is over. A little slow on the lights, and here we go. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was a mess. Artem tried to jump it, but
it's okay.
A little too soon.
Everyone took care of it, and good on them. Glad to see it easily taken care of as opposed to running an entire run. And there we go. Okay, Mustafa Amin in the lead. Artem Matyashenko in the chase. Throwing it in. Mustafa Amin, great angle, super deep into that first outside zone. This is a great lead out of Mustafa Amin as we have come to expect from him. Artem Matyashenko, a lot more angle and proximity in the chase so far. I think that he might be fighting to keep this in the bag, but Mustafa Amin,
wow,
super great lead run.
What a lead run from the Lion King himself, Mustafa Amin. Super strongly. He said, I want a nickname like Thunny the Honey Man, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to do my best, Tafa.
Harass Keenan in the DMs. Call me this different name.
I'll call you whatever you want, Joe.
I don't know. I'm going to start harassing you.
Semicolon 3.
That might be cool for my new techno album. As, let's see here. Mustafa Amin, again, an amazing lead run, but Artem Matyashenko putting it right on the door, having a very good chase run after a fairly good lead run, and I think that together might be enough to knock our number 3 points person out of the competition today, even with such a great lead run.
Man, what a day of upsets if that were to happen. Not to take anything away from Tafa, but or Matyashenko as well. He's always been consistently in the midfield all season, and that midfield in ESDA is so competitive. One day you can qualify 16th, the other day you can qualify 40th. It's just that close. But this track really, with its difficulty and its complexity, it is really separating a lot of guys here and spreading out that midfield. A lot more varied qualifying at the mid to bottom of the bracket as well. So this could, I don't see Tafa winning this, but I don't not see this going OMT as well. So judges having something to talk about here, obviously.
We do have a call here, and we will get that here. So we're gonna slide him left for Lukashenko, set him right for Mustafa Amin, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Will we see a battle of the giants? Or will Artem Lukashenko, not an upset in the seeding for today, but an upset in our point standing? Let's see. 1 for Mustafa Amin. 2 for Mustafa Amin. And 3 for Mustafa Amin. Moving on to go up against Alexander Element. So now in our top 16, we're going to see, I'm going to argue, is the battle with the biggest season implications so far.
So far, absolutely. So that's your number 3 in points. The farther that Mustafa can make it, the better for his point standing. So let you guys know right now, as of this second, Alexander Element currently has 296 points, and Mustafa with 234. You get 100 for a win, but unfortunately, Mustafa with a round dropped, round 3, I believe he qualified, but didn't make it in, especially with round 1. So Mustafa's 3rd in points with only 2 rounds on the board. That is huge, just to say what he can do when he's put his mind to it. Alexander Element's up there with consistency, 60 points, 80 points, 60 points, and then last round 4, he didn't do quite as well, getting knocked out pretty early. So Alex still looking for his first win in the season. Consistency brought him there. Mustafa completely opposite. Really excited to see these guys go up against each other. Big implications there.
So I did get word. I was talking to the smartest and prettiest judge, the classiest judge of all, Sam Brady. And he was saying that they made this call because they saw Artem was cutting in on his initiation, on his lead, so Mustafa didn't really have anywhere to go. And then in the final corner, they think that he checked up too much, and that's what caused the contact. So, unfortunately for Artem, that's how the judges saw those runs going.
Up next, we've seen them before. You're going to keep seeing them. Another Urta Esports machine. This one just yellow and black. Your Nessus Yakubelis going up against the man, the myth, the legend, Art of Motion Looney, Steven Jarbo. Have not seen him in ESDA competition, I believe, since round 1. In the brand new wrapped 3D wrap machine. Nice to see him out here.
I love that GTR LM. That car is gorgeous. It's super happy to see it. But now we will see the second Yakubelis brother right now.
So Nessus Yakubelis, the one and only, going up against Steven Jarbo, who's going to be moving on in the Big Duck Club Group number 3. Big angle from Steven right now, showing, hey man, I may have taken a couple of rounds off, but I didn't go anywhere. I didn't fall off. I never left. Nessus Yakubelis having to grip up just a little bit to close the gap, and he gets right to the door of Steven Jarbo for the last part of the course. But Steven Jarbo right now in the lead position. Proximity there at the end from Yakubelis, but putting on a clinic with Steven Jarbo, showing why he qualified near the top of the board.
Those were great runs from both drivers, definitely giving the judges something to look at here. That initiation was just super aggressive from Steven Jarbo, and Ernestus Yakubelis was in a position to take full advantage of it. And then through this power alley, we'll say, in that second outside zone and up on the wall, it seems like Ernestus Yakubelis was struggling a little bit to maintain the same amount of speed with the same amount of angle, because man, did Steven Jarbo have a lot from top to bottom.
Yeah, my man. Reminded me like Daniel Ricciardo saying, "You think I left? I never left." On that from last season, not this season. We don't talk about this season. But Steven, great job. Ernestus, kind of an uncharacteristic mistake just in the beginning of his chase. However, still all points on the board for both sides. We've seen runs completely change in the second half of the battle. So run number 2, switching these guys up, Joe. Haven't seen Steven chase in a while. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, I think we're about to see a real aggressive show here. Because Ernestus Yakubelis also has a very fast car in the lead, so we'll see if Steven Jarbo's R33 is as fast as we think it is.
Oh, Steven!
Steven might be a little too aggressive. Ernestus Yakubelis driving with broken fingers. I'm sure that felt great on his force feedback just then, but putting his head down and keeping in it. Big ups to him as both drivers tidying up. Maybe is there going to be more contact? No, there isn't, as they go across the line. I think Steven Jarbo might have gotten a little too greedy on that initiation, but big ups to Ernestus Yakubelis again. Broken clutch pedal on a G29 with broken fingers.
Yeah, man, making his work with what he got. Ernestus Yakubelis fighting off the hard-charging Steven Jarbo. Watch this initiation here. This is wild. We've seen this before from a couple of different drivers today, just getting a little bit aggressive, but it almost looks like Jacobellis did not get the initiation he was looking for either, if you look at the comparison to angle. So it might be a little bit of shared fault on that contact, but I also might be a little dumb. That's also possible. So don't trust me. I am what do you untrustworthy narrator? You know what I mean?
I'm pretty good at being dumb too. It's okay.
Yeah, that's why they put us up here. If we were smart, we'd be doing something important. But yeah, Ernestus with his fit again. That wasn't I thought Joe was just being funny, but no. Apparently broken fingers, broken clutch,
pictures
and on a G29. Yeah. So I got to give the guy props for even being out here.
No, I would never tell a lie to you, Keenan. Never once. And let's see what happens here. There was definitely contact in that first corner. Yeah, maybe both drivers are kind of at fault there. It might very, very well be an OMT here. As I'm sure everyone else currently is looking up that picture.
Yeah, I went and then saw what's in Pro General and then gave up. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. His hand's mangled, dude.
Yeah.
His hand is mangled.
Yeah.
I'm going to repost this. I'll repost this, see if we can get this on screen for you in our media staff so our producer doesn't have to look for it.
It's amazing.
Oh, my God.
You have a call here as well. So let's get this call. Let's talk about it, and then let's talk about injuries. So we're going to slide it left for Steven Jarbo, slide it right for Ernestus Jacobellis, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Ernestus, 2, and a unanimous decision for Ernestus Jacobellis, who really hurt himself somehow. Don't know how yet, but we'll figure that part out later. But great runs from Steven Jarbo. It seems like he might have gotten a little bit too hungry on that initiation.
Yeah, I think that really was the nail in the coffin. Ernestus kind of had his own set of mistakes on his chase, but both of them with solid leads. Going to see if we can get the judges to elaborate just a little bit because it was pretty close. It did come down to the contact from Jarbo, so both of them having issues on initiation, but the contact, instead of just a mistake, I think pushing that over the edge just a little bit in the judges' eyes. Definitely see where the chat's coming from as well. A lot of guys calling for an OMT, but that is going to be Ernestus Jacobellis. Professor One Hand, our lead judge, Harold McKinney, just jumping in here. Look at the state of this dude's hand. Oh. It's mangled. Did he fall in a wood chipper? What happened? But
do we know?
I was gonna say, if you have any insight on that last judging call, just real quick. I think Nathan kind of gave us the long and short of it. But if you want to elaborate on that, I'm all here for it.
Oh, he did. Well, yeah, it came down to contact. Like they both put down really good lead runs. It just came down to that contact, and Ernestus did everything right on the entry. It's just that Steven was just too hot and just too aggressive.
Yeah, you're seeing Looney in chat too saying expected to flick a little bit later. Things happen.
Man, I just want to touch up on that picture. That's pretty rough.
They said his fingers, it literally looks like he's missing half his hand. Like, that's crazy. I couldn't drive like that. That's nuts.
Yeah, that's just a broken.
Hey, man, props to you, Ernestus, man. That's crazy.
For driver of the day, they said we're only taking the final 4. If Ernestus doesn't make it, I'm making a strong case just to get him in there anyway. That's... Man, Spirit of Drifting award for the day for sure. But thank you, Di, for jumping in real quick.
And let's get onward into our last top 32 battle of group number 3. We got Vicaris Alukas from Ertis Esports again up against Alexander Jaggard. Love to see it. They're at the line and ready to rip. Ertis Esports up against Oni. Both very good and established drivers. I cannot wait for this battle.
Yeah, I'm posting I know that this community is allergic to Twitter for some reason, but I'm posting a picture of Ernestus's fingers to Twitter saying this guy just won. But to get there, we have to get through this now. Alexander Jaeger followed in the ketchup and mustard of Vicaris Lucas. Alex, another guy looking for a big win. He just needs one big day. That's not going to help him there again. Oh, it happens again, Joseph.
Oh, it does. It just keeps on going. People just keep calling me Joseph over and over.
Well, I'm sorry. Would you prefer Jonathan?
Yeah, Jonathan's. But that was a very good run, but I think Alexander Jaeger did zero that run, unfortunately. That transition is eating people. And we didn't see that at all. And I didn't see it in practice. I didn't see it during qualifying at all. So let's take a look at this again one more time. Vicaris Lucas in the lead, Alexander Jaeger in the chase. And it looks like Alexander was coming out of drift way before that inside clip even. Maybe Vicaris Lucas was a little bit too slow for him? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We'll look into it again when we get to see the second the replay over. Oh, actually, we're gonna get another look here. Take a look at the lead vehicle. He's on the brake, but he's allowed to do that. He's not on the brake there. I don't know if Alex just wanted to follow him because Vicaris was really tight on the inside of that corner. So I don't know if Alex just wanted to go a little bit more narrow as you do as a chase car and went, uh-oh, I don't want to go on the grass, and just had a panic moment. But I'm sure we'll hear from him after. But that's unfortunate for Alexander Jaeger. You're going to have to see him pull a Dijon Reeves here and kind of let it all hang out in the lead position.
And so now we're going to flip it around. I'm sure Alexander Jaeger is feeling very itchy on if that's a zero or not, but Vicaris Lucas might not even know at this point as we are ripping into this initiation. Yep, Vicaris definitely doesn't know for how hard he's driving as Alexander Jaeger is in the lead, driving super hard now. Vicaris Lucas leaving nothing in the judge's hands at this point as he's pushing as hard as he can.
Oh,
Alex sealing his fate, unfortunately, with Ed Wall across the line. Such a shame.
As my good friend Steven Alvarez Brown says, my man had another quick meeting with Barry R.
Barry R.
He has no bias. He holds no qualms. He takes and does not give. Barry R, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is, but I gotta say, I think that the judges are probably looking at, are they zeroing? What's going on? Did anyone make any contact? They're just making sure to dot their I's, cross their T's, work it out. But I think overall, that might just be nerves, man. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't either. I really would love to know what happened to Alex and Chase, because it just looks like he gives up. Maybe he fell out of boost. Maybe he missed a shift. It's so weird.
But we do have a call, and not to be that spoiler guy, but they did zero out Alexander Jaeger for hitting that wall. So no matter what else, Vicaris Lucas is moving on and will take on his teammate Ernestus Eucabelis in the top 16. But first, we have to have the battle with very large season implications.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. If Mustafa can pull this off and make a deep run in the bracket, the championship, or at least for him, especially with Deshaun getting unfortunately knocked out very early, is going to get a whole lot closer. Deshaun too is sitting on the edge of his seat saying, go Tafa, go. I want to stay in this. We might have, if Mustafa can pull this off, a solid three-way fight, but he can't take out Andrejev as well, right behind Mustafa only by about 15 points. And another driver we haven't seen yet today, Austin Zalewski. So he's 96 points back, but you get 100 for a win. So it's not over for those top five. I would say Austin's the outside shot, but where the gap is closing, Joe, on who's going to be making a run for this championship.
Yes, for sure. Both drivers getting a little bit of extra heat in their tires. Man, Mustafa is throwing that RX-8 in hard. It looked like he was about to flip it. Yeah, new next level strats. Heat your tires, reset, get new tires. Don't know why, but we're lined up. Alexander Element in the lead, Mustafa, in the chase, hoping for an upset, and what an upset it would be. Both drivers really positioning themselves now against each other. I wonder if they really want to win.
This is your Big Duck Club. Group number 3, Mustafa Amin in the chase, Alexander Element in the lead. Number 1, number 3 in points. A little bit of a gap already, a little bit shallow from Mustafa, but weird line from Element there going into the first inner clip. Kind of a wacky start to this battle, but Mustafa going to put the pressure on now, and this is his favorite place to do it, just in the transition, bang, right to the door of Alexander Element, not really matching the angle, which is kind of odd knowing that, actually, you know what? I think Element's taken their advice to heart. A lot of times people are like, I wish that car would put a little bit more angle. I like to see a little bit more angle. I think he's taken that advice.
That was such a beautiful lead run out of Alexander Element, and Mustafa Amin doing everything he can, but I think overall Alexander Element really, and I'm not saying this as like Mustafa Amin has a lot to go over it on. I would say Alexander Element scored a 99, Mustafa with a 98 right now. Just super close. I think a little tiny step for Alexander Element, but we've seen Mustafa's leads, and I think we're about to see something special here.
Yeah, Element with a little bit of a late transition there. That's what I was saying. He kind of had a wacky line in the first half, really cleaned it up for the second half. Mustafa can only work with what he's got in the chase. Definitely his lack of angle to keep up with that Ferrari is something that the judges are going to be looking at, but we'll see how that plays out into run number 2. Still so much to play for here.
Okay, we are up at the line too, and Alexander is giving himself a large run up. And here we go, that 3-rotor shrieking right now. Okay, big angle from Mustafa Amin. Alexander Element, no chill, knows what he has to do to win this battle, but Mustafa Amin pouring the angle on, keeping it on the track beautifully. Oh my gosh, Mustafa Amin clipping that bumper into the wall. Such a committed run. Alexander Element not coming to angle as fast as Mustafa Amin across the line. I have my hands in my hair. I'm standing up. What a run. Both drivers, I'm sure, are beaming after that battle. What driving. Oh my gosh.
We said it before, we said it again, huge championship implications. If Element can move on here, he's going to have a significant a lot of breathing room in the points, especially determining how far he can get. If Mustafa can pull this off, it's going to close the gap significantly between the top 3. So, again, pretty similar to the first run, Joe, but they just kind of switched positions. Element didn't really look comfortable in the first third of the course. We get into the faster part of the track. He got better, didn't really pull a lot of angle in the last half of the course to make sure Mustafa went absolutely nowhere. But because of that, he put on so much proximity and never really let that RX-8 get anywhere. There's definitely a lot to look at. I would not be surprised if the judges are going to take their time here. Again, this is very, very big in the championship fight.
I'll bet you a kick in the knees that it's going to be an OMT. But as I say that, I might need to put on my knee pads. As we were watching side by side, I think that Mustafa Amin really had a great lead, but Alexander Element's chase was amazing. And I think because of how big of an implication this battle is, we're going to get the big man in here to explain it, but we're going to slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Mustafa Amin, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Mustafa Amin. 2 for Mustafa Amin, securing a win and moving on, and 3 for Mustafa Amin, a unanimous decision. Jeez, I'm sure he is beaming right now. So, Dai, the prettiest judge of all time, don't tell Brady I said that. Why was this call made?
Oh, so I don't know if you guys caught it, but it came down to the first run. Both chases was really good. So after outside clip 1 going into inside clip 1, there was you can probably, if you can look at it on the stream again, you can notice a huge decel, a huge checkup. It was trying on run 1. Run 1.
We'll see if we can get that replay up for you, Dai. You can talk yourself
but yeah, you really okay. Here we go.
Right here.
Let's run 2.
This is run 1.
Okay. You can see just going into the turn, you can definitely see that he completely checked up a little bit and kind of choked up Mustafa and kind of had nowhere to go. But other than that, both runs was good, and that was just the only thing that we nitpicked, and it was a very barely slight call, but it was overall Mustafa getting the win.
Well, thank you, Dai. It's been an easier day today, but still a pretty tough day, and there's a lot left to go, so good luck.
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, the championship is still on. Alexander Element knocked out early in competition here in New Zealand. Mustafa Amin trying to play spoiler and keep his hopes to a championship title alive. But to get there, we have an all-Urta battle. Ladies and gentlemen, honk your horns, rev up those fryers. Ernestus Jacobelis going up against Vicaris Alukas. Vicaris Alukas in the red and yellow S14. I almost said orange. And Ernestus Jacobelis in the black and yellow S14. Ernestus is going to be chasing with Vicaris leading. Both these drivers driving out to Lithuania. Both these drivers driving for Urta Esports, but only one can move on and take out the Lion King himself, Mustafa Amin. Who will be moving on? We are about to find out.
Yes, we will. This is going to be a battle, Keenan.
This is going to be certainly the most battle of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Ernestus Jacobelis in the chase, Vicaris Lucas in the lead. Oh, right to the door already. The rate angle and the proximity was absolutely insane, but Ernestus can't match it. He can't follow it through for the rest of the run. They're going to the wall right now. Then more contact. These two are putting on a show. We are not even in the finals yet. This is still top 16. Battle of the day right here. Run of the day for sure. Can you tell these guys are teammates?
Yeah, I wonder if they practiced a lot during that, because I know I don't think any other pairing of drivers here really could have hung on. Let's take a look at that again. How crazy that was as Vicaris Lucas in the lead. Ernestus Jacobelis trying to hang on. Couldn't. And then there was the pass. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, the car is the same. I feel like I'm playing 3-card Monty right now. I'm sorry. I'm getting all cross-eyed.
The only difference is Vicaris has got the red in his car and the S15 front. He's got the S14.5, and then Ernestus is in the all S14, I believe, with the black accents. That's the only difference between these two vehicles.
It's just so, I'm just cross-eyed. I'm making myself dizzy looking at it. But we're going back to the line. We'll see what happens. And I'm expecting nothing but shenanigans as they are honking at each other as much as they know.
Oh, these guys are having fun. They're having fun right now. You can tell by the initiation. We have not seen that aggressive an initiation in chase all day. Match the angle and right to the door. There's been so many issues there in T1 with contact and over-aggressive initiations, and they pulled it off. Couldn't pull it off for the rest of the run, but it was fun to watch. Let's see what they could do for run number 2.
And here we go. Ernestus Jacobelis in the lead, Vicaris Lucas in the chase. Big angle from both drivers. Not as close as last run, but man, is it a lot cleaner, to say the least about it, as we're going through outside zone 2. If they both keep it out of
Kill him!
I think we
Kill him!
A good run here.
I want blood!
There's no blood here, Keenan. There's no blood here. As we go across the line, they seem to have found some chill over the course of the second run.
Man, I thought Vicaris was going to go full mask off there. He tried. He gave the old college try, but super aggressive in chase. I think he knew he was on a little bit of an advantage there as well. I figured he'd let it all hang out with his teammate, but Urta Esports putting on a show right now. ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park.
And let's see what happens. I'm sure the judges are having a long discussion about who is truly at fault in the first line. I think they've come to an agreement as we're starting to hear the sweet, sweet, sultry voice of Brady over the wind. As we do have a decision here. Who will go on to battle Mustafa Amin? Is it going to be Vicaris Lucas or Ernestus Jacobelis? Slide him left for Ernestus, right for Vicaris, in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Vicaris Lucas, 2 and 3 for Vicaris Lucas. Moving on, and now immediately having to take on Mustafa Amin, who somehow is the underdog in this seeding-wise. So Vicaris Lucas taking the lead, Mustafa Amin taking the chase. Keenan, this is going to be a good battle, to say the least.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the farther that Tafa can make it through this bracket, the closer the point situation gets. So we could have a battle on our hands here in the last 2 rounds of the ESDA Championship. Again, you guys love what you're watching. Click that follow button. We got so much more ESDA content for you in the next couple of weeks. Monday, we have our ESDA Pro Down. You want a chance to drive with some of the best sim drifters in the world? Come here, Traxion, twitch.tv/TraxionGG Monday night. Street cars, fun tracks. Love to see you guys there. You might even see some ESDA staff members on the track. And then after that, next Monday after that, September 19th, ESDA Round 6 track reveal and media day. Come watch these guys learn the track live in real time. And I already know the track for next round. It's going to be a doozy, and that leads into September 30th and October 4th for ESDA Round number 6, which will be our last round in September before we move into our final on October 21st, 22nd for the ESDA Championship. We got something special planned for you guys for that one too.
Super excited. So we're at the line. Mustafa Amin giving himself a bit of a run up. Vicaris Lucas not phased by what sounds just like gunfire next to him out of that RX-8. Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mustafa Amin trying to ride the momentum of taking out his championship rival, but Vicaris Lucas trying to carry the IRTA Esports flag all the way into the championship final. Not a great start from Mustafa, but I think his best part of the track is the second half of the run. As you can see, getting really aggressive on the door of Vicaris Lucas right there. Vicaris giving him all the door to chase as well. Excellent lead run from the IRTA Esports driver, but on the door is Mustafa Amin, just giving him some friendly high fives for the culture.
For the culture. Both drivers definitely want to go onto this Final Four. Already, everyone in the half the Final Four is filled out. Amazing drivers, both of these guys really want it. And it seems like Ernestus Ucabellis might be acting as the spotter right now for Vicaris Lucas in in-game chat. And they are saying, I don't know what I could really say to do better besides Mustafa was there the whole run. You got to go 10 out of 10 in your chase. You cannot let any daylight between your two cars here.
Yeah, I mean, the level of competition here is just getting more and more and more aggressive, especially in chase. We thought we saw it all really in the first couple of groups, but it seems like the farther we go in competition here today, Joe, the more aggressive and the more caution to the wind these drivers are getting. This has been a treat of a round to watch. If you are with us right now, stay strapped in. There's still so much more action left. Run number 2 of this final for the Big Duck Club Group number 3.
And here we go. Mustafa Amin is going to be in the lead. Vicaris Lucas is also giving himself a run out. And let's rip these cars out of this gate as Mustafa Amin in the lead in that RX-8. Vicaris Lucas in that S14.5. Big angle from both drivers. Mustafa Amin hanging on to it. It seems like Vicaris Lucas is leaving a little bit of space, but now through outside zone 3, getting tighter where a lot of drivers haven't been able to yet. There we go, big outside zone 3 through the touch and go. Let's see if he puts it right on Mustafa's door through this last zone and kind of washing out almost. We'll see what happens and who the judges think took the incorrect line, but they definitely disagreed on how to go across that line.
Yeah, I think Vicaris just grabbing a bit of curb there, Joe, and it kind of straightened out his front end just a little bit of understeer. That'll happen. That's why it's a risky run by running those curbs, especially because these ones are kind of small and very high. So just both these guys. Again, this is what we live for. This is why we do what we do here. This is why we put these on. We want to see guys win. We want to see competition, but the passion and the camaraderie and the sportsmanship is what makes ESDA what it is. But take another look at that second run. Big initiation from Mustafa, kind of unanswered, and then chase from Vicaris. Vicaris is going to pull up his bootstraps, though, and Kane on that car. Watch Mustafa right here. Doesn't pull the angle, but goes, I got room, and then throws a little bit more at the end. How he knows where the rear of his car is exactly actually makes me angry. It makes me physically upset.
It's very shocking that he knows where his rear end is at all times to me. I don't know. I think overall, Mustafa, kind of put a nail in the coffin there at that initiation. They both disagreed on how to start and end their runs, and I think overall, Mustafa Amin is what the judges have been rewarding all day. And that's not to take anything away from Vicaris Lucas, because that was a very solid chase and a very solid lead. But those might just be enough of a mistake or enough of a difference to have the judges make a decision.
Yeah, nose to nose at the podium. Only one can move on. We already have 2 finalists, ladies and gentlemen, of Thunawat Wangfushin and Masashi Yoshida. Both those guys, 2 guys that have been on the cusp of a great day. And I think this track suiting their driving styles a lot more than the last couple of tracks we've done. But who will be joining them? Will it be Mustafa Amin keeping the streak alive of top 4 or nothing? Or will Vicaris Lucas be playing spoiler?
But Mustafa Amin really taking full advantage of Alexander Element being out as early as he is, especially if he takes a win here. I think that he could take, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but there's a strong possibility he could take the lead in the championship today. Am I not correct?
We will be able to confirm that after this group has concluded. The points will get updated and we'll be able to see it. Again, it depends if Mustafa moves on, because he could be on for 100 points today. So, and a decent qualifying day as well. Going to add that to his points. Obviously, Element qualifying second, getting usurped at the last minute by Thunawat Wangfushin, who has skyrocketed up into 15th in points. So we'll be seeing him more than likely next year in ESDA competition. That should be enough to secure his pro license.
I am super excited to see it as the drivers are parked up gorgeously awaiting this call. And I'm sure both drivers are super happy with how those runs went. There was no major contact, no major issues for both drivers, and both drivers were able to drive hard top to start to end here.
It's been a heck of a day, Joe.
It has just been.
Wow. I mean, we've had the last two European rounds were very super close, super tight battles and a lot of close calls. This has been so unpredictable.
Yes.
Here in New Zealand, I got to tell you, it was nice to see Nürburgring and Mugello. They were two really good nods to ESDA's history in Forza Motorsport. And it was nice to see those tracks back in the way they should be, with the layouts and clipping points. But it's nice to see this new facility here, as we do have a decision.
We do. Slide it left for Mustafa Amin, slide it right for Vicaris Lucas. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. Who's going on to our final four? Who comes out of top of our group 3 here? Die with an OMT. Brady with Mustafa Amin. Nathan with a deciding vote here. Mustafa Amin takes the win, goes on to the final four. We'll get our points updated for everybody here before we get into group 4. Wow, Keenan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the championship hunt is truly been blown wide open. Mustafa Amin sets himself up to potentially take home a full 100 points, but he's got Thunawat Wangfushin and Masashi Yoshida standing in his way, saying, today is my day. I want success. However, one more driver, one more gladiator is going to enter the ring. Who is it going to be? It might be Darius Ostreka, Brandon Gardner, Edgar Rojas, Artem Chilkov, Vadim Abramov, Roy Munoz, Robert Kuzinski, or Austin Zalewski. Those are your final 8 drivers in the 3D Rap Group number 4. Who will be joining them in our Traxion Final 4? We are going to find out right after this break. ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park returns.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Rap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Rap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3drap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh no! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 names in our final, but we still need to find the 4th. Welcome back to ESDA round number 5, presented by Traxion here at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. My name is Keenan Kuz, and welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a great Saturday afternoon, joined by Joe Piro, who might be getting a drinky poo still, 6'9" Pulsatrix, and Hayden. Oh, no, it was Hayden that went to get a drink. I'm dumb. But Joe, we just talked about it after the break. I'm like, I don't think I've yelled this much. This round has been, I don't know how else to say it, a banger. Absolutely amazing from top to bottom so far.
We've been throwing our judges some pretty hard runs to call. Harold McKinney, Brady, and Nathan Rudder, and they've been doing an amazing job making sure they are consistent and sure in their decision making today, as we find ourselves, last round was Italy, now we find ourselves south and east over in New Zealand at the Teretonga Race Park. Teretonga Park. Found it. Super fast track, super high commitment. We've been seeing amazing runs from all of our drivers today. I'm super happy to see our top 3 and the top 4. So we'll see who is our 4th here, as we have Darius Ostrega, Brandon Gardner, Edgar Rojas, Artem Chulkov, Vadim Abramov, Roy Munoz, Robert Kwasinski, and Austin Zalewski all lined up, ready to go. And so we talked earlier, Group 3 had some major points implications behind it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa Havmin has overtaken Deshaun Hack for 2nd place in the points. He's 284 to Alexander's 26. Alex is out. That is where he will finish for the day. Mustafa could potentially double his points intake should he take the win today. It is not over yet in this ESDA championship, and even though Deshaun Hack has been overtaken, he is right behind Tafa right now by only about 10 points. This championship is still wide open.
Super excited to see what happens here in our top 4. But first, we can't get ahead of ourselves, and we have to figure out who from our 3D Rap Group 4 is going to take that 4 slot and try to stop Mustafa from doing his goals.
Yeah, so it all is going to depend. So there will be our first round battle in the final 4. Whoever wins this round number 4, or group number 4, just getting these guys warmed up. A lot of different cars here as well. Brandon Gardner, nice to see him back in that Infiniti Q60. Vadim in one of the coolest sounding cars on the grid in that Toyota Altezza Lexus IS. I think it's a SX10, I think is the chassis code. If anyone wants to correct me on that, I think I'm right. SXE10 maybe?
We'll say it's right.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
I got you. I support you.
That's why we the best, baby.
We hold each other all night and cry. And it's just beautiful.
Joe holds me closer and I am his tiny dancer.
It is amazing. As we are getting ready for our first battle here, Darius Ostraka will be leading Brandon Gardner. I'm super excited to see it.
Don't adjust your television screens. Don't know why you would. It's not 1984 anymore. Darius Ostraka, the brother of Martinez Ostraka. Martinez, unfortunately, getting knocked out pretty early in the top 16 to Ilya Storjev. So Darius maybe trying to learn the lessons from his brother, take that information on into this battle. Your number 3 qualifier, the high-seeded qualifier of this group, going up against Brandon Gardner, who up until about an hour or two before call time was not even competing. One of our reserve drivers who ended up making it in very last minute. So very interesting to see if Darius is going to be able to take the win here, or will Brandon Gardner continue the trend of upsets that we've seen so much here today.
I am super excited to see it, and it seems like our drivers might be settling down a little bit here and getting ready to do their runs. And I'm noticing a stark contrast to earlier groups. These guys are not running with who they're battling. All the other groups, they've been digging in on it, but they are really digging in now. I think that these guys are as competitive as ever after seeing how hard everyone's driving in the first 3 groups. And gotta keep in mind, these guys have been practicing by themselves up until now. So almost 3.5 hours of just being there by themselves. So now they get to drive with someone else, and they're trying to wake up and be ready to go.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Urta Esports' own Darius Ostraka in that S15, the low and wide and mean aggressive vehicle, going up against Brandon Gardner, the only Infiniti in competition from Team Slide Culture. He's been in the ESDA bubble for about as long as ESDA's existed and then some, so a veteran of this championship going up against a veteran of Assetto Corsa Sim Drifting. Only one of them will be moving on into your top 16 for their 3D Rap Group number 4, and hopefully if one of them wants to pull to there we go. One of them wants to pull to the line. We'll be finding out very shortly who will be getting that W.
And we are at the line. Brandon Gardner rolling back, giving himself as much roll up as possible, trying to get right up on that Urta Esports S. That's a 14.5?
That's just a 15, I think.
Just a 15. And here we go.
I'm sure that it's one of those James Dean wacky things and we're just stupid and can't tell the difference. And we're going to go for a reset there as Brandon Gardner just putting the anchors on early enough. This is the most resets we've seen, I think, in one day.
Oh, yes, very much so.
This run-up is so important, so much speed going into T1. If you're letting your lead driver have any sort of gap that you can't control, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So good use from Brandon Gardner. Going to use that reset. And here we go, right to the door of Darius Ostraka here. Let's see what they can do. T1, Darius not getting a good initiation whatsoever, but getting to that angle right after. Brandon kind of struggling in the chase to be able to keep it on his door because of that. Let's see if he can reset here in this long left-hander out of zone number 3. Not a bad job from both drivers so far. Pressure coming on now from Brandon Gardner. Nice and tight line from Ostraka. I think about even there, Joe. Not because they both drove really well, just both leaving some points on the table.
Yeah, just a little bit of mistakes here and there for both drivers. So yes, I would have to agree. I think both drivers kind of had a weird initiation overall. And again, I don't know, it was just an awkward run from both drivers a little bit to me. I think Darius Strike was a little bit less awkward overall, but I think he still made mistakes, but they just didn't sit weird to me. I don't know why, but that run just sits weird with me, man.
Just not. I don't think either of them were too comfortable. You know, when you start off your run with a kind of half initiation, that's not a great start. Great job from Darius to kind of mentally reset and not let that affect him too much. The car still was everywhere it needed to be, still filled all those zones. Great job on the wall there as well. But Brandon kind of threw off immediately and then had to do his best to recover. He got there in the end, but I think both these guys are a little bit more comfortable. Again, they haven't driven. They've been practicing solo for about 3 hours, like Joe said, since we've started the competition today at about noon Eastern time. It's 3:30, so we're still deep in the afternoon. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Hope to see you on Monday for the ESDA Pro Bro Down, see some of the best drivers in sim drifting.
And here we go. Brandon Gardner in the lead, Darius Ostreka in the chase. Okay, this seems a lot more comfortable already. And Brandon Gardner right to angle. Darius Ostreka slowly making his way up to that door, even through that first transition. Great proximity. And let's see if the wall will claim it. It does not. Darius Ostreka having a great chase run overall. And Brandon Gardner going as fast as he knows how to. I think that made up for run 1 to me.
Yeah, I mean, wow, the pressure being put on outer zone number 3 by Darius Ostreka was a treat to watch as we take a look at the replays here. So strong from Darius. Good job from Brandon on his lead run to start the run off, but Darius just kind of smelling blood in the water right about here. And right on the door, nowhere for Brandon to go, nowhere for him to run. Good transition into the last corner. Darius kind of choking up on angle just a little bit, but very aggressive in the proximity.
And let's see what our judges are going to get to here eventually. I don't know. If I was a judge, I'd just be calling an OMT on that. Be done with the problem. Because it was, again, it's a little bit hairy here and there, but overall, it's good runs, small mistake from both drivers. To me, balances out. It's an OMT.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judges probably right now just comparing things that they saw. Like, hey, you know, I saw him do this. I saw this guy do that. And I think it'll probably equate to, I think you're right, Joe, but...
I can't... There's not a lot that I can really, comment on it, just due to the fact that it just seems... Small mistakes from both drivers, nothing really major. Again, both initiations were a little bit awkward, but both drivers were equally awkward here as well.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I think it's going to come down to, as one of our colleagues in drift commentary loves to say every 3 seconds, lead for lead, chase for chase.
Yes.
Sopa and Aropa, what 80s song references, I don't know. Anyone else got anything? I'll just pull up the Jaredisms Instagram account.
Please no, I will talk about any
already doing it.
Jaredisms at this point. But both drivers, again, I think it's weird. I've been seeing this more and more as the competition has been going on as well. Both drivers really a lot of drivers disagree on how to enter that first corner. A lot of the chase drivers kind of go in a little bit shallow to avoid it. I don't know what that's about, but I'm not very good at driving in the first place. I couldn't get through the first corner on this track even if I wanted to. So I couldn't tell you for sure. But I think that there's just something weird about how drivers are disagreeing about that first corner.
Yeah, it's such a weird part of the track. It's probably one of the most difficult parts of the track. You have to go in. It looks like you have to come in so fast, and you have this huge run up leading up to it too. But if you don't get on the brake or use all the angle your car has to slow the car down, you're going to overshoot or at least be offline. We saw that mistake a little bit earlier, I believe, with Alexander Element, why he got knocked out in the top 16. So that turn 1 today has been where a lot of battles have been won and lost.
It's just, I don't know. And our judge is still deliberating. It's really tricky to judge ones like this where I saw a couple of weird things, but we do in fact have a call, and I even got an explanation with this call as well. So we're going to look at our scoreboard here. We're going to slide it left for Darius Ostreka, slide it right for Brandon Gardner, keep it in the middle for an OMT. As we have 1 for Darius Ostreka, 2 for Darius Ostreka, and 3 for Darius Ostreka. A unanimous decision. And so let me pull up my notes here. So they were saying that Brandon made a mistake on his entry in this chase, which really led him to a bad line, and it just kind of ruined everything else in his run for that. And that's why they called it the way they did. But up next, who will Darius Ostreka battle in the top 16? We have Edgar Rojas up against Artem Chilkov.
Yeah, tight call there. I thought maybe the Darius was his mistake led to that mistake from Brandon, but judge is not seeing it that way. They have a little bit more access to a little bit more tools than we do, different camera angles and such and such. So they went over that. I think that's why that took so long. They're just trying to see if Darius's kind of soft initiation had anything to do with it, and judges voting unanimously that Darius Ostreka is moving on in this competition. Edgar Rojas now, don't get it confused. It looks like Deshaun, but is not. In the other team, Ascent GTR, going up against the other Ferrari, Artem Chilkov, in the Ukraine colors. U.S. versus Ukraine here for run number 1 of our second to last. Our second top 32 battle. My brain just stopped there, but big angle from Edgar Rojas right now. Artem trying to match it, but he's kind of struggling here with the angle in the chase. Big angle right now from Edgar Rojas. Great job from him pulling away from this Ferrari that has been told it's so fast all year. 1 tire in the dirt maybe for both those guys.
That could go. That was an interesting one.
A lot of these guys getting involved in the dirt. Guys want to be gardeners. Real green thumbs around here. Jared Deanda.
Oh my God.
I have the Twitter account or the Instagram account up. I'm just scrolling.
Production staff, is it okay if I quit live on air right now? No. Okay, well, my ankle bracelet just tightened up. I just felt. So let's keep on going as they're rolling back here. And it does seem that Artem Chilkov just couldn't get in as tight in that last corner. So I think overall, maybe Edgar Rojas going into this second run with a little tiny advantage. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, not by much, but Artem Chilkov, I'm not sure what was going on for him in the chase. Good start. Edgar Rojas doing his best to fill every zone. Maybe not getting the best transition going into the power alley, but Artem really struggling with angle. And having to actually, I'm surprised at how fast this GTR is. Not really known for being a speedy vehicle, but especially the last 2 years, last 2 seasons, that reputation has been changing.
And here we go, Artem Chilkov in the lead, Edgar Rojas in the chase. Let's see what happens now that the turntables are turned. As Artem Chilkov, big angle, but man, that GTR is huge.
Big mistake.
Weird transition, big mistake. And I think that might be a factor if Edgar Rojas can keep it together, but it seems like he's not. One mistake leads to another. And I think overall that's going to be a bigger mistake than Artem Chilkov not cutting it as close. But I just don't know.
Man, it's crazy how fast runs can change here. A little bit late on the replay, but take a look at run number 2. He completely ignores the outside zone there. That's never good, which is going to compromise his transition into those last corner. Edgar closing the run half decent, but again, missing that just early transition. Got lost in the sauce there a little bit. Tire on the dirt. We don't want to see that in that corner whatsoever. And then the missed zone. Don't get me wrong, Artem had some mistakes, but I think that the scale has completely flipped between the 2 battles there.
And we do have a call here. Slide it left for Edgar Rojas. Slide it right for Artem Chilkov. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. Let's see what happens there. 1, 2, and 3 for Artem Chilkov taking the win, and he will take on Darius Ostreka in the top 16. But let's finish off our last 2 top 32 battles here. We have Vadim Abramov leading Roy Munoz. Happy to see these 2. We're going to have that gorgeous IS300 or an Altezza. I couldn't tell you which one it is. I don't know my cars well enough. As is in the lead there with Roy Munoz in a equally gorgeous Mark IV Supra. A lot more grassroots looking here. And we'll see who takes the win.
Roy, one of those privateers, no team, as far as we know, that he's registered with in driving out of the U.S. And Vadim Abramov, Maluko machine, driving out of Russia, had a great win. Round number 2, I believe, got the W on that one, but has struggled to kind of, on round number 3, sorry, he got the win at Nürburgring, but has kind of struggled to put results on the board after that. Didn't qualify didn't get to round 2 battles, didn't even get to round 4 battles. So Vadim Abramov has something to prove here, round number 5, and Roy, but it's from Team Ascent because everybody's on Team Ascent, I guess. Oh, really shallow initiation from Roy. That's how you know he's on Team Ascent, making the same mistake a lot of his teammates have made today. Really early initiation as well for Roy, but Vadim Abramov just not pulling any angle there, trying to pull away. I don't know if he knows Roy's got his own problems going on in the back, but Vadim really killing some angle and pulling away from that Supra, but Roy doing a great job of catching up to him.
Yeah, that might be a big mistake. I think if Vadim can just finish run number 2, let's see here. So big angle from Vadim Abramov in through that, coming on through, big transition. That second outside zone, no one has a lot of angle through it, just trying to keep it on the track, and we'll see what happens here, what the judges will think about that as our drivers get back. But now if you're Vadim, you can really push Roy Munoz into some form of a mistake and then secure a win.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I don't know if it was tactical from Abramov just to pull some angle in that outer zone area, try to pull away from Roy. Roy was kind of just sitting on his own mistake. I think Vadim would have been way more of an advantage if it wasn't for that. So judges have called him out on it before. They called other drivers out on it before. So I think both these guys actually, funnily enough, sitting on major mistakes. Let's see what Roy can do in the lead position here. All the pressure's got to be off our boy here.
Okay, here we go. Lights out. Roy Munoz in the lead. Vadim Abramov in the chase. Let's see what happens through the first corner. It tends to be the do or die section as Vadim Abramov, not as much angle, trying to get right onto that Supra's door. Way cleaner of a run now for Roy Munoz. Good for him as, let's see here, Vadim Abramov putting it right up on the door. This is a safe run. That might be enough with the mistake that Roy made, but now he's washing out through this last corner and across the line. Definitely many things for the judges to look at and judge, Keenan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one takes a little bit because they both have individual mistakes in run number 1 and they both have little mistakes in run number 2. So
Yes.
Vadim kind of the same thing, looking for that angle on that Altezza. He's trying to make sure he doesn't lose Roy. So I think it might come down to their leads, really. That might sway this either way. You have Roy doing a great job of filling all the zones. Maybe like to see a little bit more angle, but nothing crazy, especially in comparison to Vadim's job through the outer. Nice job on the angle in the last part of the course, but Vadim definitely sacrificing a couple of degrees of angle to make sure that Roy didn't go anywhere and keep himself in the hunt for this battle win.
Yes, for sure. As our judges, again, lots of little nitpick. Every single replay I'm catching a little something different that I'm not super stoked on, but Roy Munoz does win my heart for having the best brake lights of the day.
Oh yeah, no question. And the purple underglow.
It's just a good luck.
369,
Overall,
damn he fine. Sock it to him one more time. Get low.
Get low.
To the DMCA, to the strike. That is the whitest people singing that song. Sour cream karaoke.
As we go. You laugh, man. I could throw a rock and hit it. Vadim Abramov, I think it's going for him overall. Personally, again, judging commentator calling a judging call, but I think overall just a little bit less scruffy, a little bit more proximity.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation, but judges normally reward consistency versus hot and cold. It depends on that consistency, of course, but for the most part, it really comes down to who put on the better of the two runs, and I think that the more consistent driver normally gets the W here, but the lead for Roy was just so solid. Not, I mean, could have been a lot more wow, but no real mistake with Vadim leaving some stuff on the table in his lead. But Roy's chase absolutely, especially the first half, was just not there, and Vadim's chase was not necessarily bad, but would like to see him match the angle a little bit more. So
yes.
This is brewing for an OMT, but I would not be surprised if you got a winner here too. It's really could go either way. It can go either driver or OMT. It really just depends on the judge's opinion.
I've learned enough about these judges to know that the longer it takes, the more you know that it's a disagreement. It will not be a unanimous decision. Generally is what ends up happening. Because I'm sure that they are having a discussion and they are all trying to point out as much as they know how to see who goes to which driver.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, just in a holding pattern here. You hear this. Sounds like a train. Sounds like an old steam train. This car sitting on idle. One of the more unique sounding vehicles on the grid.
Always.
Take another look at here again.
Wonder what they're looking for.
I think it's just comparing. There's, again, like we said, Joe, there's just a lot to talk about from both runs.
Yeah. I really wonder what they're comparing. Because overall, again, I see the initiation from Roy was a little weird, but Roy did have a very, very good lead. I don't think Abramov did anything weird in that initiation to cause something like that. I think it was just a funky transition, but man, did Roy have a lot of angle in his lead as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's a little mistakes. Both drivers have a run with kind of a little bit of a mistake, but nothing's too serious. And then both drivers have a run with something a little bit more significant. If you look at that run one again, watch the lead vehicle of that Altezza. If you're not seeing it, that's the least amount of angle we've seen anybody pull through that zone, and he didn't fill it the whole way. So I think judges just maybe trying to determine whether that equates to Roy's mistake in the chase right behind him, which happened at about the same time. So if you see it right here, watch that Supra. It's way too shallow, doesn't really get all the outer zone, and does his best to not drop a tire there, and he does not get the transition there whatsoever. So maybe it's just mistake that breeds into another mistake. And then run number two, as we take another look at this run number two here, Roy just kind of has a nothing really to note from what I can tell. Joe in the lead would maybe like to see him pull a little bit more angle in some areas, but definitely nothing I would say that's a mistake. And then Vadim having to cut a little bit of angle sometimes to keep up with him, but fills all the zones, puts that car everywhere it needs to. So I think both of them have runs that could have been improved, but definitely I wouldn't say are bad. And then both have runs with some significant mistakes. But it's not like these mistakes are even. So again, it's just going to come down to the judge's opinion on who did what for where. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a split decision. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an OMT. Wouldn't be surprised if Roy or Vadim got the win here. It's going to be super, super tight. So I think we might have a winner.
All of these
Di going into the chat right now.
Yeah, all of these possibilities are real possibilities. Anything can happen here.
Welcome to ESDA, ladies and gentlemen. If this is your first time here, thank you for joining us.
And yeah, I think we are getting some form of a call here. We're going to wait. And just while we're waiting for that, let's make sure we understand. It will be left for Vadim Abramov, right for Roy Munoz, up the middle for an OMT. And here we go. We have 1 for Roy Munoz, 2 for Roy, and 3 for Roy Munoz. And so, Keenan, I got a description even. So Roy, while he had that error up front, that only messed up one corner, but Vadim shallowed a lot of angle to pull away. And then Roy had a really solid lead, and Vadim's chase was not as good. So overall, that one mistake was not as bad overall. So I'm sure Roy is beaming right now.
You know what I think did it in, Joe? And we haven't really talked about it today. Hearing notes from the judges that there was a tire drop from Vadim on his second run. So we haven't really seen tire drops play that much of a factor, but with how close that was, that tire drop very well could have sealed the deal for Roy Munoz to be moving on into your 3D wrap group number 4, top 16. We have one more top 32 battle left for you guys today, and it's a good one. Robert Kwasinski representing JX team in the 370Z going up against Austin Zalewski representing Team OTM on the mountain in the A90 Supra.
This is going to be a great battle. I predict someone with an I at the end of their last name is going to win.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how this plays out.
I'm a winner. So let's go. Lights out and away we go.
All right, Austin Zalewski in that all black everything Toyota Supra on the brake, coming up to the line to let Kwasinski get by him. Good line from Robert, but right there into the dirt. Juan Mower, John Deere is Robert Kwasinski trying to do Teretonga a bit of a favor, mow some of the grass, but doing a great job of not making that a bigger mistake than it was. Austin was right there on the door, didn't skip a beat, took him a little bit to recover from that, but right back onto the door of that 370 is Austin Zalewski, giving him a bit of the Mike Power treatment coming over the line. Ooh!
These guys, both cars, to me, look kind of similar.
Tempers flaring, boys. We've got beef. Nah, I'm just...
One wants to go, they disagree on how they want to go back. But that's drama. I'm on to it. Can you imagine? They disagreed, and here we go again at the replay. Both drivers very good. Austin Zalewski right up on that door. Look at this. I think Austin Zalewski, very good chase, don't get me wrong, but I think he definitely could have pushed the proximity more consistently across the run as opposed to a few closer moments.
Yep.
And then Kwasinski, didn't tighten up on inner clips as much as he needed to.
So still some stuff to play for on both sides. A great job from both those guys. Dropping a tire off the track there usually is a death sentence. So
yes.
Great job for both of them keeping heads up driving and recovering from that mistake. But we still have our second run here. Robert Kwasinski now in the chase. And Austin Zalewski, A to Z in the lead position.
Here we go. Austin Zalewski in the lead in that A90 Supra. Robert Kwasinski in the chase in that 370Z, coming through, touching and pushing Austin Zalewski out of the wall. I watched them have a little bit of a glitchy, weird pingy thing happen in the first corner. Last run as well. The question is, who is going to be at fault for that? And I think I fear that Robert Kwasinski just didn't really get on the brakes as much as he should have. Let's see here again. Austin at angle.
I looked down and then looked up, and he wasn't there anymore. I was like, oh, okay, goodbye, Supra. I guess so. Dai has already dropped out to check the inputs. He's already going to go check the telemetry.
Yeah, they're going to watch brake inputs here and everything else. And it is just a question of, did Austin slow up too much, or did Robert slow up not enough? Because there's definitely a disagreement between those two drivers on how much slowing down was the right amount.
So watching the replay here, again, keep in mind Austin is based in the US and Robert is based in the EU. This is a German server because most of the guys in here are European. That's how we run it. So watch this right here. The only thing that tells me, so he might get a bump there, a little bit of lag there, and then he might get hit again there too. I was going to say he goes off without any, like the car looked smooth while driving off, but now looking at it in slow motion.
No, it looked like there was definitely some crunchy net code type situation going on here.
Yeah, right here.
Definitely trying to resolve that. So
bam.
A little bit.
Bam.
There. I think that's when it, I don't know. Gosh, I would not. I hate when calls have to be made off of things like that, where you feel like there's a little bit more than just driving going on, and a little bit of luck involved as well.
Yeah, it's the slow motion really opens the story, opens the book up for that one, because in full speed, it looks like that Austin was just driving off the track anyway. But the first hit, we've already pushed him wide, and the second hit looked like it's kind of sealed the deal. Harold McKinney and our judging staff are looking at the replay. They are looking at the telemetry from multiple angles just to make sure the right call is made. It would be a heartbreaker for whoever is going to get the loss here. Don't like to see battles, especially our last top 32 of the day. resolved in a bit of janky contact, but until one of you guys out there with a fat wallet wants to fly all of us out somewhere, this is unfortunately the evils that we have to play with. Welcome to online competition. I know those of you in fighting games without rollback will know exactly what we're dealing with.
It's just so great. It's just so lovely. A realistic issue. Let's see. But let's take a look at how gorgeous the cars are again. Because why not?
OTM having some of the best looking cars. OTM and JX team actually is having some of the best looking cars on the grid.
The fitment on that car.
It's wrong, but it's so right. I don't know why.
I don't know, and I gotta say, I can't. No.
It's monster truck, but I don't hate it.
Unacceptable.
And looking at that, the first run was great, but it's not really going to matter. It is going to come down to that second run contact. If that was enough to push the Supra off, or was he going off already?
I don't know, man. I can see this going either way.
What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking out there? You're watching on YouTube, watching on Traxion, Twitch.
All forms of streaming media. Yeah, he just washed out. It looks like it doesn't. I don't know. This is gonna be a tough one either way. I'm sure the judges really don't want to ruin someone's day over just a little bit of the server disagreeing with where they are.
The return for Harold here now. We might have a decision.
We do have a call, and it seems that the judges definitely saw something with the inputs, to say the least. So let's take a look at it, and we'll get Die in here as well while we call this off, and then we'll go from there. So we'll slide it left for Robert Kwasinski, slide it right for Austin Zalewski, keep it in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what happens. 1, 2, and 3 for Austin Zalewski. So I bet they saw that Austin was on the brakes as much as other people have been, and that Robert was not. That's if I had to guess.
I'm typing out right now in chat exactly what I saw. Hopefully we have Harold McKinney, our head judge, in here to help explain why they went with Austin Zalewski. Again, kind of a tight call. Don't like to see either side win or lose because of this. And Robert probably validly is going to be fighting his case here. So we might have to be wait a minute for our head judge to come and help elaborate. But for me, in full speed, it definitely looked like Austin just drove right off the track, but in slow motion, there's 2 forms of contact, and especially if you hit door to front wheel, which if producer, we could get a replay of the second run again, if it's at all possible. Thank you very much, kind woman. But watch the Super right here. He's gonna get hit here, and then here again, right before they pop up. You get hit in the front end, that car is going flying. The contact model in Assetto Corsa doesn't have a lot of give. You get bounced around like a ping pong ball from the slightest amount of contact. So he gets hit twice before they even get to the first corner, and the first hit happened right after the end of the decel zone too. So
I don't know.
Again, full motion. If you watch it at the full speed here, it looks like Austin just says, I don't want to play anymore, and just drives right off. But the hit leading into which would have pushed him wide, and then the other hit, which definitely would have shoved him off, I think are the reasons, at least for me, of why that went to A to Z Austin Zalewski. And watch the slow-mo right here. He's going to get hit right there before even he gets to the initiation zone, and then hit again, and then you see the car kind of jitter.
Yeah, it looks a little bit. That's frustrating. No matter what it is, it's frustrating.
It sucks for both of them. Austin doesn't get a good chase run to be able to carry him on in the competition, and Kwasinski gets taken out due to some jank. It's an L for both, but Austin going to be getting the better of that situation and moving on against Roy Muniz. I think we finally have Harold McKinney in here. I feel like we figured it out, but A to Z taking the win on that one. Just like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it came down to that run, the contact on the run. We looked at it clearly. Austin was well within the deceler, and actually he was already on gas before the red line as well. Robert just came in too fast. We did talk. We were talking, discussing about it with Robert. And he said there were lag, but just like any other comp over here, and us as well, we gotta judge it based off how we see it. So based off how we seen it on the stream and how we seen it live in the lobby, he just got too aggressive. So overall, Austin will get the win.
Thank you, Dai. Been a better day for you than Mugello, but still a couple of tough calls, and we're not quite over yet. So good luck, and thank you for your service.
Yep.
Well, there we go. And that puts the end to our top 32 battles today. But up next, we have our first of 2 top 16 battles. We have Darius Ostreka leading Artem Chulkov.
This is going to be a good one. Darius Ostreka, Urta Esports, Nissan S15, Artem Chulkov in the Ferrari 599XX. I know he's part of a team, but he's not registered as part of a team. So Artem, you're like, why don't you mention my team name? It's because it's not on the paper. Drift Sundays. I know he chums around with a lot of the other Ukrainians in the Ferraris. It's like a cult. A bunch of little weirdos, but always stoked to see these guys out here. And I think he's got the 2J in that Ferrari. So somebody in Italy right now is punching the air right now.
They are not pleased about that. They're talking very quickly with their hands about that. Just imagine my grandfather and over angry about things.
They're gonna have to watch a Red Bull win tomorrow, and that sheesh.
Oh my gosh! Don't break them that early.
It's called reverse psychology, man.
Don't break them that early. And here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting right into it. Top 16 battle, the 3D Rap Group number 4. Artem Chulkov in the chase, and Darius Ostreka, Urta Esports. Great job so far in the lead position. Artem kind of just on a wacky line here. Gap's going to open up, and we'll see him close it in this long left-hander of outer zone number 3. Great job from Artem Chulkov. Let's see him get a little bit closer. A little bit of a hiccup there from Artem, actually. An uncharacteristic kind of shaky chase run from Artem, and you cannot get away with that when you have someone so calm, cool, collected, and smooth as Darius Ostreka in the lead.
Yeah, that was a really, really uncharacteristic mistake from Artem Chulkov, and that might be enough for Darius Ostreka to capitalize if he can stick it right on that door and not waver and just not make a mistake, or at least not make a major mistake. I think that we'll see Darius Ostreka in the top 8, but who knows what happens, and that's part of competitive drifting. He may not even know that Artem Chulkov made a mistake unless he has a spotter, and with how many Urta guys there are, I'm sure that he has someone in his ear or his DMs telling him, hey, you can take it a little bit easy, just make sure you stay on his door and finish the run.
I was going to say, most of, if not all of Team Urta was in competition today, so he's going to have a couple of teammates, I'm sure, keeping an eye on the stream, keeping an eye on the in-game footage as well. So Darius sitting on probably a little bit of an advantage here, but we know Chulkov can turn on the jets, turn on the afterburner in that Ferrari. But we always talk about it in qualifying with Darius. That car looks so gripped up, almost to his detriment. He just needs to make it to battle. So I think 2 very fast cars here. Yes, this should be a good one.
So Artem on the back foot going into this, but Darius Ostreka just has to take it easy and setting himself up, but we know the Urta guys, they don't take it easy when they need to. So it does not matter. I expect to see a lot of door-to-door action here, and let's get it going, man. I'm super excited.
Shout out to Nico Celia in our YouTube chat as well. Hope you're having a good afternoon, Nico. Unfortunate circumstances, but we'll see you back for round 6.
Okay, there we go. Artem Chulkov in the lead. Darius Ostreka, no chill, does not matter, putting it right on that Ferrari's door. Chulkov not cutting in as tight as he could have in that inside clip, but good angle through outside zone 2. Great proximity to the wall from both drivers. Coming through that touch and go into the inside clip. A lot of daylight between the 2 cars, but I think Darius Ostreka was clean enough, I think, and close enough overall, but we'll see what happens and what the judges count.
Very similar looking chase runs, I think. If you look at Darius, he starts off strong, nice and good, matching, but then goes, uh-oh, he's pulling away from me, so he kills a little bit of angle, gets right back to the door. Oh man, that transition from Chulkov actually was sweet on the Ferrari number 1. But man, I see a world where this might go OMT. I see this going one more time.
I could see this going in many different directions. EST.
It's a pretty tight
I'm just
call
watching
here.
this. Yeah, it's going to be tight regardless of what's going on. This is so gorgeous. This run. Okay, but I think overall, Artem Chulkov, even though that was a great lead, I think that Darius Ostrika did decent enough in the lead and then did very well in the chase without that hiccup overall from Artem. Yeah, I think Artem threw away a run otherwise. Threw away a win here.
Yeah, just kind of watching both their lead runs. I think that if there's going to be a decision, that's where it's going to be won or lost.
Oh my gosh.
Is those lead runs. Comparing the angle, comparing the rate to angle, comparing the speed of the transitions, comparing the line that they're on, how much they fill the zones.
Overall. Yeah, it's just even. This probably is going to be an OMT. Let's be real. This is prime OMT candidate unless the judges are really watching in slow-mo and really have an idea.
I mean, there's a couple battles today I thought that were sure were going OMT that didn't. So judges doing their due diligence today, and we can't fault them for that. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the ESDA round number 5 presented by Traxion here at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. We are in group number 4 of 3D Rap. Group number 4 going to go into our finals big championship implications. One of your members, Mustafa Amin, is second in points and is going to try and mount a surge to Alexander Element's 326 points, and Mustafa currently at 284. So pretty close between those two. And then not to take away anything about the other two finalists, Sanawat Wangfuishin and Masashi Yoshida, both those guys needed good days to secure their ESDA Pro license for 2023. And both those guys are capable of having deep runs in tournament in their own respective regions. IIDS for Thanawat, and then Masashi Yoshida, and I believe EDC. I think it's EDC in Japan. It's on the podium. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and look. It's EDM, eDrift Masters Japan. So he's been dominating over there. So both these guys trying to prove they belong in ESDA.
And we do have a call, in fact, so we're going to slide left for Darius Ostrika, right for Artem Chulkov, in the middle for an OMT, and see who moves on to battle for that last slot here. 1 for Darius Ostrika, 2 for Darius Ostrika securing it, and 3 for Darius Ostrika. Just ripping it down to the judges, making sure that he got a unanimous decision, and I bet it was that one little mistake. But who will Darius battle? Will it be Austin Zalewski, our 22 seed, leading Roy Munoz, our 27 seed?
I would say battle the underdogs, probably the lowest seed battle we've had all day. Both these guys getting in the 20s in qualifying. Roy, I believe, I think Roy would have been the first driver, not an alternate. Qualified 31st overall before all of the last minute changes. So just making it into that top 32 off the skin of his teeth, and has got a battle win under his belt. But unfortunately for him, he's got to take on Austin Zalewski. And the winner of this will be going up against Darius Ostrika, trying to keep the dream alive for Urta Esports, having almost the entire team in competition today.
They went for it, man.
Oh, very close here.
Yeah, here we go. Old versus new, and away we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Old Supra versus new Supra. Roy Munoz in the chase in the baby blue Supra, and leading Austin Zalewski, the one who just, oh my goodness gracious, a mile of football field in between these two drivers right now. Roy's going to need a bit of a miracle if he wants to catch up to Austin. Austin even kind of going a little bit shallow in that outer zone. Roy doing his absolute best, trying to close on this proximity, but it might be a little bit too little, a little bit too late, as A to Z, Austin Zalewski with a solid lead run. What in the world happened there?
Who knows, but Austin Zalewski is not going to let anything else happen like happened in last battle. So Roy Munoz might be on the back foot here. It seems like Austin Zalewski's coming out swinging here. We have 2. Are they both U.S. drivers, or am I incorrect here?
I believe these are the last 2 Americans in competition, Joe.
So the 2 Americans on a EU server, I'm sure that their ping to each other is lovely right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got 122, so it's
I got 135. We're doing great. And these two guys also, I'm looking at it, yeah, they're right around there as well. Zalewski, thank you. Again, Roy Munoz. Yeah, not any proximity, and I think that might be the issue. So, yeah, Austin Zalewski really throwing it in. That was a great lead from him as well. And here we go.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a speed discrepancy here. Watch out, turn number 1. Austin has had issues there before of getting run over, but he might have the shoe flipped. You're going to see how he can adjust here for run number 2.
And we are ripping Roy Munoz with that older Mark IV Supra. Austin Zalewski in the Mark V coming through. Great line from Roy Munoz. Really great line from Roy Munoz. Austin Zalewski putting it as close to that door as he possibly can, trying to match angle. But man, does Roy Munoz really pouring the angle on from the top to the bottom of this run across the line.
You know, Roy, I think, is going to get beat by proximity, but I don't think he has anything to be ashamed of. He went out swinging. That was a solid lead run. As we do already have a judge call, but we'll take a look at the replay here really quick if we can. But yeah, Roy going out with his head held high I think. It's really strong chase run, or lead run, but unfortunately for him, Austin Zalewski just hand right on the throat saying, "Excuse me, sir, today is my day. Today is my time. I want to move on in this competition."
Okay, and here we go. We do have a call. The judges definitely knew exactly what they wanted to see here. That is not what it is. Let's go. Let's put it up onto the screen anyway. We'll slide him left for Roy Munoz, right for Austin Zalewski, in the middle for an OMT. Old Supra or new Supra? Let's decide now. 1 for Austin. 2 and 3 for Austin Zalewski, moving on and taking on now Darius Ostraka for that final 4 slot.
Yeah, so there's only one more driver that can make it into that final 4 to join Thunawat, Masashi, and Mustafa. So we're only going to be able to get one more in there. But to get there, we have to go through this battle. Again,
We're going to find ourselves with a very, very interesting battle here. As Darius Ostraka is going to lead Austin Zalewski.
I see someone typing in the YouTube chat. I just wanted to make sure it was all appropriate. It's goofy, but it's appropriate. If you're wondering why I just stopped talking,
I like goofy things.
I saw the word wet, and then I googled what the man said, and I just got oh my god, it's so funny. Google Translate's having a field day with this. It's really good. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Darius Ostraka representing IRTA Esports, 2 of the biggest teams, I would say, in Assetto Corsa in general, on the mountain, and IRTA Esports. So you see, anywhere you see competition, you'll see IRTA and OTM just so present in the community, whether that's street cars, competition cars, anything, anywhere you see more than 5 people, you're going to see OTM there as well.
Yep. Okay. We are lined up. I'm expecting nothing but the most aggressive driving out of these 2 guys, and just knowing who else is in the final 4, they have their work cut out for them after this.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Austin Zalewski in the chase, in the Supra, leading Darius Ostraka. The winner of this will win your 3D wrap group number 4, move on to the final 4. Great job from Darius getting all of that outer zone. Austin going a little bit shallow, but right with the proximity, using the 1 tire drop to his advantage. Oh, big correction. He's going to hit Darius. Darius into the wall, and then it gets sandwiched into the wall. Well, ladies and gentlemen. The US versus EU ping has come back once again.
I don't envy the judges for having to decide who to blame for ping on this one, honestly. Because it was a great run through that first corner. Austin fighting right up to that door. Darius Ostraka throwing it, and then...
It looks so much worse on broadcast side than it did for me. It looked like Austin may have just tapped him and then the lag began. But on the broadcast side, it looks like Darius got hit from 15 feet back. So because they don't even look close in transition on that screen. But for me on the bumper, they looked a lot closer. So I would not be surprised if we might see some sort of rerun here, because that is the grossest form of lag I think we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that one you're not squinting at going, well, can we blame the net code here? I don't know, Keenan. I don't know if we can blame the ping on that one.
They're lined up to switch them up, so I guess we're going to just keep going.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what we're going to say about that. I'm sure we'll get a description about it, but it's a reality of sim drifting online. So we are lined up here.
Very, very uncommon. We get reruns for lag. It's something that used to happen all the time.
Discussion. The judges are definitely having a discussion right now.
That was really, really, really bad. So again, we occasionally do reruns for lag when it's that bad. It's usually down to the driver, but right now I think it's just EU versus US. And the ping just being very, very crummy, and both these guys, driving so close, so aggressive. So I would not be surprised. We are ready on production, but they are not ready on track. So I think the judges, I think the judges are having a discussion on that. We'll see here in a minute. That is not the way I want to see this play out, but
all. That's not that anyone wants to see this play out. In fact.
Two really crummy battles, both of them involving Austin. Actually, that's hilarious. But yeah, we very, very, very rarely do reruns for lag. It used to be something we did all the time back in the Forza days, but not very common anymore. We probably will just be continuing here. No signs of a rerun of any kind. So let's see what happens in this second run.
Yeah, we're saying that on track we're good. The drivers seem like they're ready to rip, and I'm sure that the judges are having a long discussion about, are we allowing it? What are we going to do?
Yeah, I'm sure Dai is whipping out his pocket version of the rule book and skimming the pages right now.
Yeah, right. It's just unfortunate for everybody, honestly. Because I'm sure both drivers are not pleased about it.
No.
Why can you be?
Yeah, Darius got run over in his mind, and Austin watched Darius drive straight into the wall 4 times, 10 feet away from him. So I mean, I don't really think anything either of these guys could have done different. What's up, Whitley? I was feeling a little bit lonely, man. I'm really glad you're here.
We got our Duracell batteries ready to rip.
This man say, did he? I slept through it. It's 4 o'clock. Nah, never mind. No, I'm not judging him, man. Nope. I'm not putting that evil on you. So next time I wake up at 4 o'clock, he's gonna yell at me.
I'll yell at you right now. I don't care.
That's bullying. Don't do that.
I'm just trying to give you the support you need. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. As we're still waiting. What are we deciding here? I'm seeing a yes in chat, so I'm sure that they're having a discussion directly with the drivers right now.
It's not a whole lot for us to elaborate on.
Yeah, just
it's
weird
just
nothing happened.
Got eaten by lag. Again, if anyone with deep pockets is watching, I'm sure one of our emails is not hard to find. Well, someone just dipped.
We're getting a bug on the wall.
Yeah, I think our PA assistant Hayden Rigsby is going into the event waiting room and just kind of seeing what they're talking about. They might be going for a reset here. We'll see. It looks like we are getting a rerun.
Yeah, rerun.
And that lag was just so egregious. I think they probably brought it up to the drivers. Hey, do you want to do a rerun? So shout outs to especially to Darius Ostreka, because I think that if they would have went on with run 2 there, he definitely got hit, definitely got run over, but opting to do the sportsman-like thing, that's what we love to see. And again, shout out to everybody over at Urza Esports. It's been wonderful having them for ESDA. Joe, I think you'll get this one.
I will take this one as Darius Ostreka leads Austin Zalewski, throwing it in. Okay, now it seems like they are not jittering anywhere. I held my breath there as they got up to speed and went sideways. Austin Zalewski a little bit slow in that transition, going into the wall of doom as it seems to be today. Coming through the transition, so far so good, right up on his door. This is much, much better of a run. Hey, we can actually judge a run now.
Unfortunately, I think Austin Zalewski, smell me, is sitting on a 0, Joe. Take a look at the Supra in chase right here.
There. Yeah, he's zeroed out. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a 0. It looked like a 0 on my screen, but not good would be the way to describe that. It's the opposite of John L. Good. It's John Not Good.
Not good.
But yeah, not Zalewski, unfortunately, going from one detriment to another. So the rerun almost all for naught for him.
Yeah,
again.
That's not good.
I got to give all the props in the world to Darius Ostreka. This is a competition. There's prizes on the line and tons of money. This is very serious for him to go, you know what? Let's just rerun it. Let's leave it all out on the racetrack. Shows the kind of guys those guys are over there at Urta Esports. Like I said this before, I'll say it again. Super passionate guys. They love drifting. They love competition drifting. But at the end of the day, you know, there's a huge sense of sportsmanship and camaraderie there. So shout out to him. But I think Austin probably sitting on a deficit here as we move into run number 2.
And they are lined up, and they seem unshaken that they have to do it again, and let's see what happens.
All right, Darius Ostreka in the chase, run number 2. The winner going to be moving on into your final. Darius right trying to nudge to the door of Austin. I think he knows he might be sitting on an advantage. Early transition from Darius, almost made the same mistake, but kept that S15 sideways, moving into the long wall of doom. Is again, just a little bit of breathing room, knowing that there's probably a little bit of latency issues, but now's the time. If he wants to push, he can do it. Really inside of that inner clip was Austin Zalewski, but Darius Ostreka right there, not missing a beat. If that is Austin's bid at ESDA round number 5, I think he can go out with his head held high, but Darius Ostreka just seems to be on one today.
Yes, I have to say, Darius Ostreka, that was a dominant chase. I want to watch that replay again, but man, was that a dominant chase. Put a little bit of space in to make sure that we were safe, and then just sucks right up on that door. Coming on through. Yeah, jeez, that was a crazy last transition. That was insane. And I think we have a call here, Keenan. Quick call on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, it's not really a whole lot you can do with that straighten out. So that is going to be a wrap on that one. We do have a winner. We do have somebody moving on into our Traxion Final 4. Ladies and gentlemen, slide him left for Darius Ostreka, slide him right for Austin Zalewski. And it is going to be Darius Ostreka will be moving on and getting your group number 4 presented by 3D Rap win. And moving on into our Traxion Final 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Thunderwatt Fuishin, Masashi Yoshida, Mustafa Amin, and Darius Ostreka. It is a truly international Final 4. Who will be at the top step of the podium? We are about to find out in just a few short minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park, presented by Traxion, will be back for our Final 4 in just a few minutes.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Rap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Rap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3drap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, 32 drivers, and we are down to 4. Welcome back to the ESDA round number 5, presented by Traxion here at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. It has been a heck of a day. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined by Joe Piro, Strix9 Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. Joe, I knew this round was going to be great. We've had thrills, we've had spills, we've had awesome chases, we have awesome leads. We've been given a treat here if you're a drifting fan.
Oh, the people that are not having a treat today, though, are our judges, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Nathan Rudder. We've been giving them a lot of tricky calls to make. We've even had to rerun a run today just because that was the most fair outcome of this lag error here. As we travel back from where we were, Italy, they shoved us in a dark box, me and Keenan. They let us out and told us, hey, you're at Teretonga Park in New Zealand. And I said, that's weird. I don't feel like I'm upside down.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is again one of the oldest motorsports circuits in New Zealand, one of the biggest tracks in the country in terms of heritage, in terms of history, very fast track, and one of your finalists, one of your final 4, your number 1 qualifier, Thunawat Wangfuishin, laying down this heater yesterday. We've seen a lot of hotspot areas on this track compared to what happened yesterday, and Joe, again, turn 1 has been such a contentious spot today as well, filling all that outer zone, getting into the inner clip with all this speed, and then moving into outer zone 2 and 3. That wall is claimed to kind of victims today as well.
It definitely has. And then there's the one last transition and into this last inside clip where there have also been a few drivers disagreeing on how much brake is right to that inside clip and either washing out or making contact with the person they are chasing. So we know what the track is now. We got our drivers ready to go. What else are we missing, Keenan?
We are
long and hard.
I'm juggling like 3 different things. We're getting the driver of the day vote ready, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna post it in the Twitch chat and probably YouTube chat as well. We are gonna see you voting for driver of the day through our final 4 drivers. If you have a driver you want to see get the driver of the day, click that link that I just posted in both chats. You're welcome, by the way, doing all the hard work for you. And go follow Traxion on Twitter, Traxion.com or Twitter.com/TraxionGG. But they are not just playing for driver of the day. Championship implications here. Our good pal in the studio, Devin, is going to tell you what they're playing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you, Devin, for pointing out all of the wonderful prizes supplied by our supporters and sponsors, cash prizes, and almost a full sim rig equipment for the winner. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have to figure out who's going to win today. Thunderwatt Wongfushi, your number 1 qualifier, going to be going up against Masashi Yoshida, and then Mustafa Amin, with the ability to almost take a leap in the championship points, going to go up against the dark horse Darius Ostraka. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have Thunny and Masashi on the line right now. Thunny the Honey going against Musashi Yoshida, an all Asian battle. Thunderwatt driving out of Thailand. Musashi Yoshida driving out of Japan. Both these guys extremely successful in their respective regions, but they have not had the success they were looking for here in ESDA playing grounds. However, I think that is about to change. Ladies and gentlemen,
let's get ready, Keenan. Sorry for jumping all over you. I'm just excited to see this. These are 2 of my favorite drivers and 2 of my favorite cars on the grid, and I can't wait to see them getting driven as hard as it's about to happen.
Go vote for them right now for driver of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, first final battle of the day. Masashi Yoshida in the chase. Thunderwatt Wongfushi in the lead. Thunny with a great initiation. Masashi doing his best job not to try to run him over. But right now, Thunderwatt Wongfushi showing why he's your number 1 qualifier of the day here at Teretonga Park. But look at the angle from Masashi Yoshida. He's not going to pull it off, though. Going to cut off that outer zone just a little bit early, sacrificing his line. Looking like Joe, he's really struggling to stay sideways behind that S15.
It does seem that way. I almost thought Masashi Yoshida was going to drive off the track completely at the end of that run, but I think that he did hang on well, and I think that our judges are saying, like, look, we know what happened there, we know it, like, exactly what we think happened, and it seems like all the drivers are ready to go as well. Even they are just putting some gas down and ready to rip. I don't know if I'm Masashi Yoshida, I'm trying to forget about that run altogether, but who knows? Thunny the Honey, though, on a run today, Keenan.
Yeah.
Can I just say?
Thunderwatt absolutely on a rampage today. He has not shown any signs of slowing down. Keep in mind, Thunderwatt was your group number 1 winner. He's had such a break to relax, compose himself, get some extra practice in, especially with Yoshida as well. Not quite as much the same time, maybe a little, like 1 hour less practice time than Thunderwatt, but these 2 guys have had so much time on the bench, and they're coming out here and putting on a show for you guys out here in Twitch and YouTube and Traxion and ESDA So cool to see these guys battling. So glad they're both doing well. We're going into run number 2 here, Joe.
And here we go. Masashi Yoshida in that E36 touring with Thwanwat Fusen in the Liberty Walk Silhouette S15. Big initiation from both drivers. Thwanwat Fusen, man, he looks so calm, cool, collected in that chase. And Masashi Yoshida, again, a super smooth
contact
lead. A little bit of contact in that transition, but overall, both drivers driving as hard as they know how to. Well, the tire on the inside, it seems, but in the chase, that might be acceptable. We'll have to see what our judges think about that. And Masashi going so fast, overshooting our sponsor wall completely. Woo!
Yeah, I don't know if Thunny's going to be able to get away with that one. He had one full on in the dirt. My man was full Husqvarna in the chase there. But Masashi Yoshida, again, both these guys champions in the respective regions. I do believe I know Masashi Yoshida is on a tear in Japan right now. Thunawat Wangfushin always doing well over in IIDS. Look at the angle from Yoshida going into the last corner. Wangfushin trying to just close the gap a little bit, but unfortunately dipping that tire into the dirt. I was about to say they kind of had similar chases of they didn't want to get too close, so they kept lifting and they kept lifting, and it kind of just made their chases look a little bit shaky. I think that tire drop might be the nail in the coffin for your number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, that I was pretty confident in who was going to take this, but now I don't know. But I think that might have been a big enough mistake for long enough, because when Masashi dropped the tire, it was very slightly compared to what Thwanawat did. So I think that we might be seeing Masashi Yoshida into that final battle, which I would be psyched to see.
Yeah, I mean, either one of these guys that gets the W here, I don't think the fans out there are going to be disappointed. Two of these guys, fan favorites. Both these guys fan favorites on the left side of the bracket. It is unfortunate that only one of them is going to get the W here, but only one person can win here in ESDA round number 5 at this track that has played an excellent host to the Esports Drifting Association Championship.
Yes, I think that their judges definitely have it cut out for them. They are definitely watching replays as closely as they can work out to. And I think we're hearing a rumbling. Drums from over the hill. We might be getting a very long conversation as well, just to clarify what the call is. But usually when a call is this fast, I think that there's probably going to be a unanimous decision.
Thank you. I thought that'd be funny. If the mic even picked it up properly, probably just sound like distorted mess. But hey, we try. Call coming in here. I think it's going to come, like Joe said, kind of come with a explanation, but wow,
we have a call. So we will slide it left for Thwanawat Wangfuwasin, slide it right for Masashi Yoshida, keep it in the middle for an OMT. The loser of this battle is not out, though we will have a battle for 3rd place as well to make sure we get our top 3. So let's see what we have. 1 for Thwanawat, 2 and 3 for Thwanawat Wangfuwasin. Moving on to the final. Oh my gosh, what a battle. So Thwanawat Wangfuwasin going as having not had a lot of competition during, not a lot of luck during competition. Thwanawat moving on to the final. But now we have to see who those two are up against. We're going to have Mustafa Amin chasing Darius Ostreka. Darius Ostreka, our number 3 seed. Mustafa Amin, our number 18. And they are already lined up and ready to go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just from that last run, the reason that Thunawat Wangfushin got the win, 3 tire drops from Masashi Yoshida, that is a 0. Ooh. So, unfortunately for Masashi Yoshida, he is going to be battling for 3rd place, but will not be battling for the win. He'll be going up against one of these gentlemen. Darius Ostreka in the lead position, Mustafa Amin in the chase position. This is absolutely a must-win for Tafa, a must-win for the Lion King if he wants to make a real shot at this ESDA Pro Championship.
And they are off.
So Darius in the Urta Esports machine in the lead. Mustafa Amin in the chase in the JX Team RX8. Big gap between these guys. Let's see if Mustafa can close it a little bit. Darius has been so fast. I'm not sure if this was the right play from Mustafa. You see that gap still wide open. Having to kill ton of angle. Great job on the transition from Mustafa Amin right to the door of Darius Ostreka. But Darius, robotic, clinical, I think is the word, in the lead position. Big angle. Nice job on the inside line. Mustafa had the proximity. Did not quite get the angle there. Not the best chase from somebody who has been so aggressive of the chase position all season.
We've seen overall to sneeze again as Mustafa Amin. We saw how fast the tables can turn over the course of a run last battle, so let's see. Again, both drivers have been very clinical all day, and I think Darius Ostrika has been really just on a heater, and of everybody, he has been the most consistent by far today, in my opinion.
Yep, I think that's what's gotten him this far. It's just consistency, being solid, and capitalizing on mistakes. So really going to have to see what can happen here. We've seen runs completely change. The complexity of a battle completely change with that second run. Darius Ostrika's car looks like it's very fast. He's done a great job behind some slower cars, but Mustafa is making that car work in terms of speed as well. So this is still barely anyone's game. The negatives for Amin are not super high. So let's see, Joe, what happens in this second run. Only one of them can make the final. The loser will be going for third place.
Yep, as we're hearing that three-rotor of that RX-8 from Mustafa Amin shrieking, Darius Ostrika cool as a cucumber on the line, and they are off. Okay, here we go. Both drivers shrieking into the initiation point. Huge initiate from Mustafa Amin. Darius Ostrika right up on his door. Very good chase so far from Darius Ostrika, but Mustafa Amin no slouch in the lead either. And let's see if they both can get past this wall. Yes, they do. Mustafa Amin pushing right up to the wall. No tires out on the concrete, but now Darius Ostrika pushing right up onto Mustafa Amin's door and across the line.
Wow.
Man, what a run.
Chase of the day by far and away from Darius Ostrika. It looks like he's finally got into his rhythm. We knew this is a guy that could win any round that he shows up to. And I think he's finally showing his prowess and how strong he's been driving today. Not to take anything away from Mustafa, that lead was, in a word, gorgeous. I think Breezy put it best in our Twitch chat. Good freaking run, boys.
Yep. Look at how spot on perfect. The first run looks sloppy when you brought them side by side like this. Jeez. And again, look, Mustafa Amin just pouring the angle on, very smooth lead, and that's really opening up the door for Darius Ostrika to just get right up onto Mustafa Amin's door and capitalize and show off how smooth and how much proximity he can maintain. Not just achieve, but then maintain over the course of the run. And I think Mustafa, that's kind of where he let himself down in his chase. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw Darius Ostrika taking the win on this Keenan.
Yeah, it all came down to getting a little acquainted, I think.
This is a family-friendly show.
I can't believe Darius Ostrika really just said,
my gosh.
But it all came down to the roll-up. If Mustafa would have went for the reset like we've seen so many people do today, because he does not have that proximity at all. Even going into T1. So if he would have hit the brakes and went for the reset, I think he maybe underestimated the speed that Darius had, but that car has looked so fast all season. He's finally get to stretch its legs here at Teretonga Park. So I'm not sure. I hate it when this happens. I've done it myself.
Yep.
It is the apps. You watched me do it in Hot Pit.
I did, in fact.
Yeah, I got left on the start and just said, this is fine. It was not fine.
I was shocked that you were fine with that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I hit a cone. It was bad.
I was very confused why you didn't take your reset. But anyway, Mustafa Amin slide it left. Darius Ostrika slide it right. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. The winner will go on and battle the Wang Fuwison. The loser will go on and battle the Masashi Yoshida. So not any rest for the wicked here today. And let's see what we have. 1 for Darius Ostrika. 2 for Darius Ostrika, but then we do have an OMT, so that was a very close battle, but I have to imagine it had to do with the proximity.
Yeah, I mean, nothing Tafa really could have done. He tried his best to close that gap, and I give him all the credit in the world. But when you have that much of a gap leading into T1, you got all the high-speed zones left to go. There's only so much you can do. However, we have an absolute banger ready for you guys for third place. Mustafa Amin coming off that loss is going to be hot, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see the best out of Mustafa. He is going to be chasing your number 5 qualifier of Masashi Yoshida. Both these guys want to be on the podium. Mustafa wants to keep the streak alive. and I forgot his name really briefly. Masashi Yoshida wants to be on the podium for the very first time in ESDA competition. You know, Mustafa needs that third place, needs to keep the gap close to Alexander Element in points, but you have somebody who's been so dominant like Masashi Yoshida in their own region, wanting to prove that it's not just Japan, he can win anywhere.
And just a reminder now, folks, going into these battles for second, third, and first place, we will not announce any results unless it is an OMT. And even then, we may run the OMT in secret, so you don't know it's an OMT, just to build the suspense. But first, we have Masashi Yoshida leading Mustafa Amin. Such a great run. I am so excited for this run.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your third place battle. Masashi Yoshida going against Mustafa Amin. Both these guys have shown the powerhouses in ESDA competition this season. Mustafa, the great jump, but you hear the V8 screaming of Masashi Yoshida and the E36 touring. 2 rounds in a row. We got a wagon up here getting it done. Mustafa trying to put the pressure on Yoshida, but Yoshida just with the afterburners on, and it absolutely cleans him out. Is Mustafa Amin. No chance for Mustafa Amin to not make contact there. Masashi Yoshida getting his clock cleaned out by the GX team driver Mustafa Amin.
Ooh, I'm gonna need to see a replay on that one, because on my screen, I don't know. Let's see here. So we throw it in. Great runs from both drivers so far. Huge transition. Masashi straightening out a little bit, coming in through here.
Oh, he just
the wall
ruins him.
Ooh, and I don't know. It seems like Masashi got what he wanted and Mustafa's car gripped up or something. I don't know. An uncharacteristic mistake, if I'm correct, from Mustafa Amin, but we will have to see. Yeah, that's what it looks like. He just didn't get to angle at all.
Yeah, I mean, you play with fire long enough, eventually you will get burned. Unfortunate for Tafa, the Lion King, Mustafa Amin, but I was wondering maybe if Masashi Yoshida went a little bit shallow there, but on the 2 quick looks we got on that replay, ladies and gentlemen, it does not look like that was the case. Masashi Yoshida just needs to put in a solid chase run, but if I know anything about this guy, he is going to go all out, run number 2 for third place live right now.
And here we go, Mustafa Amin in the lead, Masashi Yoshida in the chase, leaving a lot of space now. Masashi definitely thinks he got hit. As we go through the transition, keeping 1 tire in the red zone, which is allowed in the chase, you must remember. Lots of angle from Mustafa Amin, putting in that lead run that we've come to expect from him today, which is just lawless. Masashi Yoshida taking advantage of it, making sure the judges know that he's not going to be a slouch about it. And across the line, what a run.
So regardless who ends up on that last step of the podium, both these drivers earned it. You can vote for driver of the day right now at twitter.com/TraxionGG or discord.gg/Traxion. Join the Discord. Look in the ESDA section. There will be a vote there as well if you are anti-Twitter for whatever reason, anti-Bird app. But it is going to come down to that run 1 contact. I do believe solid chase for Masashi Yoshida. I was going to say playing it safe is just not in this guy's repertoire. He wants to make sure all you guys out there watching are having fun, wants to have fun himself on the racetrack, but I do believe that should be GG, and we should have a winner there for third place, which we will announce right now. We will announce during our podium ceremonies, but to get there, we have 1 battle left to go.
As we are moving on, this is going to be a fun battle. 2 of the most different S15s possible at all times. We're going to have Thawatawat Wongfuasin, who sat on the top qualifier already, maximizing his points, and now is in this final battle up against Darius Ostraka in an S15 from Urta Esports. Also, an excellent run, and ooh, this is going to be a battle.
Yeah, looking
I don't
like,
know what else to say about it.
I'm not sure if Mustafa is going to, with that 3rd or 4th place, is going to close the gap in the points. So Alexander Element is able to take a breather right now, but everything that could impact his championship is over. We'll figure out who the winner of that 3rd place battle is at our podium ceremony, but Thunny the Honey on the line. Thunawat Wongfuasin, Hothead Racer by Race Zone. That is not even the full name, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we could fit in the graphics. Darius Ostraka in the Urta Esports S15. It is Thailand versus Lithuania. Or it's probably incorrect. I don't think it is, but I'm double checking. Thailand versus Europe. Let's put it that way. Darius, where's his name? Yeah, I was right. Okay, cool. That's called overthinking, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know what anxiety sounds like?
That's what it sounds like, all right. And we are lined up, ready to go, and we are off.
If you're a fan of either of these drivers, let us know in the chats right now. For ESDA Round 5 final, Thunderlot Wong Fuishin in the lead. Darius Ostrika in the chase, and he's giving him no room to breathe. Hand around the throat of Thunderlot Wong Fuishin, but he is showing right now why he was your #1 qualifier. So much angle, so much style, so much steez in that Liberty Walk S15. The transition onto the wall from Thunderlot Wong Fuishin, an absolute masterclass of a lead run right now, but Darius Ostrika is not letting the Thai driver go anywhere.
Woo! That was a run, all right. And they're still parked up, those other two. They're ready to rip. But Thwanawat putting on a masterclass of a lead run. Good, Chasey. Let's watch this replay. Great proximity on that inside clip from Thwanawat. And Darius Ostrika, great on the transition, getting right up on the door after transition. No danger through that wall. Man, this is amazing. And a little tiny bit of distance right on that last one, and that was just a crazy run from both drivers. It's up in the air overall. I think that Thwanawat left a lot less doors for Darius to perform better in the lead than Darius did for Darius Ostrika. But anyway, what do you think, Keenan?
I love drifting. I just love drifting. We're just taking this as we go here. I love that this is the final. I love the two drivers in the final. Have nothing but respect for the Ostrikas and Urta Esports, but my heart is with Thunny the Honey. That guy has leaned into the meme. It just makes me smile every time we see him chat any of this stuff. He's so happy and so stoked to be here. It's still anyone's game, Joe. Run number 2 of the final.
Darius Ostrika in the lead. Thwanawat Wong Fuishin in the chase. Little bit, maybe a tap on the initiation, but that is okay, as now Darius Ostrika puts in a little bit of a gap to Thwanawat Wong Fuishin through this transition, and here's where Thwanawat will have the opportunity to catch on up, and he does through this transition. Maybe contact on the transition, but Thwanawat...
Go on, lad! Get in there!
Deeper in the inside clips with Darius Ostrika in to win it. Now we're going to park up all 4 as our judges deliberate.
Man, even if that's even enough to settle it, holy crap. That was what a final. This might not even be enough to settle it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if we do not have a winner, we will go one more time. If we have a winner from that battle, we will announce it at the conclusion of our podium ceremony. A absolute masterclass of esports drifting from both these drivers. Thwanawat Wong Fuishin has not skipped a beat in the lead position all day. But Darius Ostrika, consistent. Who's going to be hosting the trophy or holding the trophy at the end of the day? We are very, very, very close to finding out.
I think the judges are definitely going to have a lot to look at. But if you watch the run side by side, I think there is definitely one driver who really set themselves above the other in those 2 runs, because man, was that crazy. Darius Ostrika, that chase was amazing proximity, and then that lead, he just was a little bit faster than Thwanawat, maybe gonna upset the it seems the crowd favorite today, if you will.
Yeah, again, already a early game winner and driver of the day, Thwanawat Wong Fuishin, already taking the lead in the polls. The only thing I can think of that might push this OMT, Joe, is that Darius, his angle in the chase at some points was a little bit lackluster. I can see him not feeling all the zones very occasionally, and Thwanawat in his chase as well, with a couple little hiccups and mistakes very similar. When it comes chase for chase, I think Thwanawat's got that licked. I think he's got that figured out. But do we have a winner?
I guess that we will find out. The judges are being cheeky in how they're telling us. But I think we will have not an OMT here. I can't see anything but that.
Now everyone in our media staff is typing in caps.
No, I'm just agitated.
And Joe's got to go to work.
Yeah,
He's got to go from work to work.
I literally, during the last break, put on my work uniform. I'm wearing my shoes. I'm going to turn off my computer right after this and run to work.
Brady just drawing this out.
I was so nice to Brady all day.
I think Nathan going to double check something he popped out of this server. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner.
Yes, we do.
I was going to say get all the drivers down to the podium, but they're already here.
I'll let them know the, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll do third place. I got third place. You ready? So in third place between Masashi Yoshida and Mustafa Amin, Masashi Yoshida out of Japan takes the third place spot in that E36 Touring. Congratulations to Masashi Yoshida on third place. Very well deserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, that leaves one more spot to decide who is at the top step of the podium. ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park here in New Zealand. Is it the Thai driver, Thunawat Wanfuwishen, your number 1 qualifier, or is it Mr. Consistent, Darius Ostreka from Lithuania? Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, first time this season, ESDA round number 5 is Darius Ostreka for Urta Esports. Finally gets the job done for Urta and the top step of the podium. And this man scratched, fought, and clawed his way to the gold medal trophy here, ESDA round number 5 from Teretonga Park. An excellent
job to all the drivers today, especially the top 3 today, Darius Ostreka, Thwanwat Wangfuwison, and Masashi Yoshida. My gosh, we said anyone could take a win today, and it really did seem like that.
Yeah, it was anyone's ball game for so long. So stoked that we got some new faces minus Tafa up on the podium, up on the final 4. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to all of your gladiators, your warriors, your drivers today who put on a show on top of a show on top of a show for you. Wonderful job, and no disappointment anywhere in this top 4. All these guys have something to smile about.
Oh my gosh, what a battle today. I cannot stress how amazing the driving today was. The qualifying was crazy, but the battles today were just insane. Even when people were crashing and zeroing, they were finishing their runs in tandem. I can't say that about most battles at all. So we are finding out right now, do any of our drivers speak English? Can we interview
them? I know we tried to interview Ostreka last year and it did not go very well, and I don't like to ask people from non-English regions like, hey, here's this really complicated question. You know what I mean? If we don't get to talk to him, we don't get to talk to him. I know we'll be able to talk to Tafa. Worst case scenario. I think Thunawat's English is half decent. So we'll see if we can get a hold of somebody as our production assistant Hayden Rigsby is going to find fresher air here.
And air, in fact.
But
such a good run today. Such great driving from everybody.
We got a hold of Thunawat. We got Mustafa. Okay, cool. I think I'm going to drag... yeah, we have all 4 final drivers in here. I'm going to pull Darius in here, our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of ESDA round number 5, Darius Ostreka. Darius, finally getting it done. How do you feel?
Finally, I'm feeling very good because in the start championship, I was, I passed qualification, then I lose top 32, yeah, and now finally, I feeling very good.
You're right. It has been a tough season for you. Was there something about this track or your car that was a little bit different this round? You seem like a whole new man out there.
Yeah, I loved this track. I want to say big thanks my brother Martinez because he helped me with the setup, with the line, everything. Like, I started drifting 2 years ago. So yeah, I try to do.
Well, we're happy to have you back. And again, congratulations on the first place. This gotta feel so good having worked for it all season. 2 rounds left to go. How are we feeling?
Very good, yeah. What can I say? Very good. Also, I want to say big thanks my friends who watching this championship. I want to say big thanks my team Urta and also you guys. You do everything for me, for us. for you now.
It's been a pleasure having you and all of Team Earth Esports in ESDA. Congratulations, and we'll see you back for round number 6.
See ya.
That was Darius Ostraka, ladies and gentlemen, and Joe. I hope you on your way out to work, you got a microphone for the man of the hour, Thanawat Wamfushin. Thanawat, second place. Joe's got a word with him, I think.
I do. So, Thanawat, Thunny the Honey, as you are now officially known. Second place, top qualifier, a great weekend for you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good, man. I'm super stoked on getting second place. Is this more than I expected? I was hoping just getting into top 16. That's it.
Oh, for sure. That was amazing. And again, a gorgeous car here. You're one of the only people that ended up taking this Liberty Walk kit. So, big props to you for taking that. Anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to thank?
Yes, I want to shout out to Inflex. He is the guy who's building all of my pro cars. And shout out to Tiger Carpen, who's making this amazing livery on my car.
Yes, it does look amazing. I was noticing the sparkles on it today, and my jaw dropped to the floor. I actually own a bicycle in the exact same color, so I just want to be friends with you, Thunny. That's all I want.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So, again, congratulations so much on second place. Congratulations on first place in qualifying today, and keep up the amazing work, man.
I will, man. I will do better next round. Hopefully, I can get first place.
You heard it here first. He says he will do better. There is only one way to do better besides getting driver of the day, top qualifier in second place. So I expect great things from you, and we will see you soon.
See ya, bro. Best energy. And one more thing. You guys got the best energy ever, man.
No, you.
No.
They're gonna kiss! They're gonna kiss! Let's go!
Look at it, children. It's safe. Okay, thank you so much. Have a lovely night for you. And we have a third place here, maybe Masashi Yoshida, perhaps.
He's in the call. Masashi Yoshida, third place on the podium for the first time, I believe, in ESDA. How are you feeling, my friend?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Is this a one-way conversation?
It may be.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, I'll give him the old drag out, drag in. Let's see if I can fix this.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Masashi, do you have a copy?
So this is my first podium, so I'm so happy.
Oh, I bet. I have to imagine this was such a storming day today for you too. You just really came in and showed why you are such a successful driver as you are. Is there anything different you did for this competition versus the ones that you've competed in previously?
I just changed away distribution from the last round and worked pretty good. And yeah, car is pretty fast and feels good.
So guys, now you know a little bit of this secret sauce. Anyone do you want to say thank you to, Masashi? Anyone you want to shout out?
Thanks for watching, everyone, and can't wait to compete the next round.
Well, thank you so much, Masashi. Again, an amazing run today. I am so excited for you. I've been waiting to see this wagon on the podium. So thank you so much again for driving. And I think I speak for everyone here at ESDA. Thank you so much for competing and giving us more people from more different drift communities and seeing how everyone stacks up.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think we have one person left to drag in here. We usually don't interview P4, but because of the championship implications, Mustafa Amin, you needed a good day. You got it. Not quite on the podium, my friend, but the Final Four streak is alive. How are we feeling?
Feeling good and surprised. Yeah, today was super stressful. I mean, I am glad that I even managed to qualify even. So yeah, crazy turnout of events, and I'm, lost for words right now.
I'm pretty sure I've asked you this question before, but beginning of the season to now, did you think you'd be one of the only guys in contention for the championship?
To be honest, I was hoping like in the top 10 I would have been content, but just the way things went and how this car drove. It's my first time debuting in an RX-8, and so far, yeah, I mean, it definitely puts your nerves on fire knowing you're this close and you can't make any mistakes. And I think it probably showed in the remainder of the final battles today, but it's no small feat trying to go for the championship with all these crazy drivers on your tail all the time.
So you've overtaken Deshaun Hack. Unofficially, you are second now in points, just shy of 40 behind Alexander Element. What's the mentality going into the final 2 rounds?
You're now just setting more nerves on me. We only have 2 rounds left, and I guess we just have to hope and pray and get a top 4 every round and maybe get a couple wins if possible. But yeah, I just want to thank Victor, Said El Mouri, Heat Esports, Robert, and JX Team for helping me, especially Robert. Without his tips, I wouldn't even been able to qualify. So I want to thank his big, veiny, juicy brain for all the tips he gave me today.
Thanks for that.
And and yeah, and thank you guys too so much for keeping the show alive and all the judges for their hard work. Yeah, appreciate it.
Hey man, if it wasn't for you, we would have nothing to get excited about. So congratulations. We'll see you back for round number 6.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good one.
You too, man. And that is going to conclude, unless we'll see if Dai has anything to say. He's in the stat chat now. Can I drag him? Oh, hell yeah, I can. Hopefully he's not mid-conversation, but just I wanted to give Dai an opportunity. Our CEO, our Lord and Savior, Harold McKinney. Big round today, brand new track for ESDA. How are we feeling at the end of all this, man?
Really surprised. I really thought it was going to be one of those rounds where, I really wasn't expecting the qualifying scores to be that way, but we got a pro field. They all driving really good, and we had really good scores yesterday. And today was really great as well. Phenomenal driving from top to bottom by everybody. Also want to give a shout out to all the sponsors, from Mazda Racing to Vosen to 3D Rap, Next Level Racing, Big Duck Club. And also, you can't leave out Traxion for also helping us with the production this year. And also to you guys, Joe, Keenan, and Strix, and Hayden in the background for you guys doing the commentary, man. And the judges as well from Nathan and Brady today. And Steve has been doing a great job on the social end. So we're all clicking on all gears and couldn't have been any more happy.
Firing on all cylinders, moving into the back half of the season. 2 rounds left to go. Championship battles getting tighter. We don't quite know where we know where we're going next time, but the world does not know. We have 2 more rounds. Did you think the championship would be this close, moving back into a more traditional points format?
Honestly, yes, because it's kind of the way I had structured it when we first came over here last year. I wanted a much closer point standing. I guess I can further explain this to the audience. So you can have a bad round, and you can come. And today, Darius is a prime example. He was 15th, 19th in the standing today. Got a win today, and he's sitting 5th place. So each round, nobody's is pretty much safe in the points. So you got to turn up every round. Have a good points day to keep that spot and keep go up or down in the point standing. So I'm not surprised with the point structure, and I honestly think it's working really well.
And I won't take up too much of your time here, but I'm not going to ask for a spoiler for the next round. I don't want to ruin it. But considering where we've been already and what this track had in store for us, can we expect for round 6?
Round 6, so yeah, like to appreciate, New Zealand and, the neighboring country of Australia for, for the visit and everything, or at least having us to visit your country. We'll be leaving and making a short little water visit to Japan.
It would not be a competitive drift season without one stop to the land of the rising sun. But thank you, Harold. I think we kind of covered all of our bases, I hope, on people to thank. And if you had anything to do with this broadcast, John Elgood was in here pretty well all day, helped us a lot with the tracks.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yep, thank you.
Scorp, Josh Oxley has been killing it on the media side with us as well. He only normally does 1 promo a year. We've had him do 1 for every round, and they've all been tip top in terms of quality. If for whatever reason you were not meant, Ian Plash ended up stepping in, and you're going to hear from him again later on this season. Thank you very much to everybody on the back end for ESDA, and thank you to everybody for watching, because without you guys, we would not be here. But I do think that is going to conclude. Joe's going to be able to get to go to work now. That is going to be the conclusion of today's broadcast from New Zealand. Like someone leaving the call threw me off. From ESDA round number 5 here from Teretonga Park in New Zealand. Again, once again, thank you to everybody in the Australasia region. Thank you to everybody at Teretonga Park for hosting us. It has been a heck of a competition. But we will see you on Monday for the ESDA Pro Bro Down. Join the Traxion Discord right now where you can vote the driver of the day. And then on top of that, you can suggest tracks. I heard the first track we're going to in the theme of Japan will be Nico Circuit. So if you want to vote on the second track, you can head on to the Traxion Discord. We will see you as well September 19th for the track reveal and ESDA Media Day. And then we'll see you once again for September 30th and October 1st. That will be ESDA round number 6 qualifying. Same time, same channel, 5 p.m. Eastern time Friday night and noon Eastern time Saturday morning. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Keenan Kuzin. On behalf of the entire Esports Drift Media Group, the Esports Drift team, and Traxion, and all of our sponsors, thank you for watching. We will see you in round number 6.